I woke up to the morning sky first. Baby blue just like
Oh, yes, sir. And yes, ma'am, you had better. Let's wake them up, get them going. It is Monday on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. And what a weekend it was. What a show we have. 5 hours. And our 5-hour day-by-day conversation begins right now. And we've got a Super Bowl set for Super Bowl 58 in Las Vegas. It's a rematch of Super Bowl 54, and we will certainly talk about how we got there. Two tremendous championship games yesterday, one in the AFC, one in the NFC. Thrillers both, and plenty of conversation to be had about the championship Sunday and how we got there. Also that NFL coaching carousel, also college football and high school football coaching carousel spinning like crazy. We'll get you the very, very latest from a busy weekend on that carousel. We've also got Longhorn basketball news. Longhorns rough one at BYU on Saturday. Now a quick turnaround. One of the best teams in all of college basketball in Austin tonight. We will preview that down at the Moody Center and get you ready for some hoops. Also, NBA over the weekend. So it'll be a busy one. A lot to do as we launch your Monday. We appreciate you being there wherever you find us on this, the 29th of January, 2024. Final few days of the first month of 2024 launches right now. And if you're finding us on 1019, we appreciate that. On the FM dial, also AM 1260. And we're always there for you on that Horn app digitally. Just download it to your smartphone. Touch of a button. You've got this show and all the shows here on the Horn. We appreciate you doing that. Tell a friend. Send that app to a friend. It's so easy to do. Say, hey, check out this show over on the Horn app. It's Ian Rod B. with Hook 'em Up. And, of course, Ty Henderson, our producer this morning, as we get you going to start the work week. Also on hornfm.com, always streaming live all over the 512, all over the great state and all over the world on what's going to be about almost a 70-degree day today. A little chilly this morning. Temperatures right around 40 degrees, about 44 right here in our South Austin Onion Creek compound as we get you launched. And look who it is. He's made his way across town to join us here in the compound. He is our shutdown corner 5 hours a day, 5 days a week. Coming off his busy weekend, he is out of the 713 down in Houston, Texas. DB High down there. Also from DBU right here in the 512, a lifetime Longhorn. He is the football theorist. He is Blackstradamus, the proud papa of Baby Monroe. Happy Monday, Rod B.
Happy Monday to you too, brother, and I appreciate the intro and the hospitality as always. And a great weekend of championship football, so we'll get into that. Not so great for Texas basketball. We'll also get into that, and yeah, man, a lot of coaching carousel nuggets. Get to coordinator hires all over the NFL. The Kellen Moore Eagles hype too is just kind of strange and weird. We'll get into that too. So there's a lot to get into. We'll a lot to talk about. Before we do, we always like to, and we are proud to show love to those who serve each and every morning. It's a duty, but also a burden and an honor for those who serve. So we just want to show them we appreciate them. Our society built on the selflessness of service. So all those out there who are serving in any capacity, God, country, and community, the teachers, the nurses, the first responders, the soldiers, the officers of the law. I mean, there are so many people out there. We can't name them all, can't name all the professions. We just want you to know that you are top of mind each and every morning. Thank you. Can't say it.
No doubt about that. And, great games yesterday, I thought, with the 2 o'clock AFC Championship game, the late game out in San Francisco. Both were thrillers. There were head-scratching coaching decisions in both. There were undisciplined penalties and plays and all kinds of, good, bad, and ugly on a Monday. That's how we do it on Hook 'em Up, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And I thought both games brought a little bit of all three. So we'll dive into those games. And as you say, that coaching carousel spinning quickly. We'll get to all of it. Let's start with the headlines, the top stories on this Monday, to make sure you're fully aware and caught up so we can have some conversations for about 5 hours here on this Monday morning. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment bring you the top stories, and it certainly starts in the NFL. The matchup for Super Bowl 58 in Las Vegas is set, following a pair of terrific conference championship games yesterday. In the NFC, the Detroit Lions roared out to a 24-7 halftime lead over top-seeded San Francisco, looking unstoppable, but it was Kyle Shanahan's 49ers that made the adjustments at halftime. They scored 27 straight points in the second half to erase the deficit, then held on for a 34-31 win. Niners quarterback Brock Purdy led 5 second-half scoring drives, 3 went for touchdowns. He finished with 267 yards through the air, also rushed for 48 yards. The win sent San Francisco to the Super Bowl for the eighth time in the franchise's history. Their opponent there in Vegas will be, of course, Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs, who punched their ticket to a second straight Super Bowl, the defending champs, and they've been there 4 times in 5 years now. They upset Baltimore, the Ravens, on the road in the AFC Championship game 17-10. Kansas City scored touchdowns on their first 2 offensive drives of the game. They kicked a field goal just before halftime, and that was it for their scoring. But it was their stingy defense that did the rest, held Lamar Jackson and the Ravens offense to its lowest offensive output of the season, forced 2 huge fourth-quarter turnovers to preserve the victory. It's a Super Bowl 54 rematch coming up in 2 weeks in Vegas. We'll talk about it all morning long, both of those games and the matchup. Also from football over the weekend, plenty of news from that coaching carousel. After tabbing Vic Fangio to coordinate their defense, the Philadelphia Eagles have now added former Chargers and Cowboys offensive coordinator Kellen Moore to take control of their offense. 35-year-old was blocked from all interviews until new Chargers head coach Jim Harbaugh was hired late last week. Speaking of Harbaugh, in college football, Michigan officially promoted his offensive coordinator and offensive line coach at Michigan, Sharon Moore, to replace him there. 37-year-old gets a new 5-year contract over the weekend. Back to the NFL, where new Falcons head coach Raheem Morris has hired LA Rams quarterback coach and passing game coordinator Zach Robinson to be his offensive coordinator. In Buffalo, the Bills removed the interim tag from offensive coordinator Joe Brady. He's given him the full-time role. Meanwhile, of course, Brady took over the offense from Ken Dorsey when he was fired on November the 14th, and Brady helped Buffalo win 6 of his last 7 games to claim the AFC East title. Ken Dorsey, meanwhile, was hired by the Browns over the weekend to be their new offensive coordinator. Back to college football, Longhorn special assistant head coach Joe DeCamillis is reportedly leaving his role with the Longhorns to become the special teams coordinator at South Carolina. And a bit of a surprise from the high school ranks over the weekend. After retiring as head coach at Westlake 2 years ago, the Hall of Fame head coach Todd Dodge has announced that he has accepted the head coaching position at Lucas Lovejoy High up in the DFW Metroplex. The 61-year-old will start his new position today. Texas basketball over the weekend. Longhorns men had their 2-game win streak snapped. They had beaten back-to-back ranked opponents, but couldn't make it 3 in a row. They lost at BYU on Saturday, 84-72. Cougars shot 64% from the field. Longhorns, meanwhile, made just 10 field goals in the second half. They fall to 3-4 in the Big 12. Very quick turnaround for Rodney Terry's Longhorns. They welcome 4th-ranked Houston to Moody Center tonight for a big Monday matchup. That game tips at 8 o'clock tonight. Texas women, meanwhile, rebounded from their midweek loss to OU. They took down Cincinnati on Saturday, 67-50.
I think Patrick Mahomes is at the point now where I can't doubt Patrick Mahomes ever again in any circumstance. I just have to pick Patrick Mahomes in every time. Every time there is a matchup where I look at both sides. Shout out to my man Ty because he picked Kansas City. And the crazy thing about it, at the beginning of the year, I think we all picked Kansas City and San Fran in the Super Bowl. But after watching Baltimore, I thought new information. I was like, man, that defense is as good as it's ever been. Lamar Jackson is the MVP. And Patrick Mahomes just doesn't have the weapons. And it didn't matter. All he needed was Kelsey. It was just him. It was like watching Colt McCoy and Jordan Shipley. Remember that that offense was basically just them in 2009. It was just basically a bromance between them. No team could stop them. They were like double team or triple team. Didn't really matter. That's basically what it was. It didn't matter.
Yeah.
It was Travis. It was watching a bromance between arguably the guy who's on the track to be the greatest. It's crazy to think this too. We had so many elements to discuss that we just talked about how there's nobody ever going to touch Tom Brady and his achievements and what he's accomplished.
Total wins,
35
playoff wins,
wins, and then the Super Bowl wins, all that, and then it's like, well, hold up, is this kid Patrick Mahomes already on track to do it? It's unbelievable how good Patrick Mahomes is, and once again, I doubted Patrick Mahomes. That's on me. That was ignorance on my part. We talk about how great he is all the time, and he is on at the point where. No, I'm not. He ain't MJ yet, nothing like that. But you remember getting to the point where you never picked against MJ?
Yeah.
It's like, no, I don't care about the matchup. Well, I don't give a damn about your matchup. No, I don't care about your analysis. I don't pick against MJ. I think Patrick Mahomes is there for me now. I'm done with the analysis on it. Nope, I'm not picking against him.
Just pick him. So you're picking him against the Niners?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't pick against him anymore.
I know. Well, and the combination
he was on the road.
Yeah, he and Kelsey.
Come on, man.
11 catches, 116 yards, 11 targets, 11 catches. So every time he threw it to his bromance, it was a completion. But, you also have to add Andy Reid in the game plan, Steve Spagnuolo in their defense. And
Spags he's legit, man.
I remember early in the year I talked about how good the Chiefs are in coverage. They're just really, really sticky on the back end. They've rebuilt their secondary, and it showed up again. But again, to have to the victor go the spoils, but you also have to have the Ravens side of it, which, gosh, man, that team was not ready to seize the championship. They just weren't.
No.
Their game plan, where Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes' game plan was on point. They predicted, that's a lot of coaching, Rod, and you know this as a football theorist. You got to try to anticipate what your opponent's game plan is going to be and try to attack it. They I think they realized they'd see a lot of zone early, so they which was that a mistake or the right way?
Well, because the Ravens play, that's what they do.
Yeah, they play a lot of zone, and they attacked it, and nobody better than Travis Kelce finding the soft spots, and if you're not going to hit him off the line and reroute him and let him cruise into your zone, he's going to find a spot, and Patrick Mahomes is going to find him over and over. I mean, those first two drives, one went for 86 yards, one went for 75 yards, controlling the ball. But I'll give Baltimore this credit. They did make the adjustments. After the two touchdowns, they really put a blanket on that offense for a good part of the game. They didn't score another touchdown. And then they just went into self-destruct mode, the Ravens, in my mind. They two things specifically: the penalties and the undisciplined nature of their team. But they only handed the ball off to a running back 5 times in a football game. I mean, I thought going in, being bullies and trying to run the football against a team that we know they cover very well. Their secondary is really, really good. Their pass rush is excellent. Why are you dropping? They only ran the ball on first down 3 times the entire game. So I didn't like the offensive game plan. And then, of course, the penalties. One thing I tweeted yesterday, Rod, was after the 2 long touchdown drives. So if you go between the 2 long touchdown drives, then went at 14-7, and then the 25-yard pass at the end of Marquez Valdez-Scantling that sealed the deal, which was a really ballsy call. The Chiefs only had 38 more yards than the Ravens gave them in penalties. In that stretch, from the 2 touchdowns to the last play that sealed it, only 38 more yards gained than the Ravens gave them in penalties. Hell, Rob, the field goal before the half was 30 yards in personal foul penalties.
Yeah, that was all. That was 2 of them in a row.
And if you go back to the first down play, looked like the Chiefs were ready to just run the clock out, go to halftime, go up to 14-7, and then you get a taunting call, or at least an unsportsmanlike late hit thing on Kyle Van Noy. Then you get the smack to the quarterback's face. So you're giving Patrick Mahomes, the greatest quarterback maybe ever, 30 yards so that they go kick a field goal right before the half. Then the whole second half, just undisciplined, Rod, penalties.
Yeah, the Zay Flowers.
Oh, taunting.
Taunting, and then the fumble on the goal line there. That was brutal. They had a shot there.
They did.
You don't have many opportunities against the Chiefs. They had a shot there, and you're right, they unraveled. They just unraveled. You really could see the poise of the Chiefs, and you saw the experience in those big moments. You saw it, and it really did materialize right there on the field. You saw the Ravens. That was a team that had not been that deep in the playoffs, that often. They didn't have that experience.
Never hosted a home AFC Championship game.
The emotion of the moment just overwhelmed them. And you remember the Kelce? I mean, Kelce drew the taunting penalty.
Yes, he sure did.
Sorry, drew the unsportsmanlike conduct penalty. It wasn't taunting. It was sportsmanlike conduct on, I think, Van Noy. When he drew that and he started laughing, he's like, I got y'all. I got you. I already do. He started laughing, and I was like, the refs don't see him laughing. He's obviously, but the Chiefs knew that in that moment they were going to be too emotional. Did you see in the pregame, Justin Tucker and Travis Kelce and Patrick Mahomes?
Pregame tussle.
Little pregame passive aggressiveness before, because basically Justin Tucker kept putting his little tee down, and then Travis Kelce and Patrick Mahomes would kick it out of the way,
trying to
throw
warm
it out of the way, and they never talked to each other or never confronted each other. But it was just, to me, it seemed like the Ravens were way too emotional for that game. And the Chiefs were not. The Chiefs were really businesslike in their approach. And it showed, although, like you said, early on in the game, when the Chiefs got that lead, and then, like you said, in crucial moments, in critical moments, the Ravens just couldn't handle the emotion of those moments. Even when Zay Flowers got the big reception and then he had the taunting, it was like, what are you doing?
Yeah, what are you doing?
What are you doing? What are you doing? Why'd you get up and spin the ball and then
Well,
look?
it's
What are
not
you doing?
even in this day and age where everybody wants to question the officials and whatnot. You couldn't even question any of these. These were obvious.
Yeah.
I mean, that was taunting. I mean, you just can't. I mean, come on, man. And then
spin the ball on the
and his fumble as he's reaching for the goal line. That's a frustrating thing.
That's
but
just a great play.
Great play by L'Jarius Sneed coming from the backside.
Play.
Oh
man.
And then arguably the biggest mistake of the game, if there was such a thing in a game of so many plays, mistakes and good plays, was the Lamar Jackson interception in the triple coverage. I mean, that's
what
just.
Are you doing?
I mean, that's
Come on, Lamar.
you're at least in field goal range to make it a 17-10 game.
What are you doing?
And he throws it into not one, not two, but three. He thought he wanted to get some pass interference there, but that was on Lamar Jackson. Those are scoring opportunities. And that's where you give the Chiefs credit. I think you said it right. Business trip, right? They go on the road, they build a quick lead, two really, really great drives to stagger your opponent, and then just kind of let them unravel.
Yeah.
And it was there for the Ravens to still come take. They couldn't.
Yeah, they had a couple of chances there,
They
but
sure did.
They beat themselves and
Beat themselves.
They had the turnover, they had the taunting penalties. You're right. And then Lamar Jackson with the interception. I mean, those are the three plays pretty much where they had an opportunity to come back, and they kind of could have rode a wave of momentum with it. But every time they started to have a little bit of that positive momentum, they would shoot themselves in the foot.
Well, they had the more total yards in the game. I mean, the Chiefs only ended up with 319 total yards.
Mike McDonald did a good job.
He did a great job.
You were right with the adjustments. He did. That was a great job by him in making the schematic adjustments, but it wasn't about scheme. But the execution. Right?
And that's, in a game like that, to that magnitude where everything's under the microscope, I mean, you can't give a team 60 yards in personal foul penalty yardage. You can't turn the ball over twice in the red zone, in the scoring zone. It's just, you're not going to win the championship there, even if you have a really good team like the Ravens did. I actually put out a question. Have we ever seen a really good team, which the Ravens have been this year? All the stats we've had historically good and blowouts of good teams. They just unraveled, and I'm trying to think of a team that was really good for most of the year, all the year, that played that poorly. Somebody sent me Carolina, the 15-1 Panthers with Cam Newton, who ended up getting to the Super Bowl.
He was the MVP. Yeah, that was a good team.
And he had they had 4 turnovers and 12 penalties, and I had forgotten about that. But that's right. That's what it was just like, what? And so you got to give all credit to the Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce. They have rebuilt this team around their defense. I shouldn't say rebuilt, but they know they have a transcendently great quarterback. And they've invested in the offensive line. They've invested in their defense. We know about the weaponry around him isn't as great as it's been in the past. But, man, that defense, Steve Spagnuolo, that was awesome. That was a masterclass by them.
It was.
I felt like in that game.
And it kept coming after Lamar. They blitzed him. I mean, it was.
Yeah, and Lamar Jackson made his mistakes.
I will say this about Spagnuolo, man. He does a great job of mixing up the looks and bringing up his DBs, pressuring with DBs. They were coming from everywhere for Lamar, and Lamar he never really seemed to be able to figure out or get a pulse really on what Steve Spagnuolo was doing. He never seemed comfortable.
Yeah,
it was all the only big plays he made were him kind of extending play. Nothing was on time.
Yeah, he did. The picture was never clear.
There was nothing in a rhythm,
Well, and that's why I go back
sporadic.
to. Well, I mean, if you can't go replay the game for the Ravens, but you really only handed the ball to the running backs 3, 4, 5 times in the whole game.
So your offense, that's kept your offense out of rhythm almost.
Yeah, your first down calls were always runs.
Yeah.
And, Gus Edwards had 3 rushes. Justice Hill had 3 rushes. I mean, they just weren't. They weren't even trying to run the football. Which I know Lamar Jackson's their leading passer and rusher, and a lot of their rushing yards come from him. But man, you have to establish the ground and pound against a secondary that good in my mind. But they didn't, and I don't know if they got rattled a bit by the early fast start and the fact they couldn't stop Travis Kelce and couldn't cover the Chiefs there in the beginning.
I know Travis Kelce is the greatest tight end of all time, but man, the Ravens were one of the best. They were the best defense in the league. They didn't know Travis Kelce was going to be the guy.
Yeah.
Early on, to me, that I was like, I'm letting somebody else beat me. These other guys, they can have it. Travis Kelce is not gonna, have a record day. Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he did. He did.
It was a bromance on the field between Travis Kelce and between Patrick Mahomes. And my thing was, you got to break tendency at the right time. I would have manned him up. I would zone the rest.
Yeah, and Kyle Hamilton.
Zone, I'm gonna zone the rest. I'm manning him up. We're gonna man him up and within a zone.
Yeah.
So you get a little bit of help. You know where your help is, but we got a man on. You cannot allow Kelsey just running through your secondary in the zone. I don't give a damn if it is a matchup zone or pattern match. It don't matter.
Well, his instincts are so great to find those little holes and kind of read. And you know that when he sees zone, Patrick Mahomes is going to look for Kelsey, and those two will work so. As you said, it's almost like Shipley and McCoy back in the day. They know where the other's going to be. And it was, the lead that they built, and then the Ravens could never come get it, and they self-destructed, I felt like, a little bit in that – or a lot of it in that second half. Speaking of self-destruct, how about the Detroit Lions and the 49ers? Congratulations to the lifetime Longhorn Kyle Shanahan, great friend of yours. I mean, that was
oh, yeah.
Speaking of poise,
that was big.
To stay with it. Let's start with the Lions, though, Rod. I mean, what a first half. I mean, what a masterclass by Ben Johnson, their offensive coordinator, had the 49ers defense on its heels at all levels. It was really, really impressive to see them go up and down the field in the first half. Mm-hmm. And I'll say this for Dan Campbell. I mean, I understand who you are and what your mindset is, but, Rod, you got to take your points when you get your points in the second half. I mean, the dumbass coach needs to get to Dan Campbell and say, look, man, I know what we've been. I know how we get here. We go for it on fourth down more than anybody. But with a 17-point lead on the road in the NFC Championship game, any points, we got to take them. We have to. This isn't about the regular season and the analytics, and this is about winning this game. And it's one of those, if you take those 2 field goals, which you were in field goal range twice on fourth downs, and you went for it, didn't get anything out of it, so those are like turnovers for the 49ers to not give up any, because all the Niners want to do is not let you score any more points. Yeah. They're down 17 points. They need you to get – and it wasn't like the offense was getting stopped. They were still moving the ball, Rod. He just didn't take his 2 field goals, one in the third quarter, one in the fourth. I think they'd be in the Super Bowl today had they tried to kick those field goals, but we'll never know. But I felt like their head coach hurt them badly in that second half. Meanwhile, the 49ers made great adjustments, made some spectacular plays, and I thought Brock Purdy played really well.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really criticize Dan Campbell in that moment because that's who he is. This is the Scorpion and the Frog.
I know.
This is who Dan Campbell is. We've seen it all season long. And by the way, it's a big reason why they've gotten there. All right, and we saw it against the Cowboys too. It also it's the gift and the curse. It's not always going to work out for him, but it isn't Dan Campbell's nature to be that aggressive, and his team backs him up. I'm with you. I think at times you need to be a little bit more judicious, right? Calculating about those types of decisions.
Time and place
right?
here.
I agree with that, but, that's just who Dan Campbell is, and he coaches with that kind of emotional edge. He does, and what you want is for him at times to kind of remove emotion from the equation, but that would be asking Dan Campbell to be somebody else. Right?
Yeah, I know.
That's not who Dan Campbell is. He coaches with that kind of, and that's, by the way, that's why they have an edge, because they play 4-down football. They play 4-down football a lot of the time. It's hard to defend 4-down football. As Longhorn fans know, we've had to defend it before.
Yeah, once they cross midfield, they're in the 4-down.
They're in 4-down football all the time. So that's.
And my only, to your point, the Scorpion and the Frog, it's true, but at the same time, look, I mean, when the Niners came out with the ball in the second half and they're down, 24-7. They moved the ball down the field and they kicked a field goal. Mm-hmm. You're Detroit, you come right back, you move the ball down the field. If you kick the field goal, you then match them.
You basically make their drive moot.
And the quarter's half over.
Their drive don't even matter.
I mean, at that point with the lead, you're playing the clock, you're playing scoring opportunities.
I don't disagree with you.
So that's what I'm saying. Okay, Dan, it's been great that we're here, but right now we just need to match what they do.
Yeah.
Don't let them get the momentum. Just keep our, keep punching. It's almost like a boxing match where we have this fight won. We can get all the way to the end. If we just don't get knocked out, we can win this thing.
But you're asking Dan Campbell to play not to lose, and that is not how he coaches.
Yeah, I know. Well, it cost him in this game.
It did.
How many opportunities do you get?
I don't disagree with that.
To be up 17.
You got to know when to break tendency. And I always say to win big games, you got to break tendency. He didn't break tendency.
Stuck with it.
He
said afterwards he doesn't regret it. But that's kind of burying the league. He's got to give a lot of credit to the 49ers for coming back. I mean, the Brandon Ayuk 51-yard spectacular tip drill catch was unbelievable. Niners were resilient, and for this is breaking character for them to have to come from behind in these games, Rod.
Yeah, they don't.
They like to be the front runners.
Yeah. But I will say that, that defense has issues. They got. I told you guys you can run to the edge. Well, I tell you all last week, I said you can run on the edge.
Perimeter runs were there all day.
They started out that way. Remember, they got the reverse early on, and Jahmyr Gibbs on the edge early on. They kept hitting that edge early. That's kind of what the 49ers figured that out. But I just, that defense, they're in trouble. That defense has got some serious issues.
Yeah, Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes will be watching that film for 2 weeks getting ready for this game.
Getting ready for that game.
Yeah, we got some stuff for them.
Yeah, they got so. I think for the 49ers, though, you're right. They've won out of character the last two games. I don't know if that's good or bad. I really don't. I'm not sure if that's good or bad. Because Brock Purdy played a bad game, and usually they don't come from behind when they're down in the fourth quarter by possession from 5 to 8 points. They did that 2 weeks ago, and this past weekend, you just pointed out. I mean, them being down 17 points. They're a front running team. Their formula is a front running team. Brock Purdy isn't meant to be a quarterback that leads you back from down double digits in the playoffs, and they had to do it. So. Maybe it's a good thing. I mean, they did that comeback, by the way, was like in 8-9 minutes.
Well, and this, again, not to make it all about Dan Campbell, but that's what you can't give your
It's like
opponent momentum in those
minutes.
moments. That's where you're trying to protect your lead and keep momentum in your side. And I felt like Dan Campbell hurt his football team quite a bit. Because I really think, the breadth of the game, the Lions were the better team. I mean, Lions were, they were outstanding. And, the fumble was huge, right? The critical fumble and the misplay between Goff and Jahmyr Gibbs, that was really the big mistake. But I thought the coach made some mistakes there where, those 6 points are humongous. I mean, humongous. And you didn't get them. And that's your style. I get it 100%. But, man, again, to try to get to a Super Bowl and to play that well for that length of the game, to give yourself a chance and then to not take those points, frustrating, I think, for Lions fans. But you said, I was actually watching the game with a good buddy of mine who's a huge Lions fan. He said what you said. That's just what we've been all year. It's what we do.
Yeah.
And
I've watched those games, trust me.
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
But you know what? Usually, like I said, it pays off more for him, at least at one point. It's the same thing that happened to him in the Cowboys game. None of it worked out. Usually one of those works out for him. And he really did. It kind of really blew up in his face.
And you give the Niners credit for getting the stops on both those. One of them was a Josh Reynolds drop. I mean, the ball hit him in the hands.
That was brutal.
And trust me, I've been given the
man
the GIF on social media quite a bit about two Aggies, Dan Campbell and Josh Reynolds, costing the Lions.
Yeah, that was
because Dan Campbell's decisions and then Josh Reynolds, dropping a ball on a fourth down was huge. Somebody said, "Hey guys, remember Steve Spagnuolo stopped that 07 Patriots offense." That's true. We forget that when the undefeated Patriots played the Giants in the Super Bowl, Steve Spagnuolo's defense was able to.
Definitely underrated, man.
He is tremendous. All right, so we'll talk about all of it. We're taking your messages. They're all pouring in here at 447-3776. This says Lamar Jackson, the Dak Prescott of Baltimore, is Dak Prescott, the Lamar Jackson of Dallas. People wondering. We'll talk about Lamar.
Lamar's got 2 MVPs, so I don't know if you need to be comparing Lamar to Dak.
Well, Dak may be the runner-up to the MVP this year when
the
those votes come in on February 8th.
Having 2 of them, though, dose of them babies?
Yeah, and that's why that was –
I know, that's why.
Can't throw that ball in a triple coverage, man.
The narrative now for Lamar, we were talking about how drastically it would shift if he won. Yep. We were talking about him as being one of the comparable potentially to Mahomes and being a 2-time MVP. But now – even though he's got the 2 MVPs, it's almost working against him a little bit in narratives because he's like James Harden or any of these other superstars. He's like, yeah, he's great in the regular season, but let me see what he can do in the postseason. And the stats don't lie, the numbers don't lie.
Well, and you're going up against the GOAT, who doesn't make any mistakes really.
You're in the Michael Jordan shadow, man. So it's unfortunate for you.
Yeah, it is.
Who's Lamar Jackson and who won like multiple MVPs and then in the MJ time like that?
I mean, you just mentioned James Harden. I mean, after that wasn't MJ time. I'm trying to think who.
Chuck won one, right?
Karl Malone.
Karl Malone is probably
Charles Barkley.
Yeah, Karl Malone and
Charles
Chuck.
Barkley,
Chuck are probably close to that.
All right, good stuff. Ty did pick the Chiefs, so we'll talk to Ty coming up. We'll also get to the other conversations with you. 447-3776. Everyone's got some opinions. Let's take them. We'll also get to Rod's Behind the BOC. There is a little bit of news from the 40 Acres we'll get to, some What the Facts, and it's all about Super Bowl 58, Chiefs Niners in Vegas. Rematch from 4 years ago. Hook 'em up with Ian Rodby.
1019 AM 1260. The Horn.
Man, what a couple of championship games we were treated to yesterday and last night. AFC and NFC championship games. We anticipated a couple of heavyweight matchups, and I think we got exactly what we asked for there. Low-scoring slugfest in the AFC, more of a highest-scoring shootout in the NFC, but two really compelling football games. We now have a Super Bowl set for Las Vegas in 2 weeks, and we'll get to what the facts for the top of the hour, Rod. But the Detroit Lions can now join a group you don't want to be a part of. Teams to blow a 17-point halftime lead in the playoffs and lose by 3 or more points. The Lions now join the Falcons in the Super Bowl of 2017. The Oilers of Houston in 1993.
I knew that one.
And the 49ers back in 1957 to
The Detroit Lions.
the Detroit Lions.
Yeah.
Yes.
They were talking about that yesterday.
What about
So
the Texans?
3 others.
To the Chiefs.
Texans. Well, that was 24-0, but that by halftime they had already closed the
they
lead.
Oh,
had
you're
the
talking
lead
about from
already.
halftime. Okay, I got you.
Yeah,
They
from
had,
halftime.
They had the lead already. The Texans are the first team to blow a 21 plus point lead and already be losing by halftime. That's never happened.
Yeah, they're in a class of their own.
Yeah, they
That
got to get
performance.
separate.
That's a whole
No,
different
that's true. That's
category.
separate. Yeah, to be that in there.
of
I didn't
Bill
realize
O'Brien
the comeback was
ridiculousness.
that fast.
Oh yeah, it was so
It was a
fast. It was
heartbeat.
so quick. It took like
Well,
10
I think
minutes.
that's what's so frustrating about the conversation about Dan Campbell and the Lions, because if you go back, I mean, having watched every play of that horrible 1993 Oilers game,
Oh,
I mean,
no.
for the Oilers to blow a 30, the lead they had at the half, it had to be both ways, right? The offense had to go to sleep and the defense had to fall apart, which both
Meltdown.
happened.
Yep.
In this case, the Lions' offense wasn't bad in the second half. They were moving the ball. They were responding to the line. They were still getting their yards. It was just the head coach's unwillingness to take points. Just take points. Just get your 3 and get out of here. That's just, again, it's not his nature. But it may have cost her. I shouldn't even say may. I think it cost his team a chance to go to the Super Bowl, and in a rematch with the Chiefs. Who if you remember, Rod, they played back in Week 1, right? They were the first game of the year. The Lions and Chiefs, that Thursday night special. Yep. Instead, it'll be the Niners and Chiefs, which is a rematch of Super Bowl 54. But because the fumble was crucial. The fumble was critical for the Lions.
Fumble,
at the same
a
time.
drop.
The drop,
on
Josh Reynolds.
Those
Those are big execution plays.
That's what I'm saying. That's not really on the decision to go for it. That's on the execution of the play.
I'm just saying, if you have a chance to put points on the board with that lead, that's how you continue
I
to
disagree
keep the
with that.
momentum on your side.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with that. But the execution by the players, that's different than a decision. But you're right. The second time he goes for it, probably should have taken the points there, considering the situation.
Because that would have made the end of game scenario much different if you get the 3 there.
Yeah, and you'd have made
it
their
could have tied
drive.
the game at 24.
Yeah, and they had, like you said, they had just drove down and gotten
Or
3.
27.
It had taken their drive and it made it moot.
Yep, that's
And
right.
taking a lot of momentum, snatched a lot of momentum away from them. And like, damn.
And that's what you don't want to give that team, and especially the home team in that regard. Was
No, and that's the thing too. On the road, maybe you should have a different approach. I would love to go see. I go see the breakdown of his 4th down calls and conversions on the road as opposed to at home. Because remember, they're a dome team.
They are
They're
dome
dome
team.
warriors, and they play really well. They actually started out that game. I mean, like you said, you can argue they outplayed the 49ers. The 49ers just had that stretch. I mean, they closed the gap on that 17-point lead, guys, in 9 minutes in the third quarter.
Yeah.
Took them 9 minutes.
Field goal, then the touchdown, then the fumble, then another quick touchdown. Yeah, it was that quick. But, man, what a good game it was. What a fun game it was both ways. Obviously, if you're a Ravens fan or a Lions fan this morning, you're highly frustrated. If you're a Chiefs fan or a Niners fan, you're thrilled with
Detroit. Yeah, you got to be frustrated because you were up by 17. Yeah, I was going to say that there's, as a organization, they're ahead of schedule. Nobody expected them to be here, but you were up by 17. That's the fun. It's like the Texans. It's like, yeah, we weren't supposed to be on the road, by the way. You weren't supposed to on the road. We weren't supposed to be up by 20-something points on the Chiefs, and you were, and you didn't expect to beat them. You're like, well, now you're here. Now you're up. Now you got the game, and you still end up losing the game. That's the frustrating part. Even though they are in a different class, the 49ers are considered a better team. You outplayed them. You outplayed them and lost. That's devastating.
Yeah, because those opportunities don't come very often. Ask the Lions; they know very well.
Dan Campbell said that.
Dan Campbell.
He said that. He was like, "I told him, man, you don't get these opportunities a lot." He said, "I told him it'll be harder next year. It'll be harder a year after that." Which is amazing with the Chiefs.
Chemistry. I mean, it's That's what I said to Ty this year about his Texas Rangers, man. Just because you're ahead of schedule doesn't mean you can't go win the damn thing.
Texas.
Yeah, the Longhorns, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Longhorns are now going to the SEC. They were in the dang thing. They were in the tournament. They were there and couldn't finish it. And, yeah, I mean, you just never know. You just never know. All right, Rod, let's go behind the burnt orange curtain. Speaking of Texas, let's talk some Longhorn football. Also take your thoughts on these championship games and now the Super Bowl matchup. But let's go behind the BOC.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
All right, a couple of football nuggets here. We can talk some basketball too, but a couple of football nuggets. I know a lot of Longhorn fans were hoping that Jabbar Muhammad would make his decision, and it will be Longhorns. It will not. Jabbar Muhammad is choosing Oregon. The cornerback out of Washington will be going to Oregon, and a lot of people believe that Oregon was kind of able to promise him, which I don't even know how you do that these days, more playing time, and he wants more playing time. In Texas, they rotate their DBs a lot, and he doesn't necessarily want to be in that rotation of defensive back. So that's a nugget that's out there as well. Brandon Hupert, I believe is his name. I hope I got it right. It's either Hupert or Huppert from Oregon State. He is now a defensive analyst for Texas. Defensive quality control analyst. Remember we were talking about them. Joe DeCamillis is taking a job as a special teams coach with, would you say South Carolina?
South Carolina,
with
the Gamecocks.
Which makes sense because Shane Beamer is a special team. He's got a special teams background, actually.
Mm-hmm.
So that makes sense. But he is Brandon Hupert. He's not coming as a special teams analyst. He's coming in as a kind of a defensive analyst, too. So remember they got William Gay as one of their defensive analysts. He's gonna come in as another one, and remember they got Paul Chris coming back as an analyst. I'm not sure if that means they're done, but he is basically got ties with PK from PK's time at Boise State and his time at Washington. He goes back as a player when PK was the defensive coordinator at Boise State. He was there, and PK was like the defensive line coach. He was there, and then since then he's been climbing the ranks as a quality control coach. He was with Dan Hawkins, hired him to coach the D-line at UC Davis in 2017. He returned to Washington in 2020, director of player development. He went to Oregon State in a similar role, and it looks like he's going to come to Texas as a kind of defensive quality control analyst. So that's out there as well for Texas football. And Texas basketball, of course, losing to BYU is a very you know what? But that's just, honestly, that's the nature of the Big 12.
Yeah.
I mean, we expected them to try to I said as long as they can try to win 3 out of these next 4 against these ranked teams, that'd be great. They've won 2 out of the 3 they've played so far. Tonight's a big game.
Tonight's a very big game.
At home.
Yeah, I mean, and it's a step up in class. I mean, the disappointing part of Saturday was, BYU had lost 2 in a row, and so they were the desperate team, and they played like it, more desperate team.
That's the Big 12.
But the disappointing part is the defense again. To allow a team to shoot 64%, I mean, they're making 6 of every 10 shots because they're mostly dunks and layups. And I give BYU credit. They changed their identity. I mean, because then when they lost to Houston earlier in the week, that was a team that was averaging shooting 35 threes a game, Ron. They were what's the game? What's the scouting report against BYU? Defend the 3. Mm-hmm. You can't because they're going to chuck it 35 times a game. Well, in this game, they only shot 17. And what they did was they attacked the basket. So clearly, they surprised Texas early with what are these guys doing? They're not shooting. They're going to the basket. We weren't anticipating that. But the Longhorns really never adjusted to it, I didn't feel like, and realized, wait a second, they're actually not going to shoot. They're going to go by me. And that led to 64% shooting, and the Longhorns could not get stops, even when they would get on a bit of a run. They also combined that with an off night for Max Asmus, their leading scorer. He was only 4 for 12 and scored 12 points. Dessou had his normal 19. Dessou's a really good player, and every time he went off the floor is when BYU would go on their runs, but you got to get, especially playing at altitude like that. I felt like Rodney Terry was trying to expand the bench a little bit, knowing you're playing at 5,000 feet and you're going to have a longer game. But every time Dessou would go off the floor, that's when the runs would happen, and Texas would fall apart essentially. But disappointing. That's life in the Big 12. But
exactly.
Now you turn around and you're playing Houston. They beat K-State on Saturday in the early window, that 11 o'clock game. Afterwards, Jerome Tang, the coach at K-State, said, I think that might be the best defensive team I've ever seen. So Kelvin Sampson's team will come in here playing some defense.
Yeah.
They are really, really good. And when you see this Houston team tonight, Rod, look at them. They look like they could all play football. I mean, they're
like big defensive ends and linebackers.
Yes. Whoever their strength and conditioning coach for Kelvin Sampson is, they are a big team. So the Longhorns have a smallish backcourt, right, with Tyrese Hunter and Max Asmus. And this is, can they handle the physicality of Houston tonight? Will be a big question mark.
Yeah, no, it's just hard to win on the road right now in college basketball. Hard to win on the road in the Big 12, and it's hard to win on the road right now in college basketball. I saw an interesting stat that said the AP top 10 teams have won like 38% of their games on the road this year against unranked opponents.
Yeah, college basketball is the biggest home. It's the sport in which home court, home field
matters more.
Is the most.
Yeah,
one-sided.
It's because the fans are so close to the action.
Oh yeah,
I think that's a big part
environments,
of it too.
momentum. And, the teams are pretty even, too, by the way. There's not.
That's true. Good point.
I mean, the teams
you
are
got
very.
mid-majors and stuff like that and all. Yeah, you got really good basketball team. But, yeah, but in the Big 12, I think it's even more so the case.
Yeah.
And for Texas, that's why you got to win at home.
So, big game tonight and a huge challenge. And if you could find a way to win this one tonight to beat Kelvin Sampson's team, who's only lost, twice all year, you're looking at, you've gone 3 out of 4 in that 4 straight ranked games you have. But, if you lose it, you're back down to 3 and 5 in Big 12 play. So a lot on the line tonight for Texas. That's an 8 o'clock tip. So you have to, usually they either get that 6 o'clock or 8 o'clock window. They are 8 o'clock tonight. Part of Big Monday basketball.
Yeah, and I know people want to talk about the horns down thing. I feel like we talk about horns down a lot. We will talk about it. The BYU fans who had the horns down on the shirts, we'll get into that, and we'll hear from the BYU coach and set the record straight, because a lot of people, I guess, on social media thought that Texas demanded that.
Yeah, there were a group of kids in the front
front
row that had horns down.
They removed their
out.
shirts, and that was not necessarily the case. So we'll get into it, but it seems like at this point that is a tired conversation. We keep having it over and over again.
Yeah. Well, the early indication was that maybe Texas asked them to take the shirts off. That never happened.
Was not
but
the case. Yeah.
Either way, it's become a conversation. Let's talk about that. Also, the championship games, the Super Bowl. How great is Patrick Mahomes? How good was Brock Purdy yesterday, by the way? I thought that's in my Dan Campbell rant. That's part of what a second half he played in that game. We'll get to that coming back. Also, some What the Facts, Rod. Jim Harbaugh gave his first interview since taking the LA Chargers job. So we'll have some of that coming up. Plus, as you said, all the top stories of the morning, the good, the bad, and the ugly on a busy Monday, 29 January. Glad you're with us. Hook 'em up with Ian Rodby. Hey, folks, somebody tell me about Underdog Fantasy. Hope you had a great time with the games yesterday. Underdog Fantasy. Ty was telling me about some things he had fun with doing that, watching those games yesterday. That's what Underdog Fantasy is all about, because you're going to watch these games anyhow, all right? NBA, college, or pro football, and all you're doing is going to put a little stake in the game with Underdog Fantasy. It's built for fans. It's absolutely simple to do. You pick them, you watch them, you win them at Underdog. That's really all it is. You go to the app, right? You download the Underdog Fantasy app to your phone, or just go to the website, underdogfantasy.com, and then you choose the game or between 2 and 5 players that you're going to watch in these games, and you choose whether they're going higher or lower on some in-game stats. Couldn't be easier. And then you watch the game. And if you're right, if you go 5 for 5, you can win up to 20 times your money. And it's that simple. And you're having a blast with it. 2 picks to 5 picks, and get after it. You win 3 times your money, or 6 times, or 10 times, or 20 times, depending on how many you get right. It's what it's about. And there's winners every day. It's built for fans. Pick them, watch them, win them. And tonight you got the NBA to focus on. You got all 3 Texas NBA teams in action. Rockets are playing the Lakers. Mavericks are in action. Spurs are in action. Mavericks, of course, coming off that 73-point game for Luka. That might give you a little idea where you're going. But do it at Underdog Fantasy, the Underdog Fantasy app. Use promo code Hogan when you get signed up, Hogan, my last name. They're going to double your first deposit up to $100. So get it started today. Have fun with it into the new year at UnderdogFantasy.com. Promo code Hogan, Hogan. Pick them, watch them, win them at Underdog Fantasy.
A state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concern with your play. Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers, Hook 'em Up, 1019 AM 1260, The Horn.
It is Hook 'em Up on a Monday. What the facts, Rod? What can you say about the facts about the resume that Patrick Mahomes is building at the ripe old age of 28 years old, Rod?
I'm not picking against him.
28 years old. He's already won a couple of MVPs. He's now taking his team to the Super Bowl for the fourth time in 5 years and the second consecutive year. Just
Might
incredible.
went back to back for the first time since the Patriots did it, early 2000s.
Yep, and then now a chance to go back to back. It's incredible.
It's remarkable.
And just how calm and poised he was yesterday. Look, again, after their first two drives, they had 14 points, and they only scored 3 the rest of the way. And that's where you give a ton of credit to the Chiefs' defense and the unraveling Ravens. But, those 2 touchdowns were huge. I mean, to put, your team in the lead and just, he went 11 for his first 11, totally in control.
11 of 11 to Kelsey.
Yeah, all on the night.
First time all season. I guess we don't. What the facts? Here's a fact. It was the first time all season that the Ravens gave up 2 drives and 2 touchdowns to start the game. They hadn't done that all season long.
Yeah,
Matter of fact, it was only the third opening touchdown drive they allowed all season long. The Ravens haven't really experienced that. They hadn't been meticulously dissected like that.
And they were
by anybody. That's what
and then
surgeon-like.
Well, but look, and then the ability to make that 25-yard pass to Marquez Valdez-Scantling at the end of the game, where if you look like you have to punt the ball back to Lamar Jackson and the Ravens in a 7-point game, and at least give them one last chance, and instead they go for the throat, and you do that because you're Andy Reid, because you trust your quarterback, and he's going to make the right throw, and it was. I mean, this guy's just. He's a legend, and he's just a kid. I mean, not kid. He's 28, but in sports years, that's still very young in your career, prime of his career. But he's already into legendary status at a very ripe age. Pretty amazing what we're watching with him.
First quarterback to start 4 Super Bowls before turning 30. Third QB to start 4 Super Bowls in a 5-season span. He joins Tom Brady and Jim Kelly, unfortunately for Jim Kelly. 14 playoff wins. Behind only Brady and Joe Montana. That's it. Those are the only 2 guys ahead of him in playoff wins right now in NFL history. And the 4th Super Bowl start, only Brady and John Elway have more already.
Incredible.
Already.
And right now, if you want to go to the Super Bowl, which is set with San Francisco and Kansas City, most affordable ticket at the moment, including no fees, $8,100, about $8,000. $8,000 if you want to go to the Super Bowl.
It's Vegas, baby.
It's Vegas.
It's Vegas, baby. It's Vegas. Did you? I got to get this too because I saw that where they have the Chiefs and the 49ers staying in Vegas, they have them staying like 25 miles away from the Strip, like out at
Away
Lake.
from trouble.
They have them basically. Yeah, the Super Bowl will be played in Las Vegas. The Kansas City Chiefs will stay at Westin Lake, Las Vegas. And the San Francisco 49ers will be located at Hilton Lake, Las Vegas. They're trying to keep them away from the Strip. They're 25 miles off the Strip, so at least they gotta make an effort to get there. It ain't gonna just be can't just walk out the door, all right, and walk to the Strip. They're trying to keep them away from the Strip as much as possible.
Probably wise.
It is wise. I think it is. That's smart. Well, it won't work, but it's smart. You can try. You can try. It won't work.
And, they'll spend the first week because there's an off week now, no game this weekend. They'll spend the first week back at home, and then they'll fly into Vegas next week. But they'll try to keep them busy. But yeah, it's not gonna work.
It's not gonna work.
Well, let me give. We're handing out bouquets to one Patrick Mahomes. How about his favorite target is Jason Kelce. Travis Kelce, 11 catches, 116 yards, and a touchdown yesterday. How about the throw that Patrick Mahomes made on that touchdown to Kelce, where he just threw it down to his right hip, essentially. Kyle Hamilton, the all-pro safety, has perfect coverage, and it's just a better throw. But the 34-year-old's now career postseason totals of receiving yards and receiving touchdowns, second only to Jerry Rice, but actually goes past Jerry Rice in receptions in a postseason career. Legendary. I mean, these are two all-time greats and performed at a very high level in a big spot again yesterday. But you go by Jerry Rice in anything, Rod.
Yeah, it don't matter.
I mean, come on.
You're an impressive.
You played with Jerry Rice or against him?
I played with Jerry Rice in Denver. Yeah, old Jerry though. Old Jerry. Receding hairline Jerry. So it wasn't in you, Jerry. But he still had a nasty 6 route though. He still had an old school nasty 6 route, man. So he's the GOAT. Speaking of Travis Kelce, I'll add to your stats. Has now played 21 career playoff games. His stats in those games: most ever catches, second most ever receiving yards, and fourth most ever touchdowns with 19.
Yeah. It is those two, and that's where Mike Macdonald, I see right here, the defensive coordinator of the Ravens, is going to visit with the Commanders brass today because now he and Ben Johnson, the coordinator in Detroit, are available for interviews. There are only 2 open head coaching spots left, and we know they're in Washington and Seattle, so we'll see what happens there. But as we said, it's still hard to believe that Mike Macdonald and the Ravens. I know you are what you are. This kind of goes to the Dan Campbell conversation, but as you've said over and over, and it's true, in big games you break tendency. You can't let Travis Kelce carve you up. I mean, you just can't. That's the one thing you cannot let happen in the game.
Exactly.
And you did, and you let them get all the early momentum and tried to play your basic zone and did what you usually do, which is what Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes expected you to do. You didn't break any tendency, and so they went up and down the field on you in those first 2 drives. Then you had to adjust, but they'd already put 2 touchdowns on the board.
They'd already put 2 touchdowns on the board, and that really was the game
in
a nutshell. Because once the Chiefs once they had a double-digit lead, and none of us see the Chiefs melting down like that. The Chiefs don't do that. Patrick Mahomes, Andy Reid, Steve Spagnuolo, they don't have those melts. I can't think of it. I'm sure they have lost a double-digit lead, but it doesn't happen that often, especially in clutch time like that. So I knew the game was over. Once they got up big, I was like, this game's over.
Yeah.
I was like, the Ravens, because the Ravens are also they're kind of a front runner too. They play a front running style as well. And there was plenty of time in the game, but I just never saw the offense of the Ravens getting a rhythm. And man, the Chiefs played with so much poise on the road. They weren't unflappable. They really were.
I will give you these what the facts before we get to the top of the hour, but it's pretty eerie. The GOAT is Tom Brady, right?
Yeah, he is.
We know that. But in his first 6 years, Rod, 70-24 in the regular season. Patrick Mahomes 72-22, so almost identical. Playoff record through their first 6 years, Tom Brady was 12-2. Patrick Mahomes was 14-3. AFC championships, Tom Brady had 3. Patrick Mahomes now has 4. Their numbers almost identical through the first 6 seasons of their careers, and as we said a lot, I mean, can anybody ever pass Tom Brady in any of this stuff? Well, if Patrick Mahomes wants to play long enough, he probably has that ability at 28 years old.
That's unbelievable.
Because he is on that track, and he's going to play in another one. What did you make of Brock Purdy yesterday? What the fact? How about his performance in the second half? Especially his running, Rod.
Yeah.
How many big times in that second half when he saw coverage that he knew was man, he just took off. They didn't account for him. And 48 rushing yards don't jump off the stat page, but they were critical in big moments for the 49ers in that comeback.
No, in the second half, he threw for over 150 yards, rushed for, you said, over 48 yards, rushed for over 45 yards, had a completion percentage of 80%. and had 0 turnovers. He averaged 10 yards per rush, too. I mean, that's pretty damn good. No other QB in the last 30 years has been able to do that in a half, regular season and postseason. Give it up for Purdy.
Well, and unlike Lamar Jackson in Baltimore, he was extremely clutch at a big moment for his football team.
2 weeks in a row.
2 weeks in a row, and that's what we talk about. You know, MVPs and stats are one thing, but legacies are made in these games. And you know, Brock Purdy is backing up his coach and his organization that he's a clutch quarterback. Big time players make big plays in big games.
He's got the clutch gene.
And
it.
in the AFC game, Lamar Jackson didn't make those clutch plays and actually made a huge mistake. And obviously Brock Purdy was tremendous when it mattered most for the San Francisco 49ers. Mr. Irrelevant, taking his team to the Super Bowl to face potentially the GOAT.
That's never happened before.
No. We'll talk about it. We're only 1 hour into our 5-hour Monday conversation on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. Stick with us. Monday on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. Monday after the AFC and NFC Conference Championship games. Both were tremendous. Drama-filled, different styles of games. One was a heavyweight, low-scoring bare-knuckle brawl. The other one was a heavyweight, high-scoring shootout with a tremendous comeback for the San Francisco 49ers. We'll recap them both as we move forward, and we are. Rod will have his first rant of this Monday morning. Also get some bullisher BS for the end of the hour as we get you rolling on a Monday, the 29th of January, final few days of the first month of 2024, and our Super Bowl is set.
It's going to be a nice, I think it's going to be a nice matchup, but I said it earlier. I don't know if I'm picking it against Patrick Mahomes anymore. I've done it a couple of times, and every time I look foolish.
I told you.
So, yeah. I mean, at the start of the season, I like everybody else, my Super Bowl pick was 49ers and the Chiefs.
Yes, it was.
I just watched the Chiefs throughout the season with that wide receiving core, with that pedestrian, underwhelming wide receiving core, and I thought to myself, there's no damn way they're going to be able to get to the Super Bowl with that wide receiving core. And I watched the Ravens just annihilate the best teams in the NFL for down the stretch of the NFL season, and thought to myself, all right, new information. I think the Ravens might be able to take them. Best defense in the NFL with they're the only defense in NFL history, we talked about this, to lead the NFL in takeaways, in sacks, and scoring defense. They got home field advantage. They got a hell of a defensive coordinator in Mike McDonald, and they got the MVP. And the Chiefs look as weak as they've ever looked during this dynastic run. And I thought to myself, all right, I feel confident picking against Patrick Mahomes.
Too many data points were in a Ravens' favor.
Oh, it didn't matter. It didn't matter because all it mattered was that they had Patrick Mahomes, and Patrick Mahomes had the greatest tight end of all time to throw to, and the bromance between he and Kelsey, it just drove the offense. It lifted the offense to a higher level, even against a defense, the best defense in the league. So if that defense can't stop it, then there's no defense that really can stop it. You know what I mean? That between the Travis Kelsey, Patrick Mahomes connection, and they later in the game figured out a way to, kind of neutralize the Kansas City offense. But yeah, I don't pick against Patrick Mahomes again. I mean, it's foolish at this point to do it. I remember when I got to that point about Brady. I remember when I was like, no, I'm not picking against Brady. And I remember when I got to that point about Michael Jordan. He's kind of in that category now. I don't need the data points. I don't need the analysis anymore. I'm not picking against Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
It's just not smart. And you're right, Ty. You're right. You picked him the whole time, and that's why I should have never wavered. Should have stayed until I was like, no, they're going to find a way to win.
Find a way.
Because it's Patrick freaking Mahomes.
Well, somebody just texted and said, well, I heard all last week that it's the worst offense in the Mahomes era.
It is.
And they're not a good team. No one said they're not a good team.
Nobody said they weren't a good team.
They're a very good team. But it is the worst offense of the Mahomes era. And that's saying a lot because, this is – but this is where you give credit to the Chiefs and the organization because we talked about this really all year long and really for 2 years now. They understand they have a transcendently great quarterback. And, the initial thought would be, okay, well, let's just load up on offensive weapons and let Mahomes go to work. Well, no. They've gone to a very, I think, smart blueprint of, okay, let's rebuild the offensive line first. Then let's rebuild our defense. And then let's let our clutch quarterback win his games. But let our defense – this is what Brady and Belichick did for years and years and years, right? Mm-hmm. You have a great defense that'll, keep games low scoring and keep teams out of the end zone. And then you have a clutch quarterback who's going to make huge plays in big moments. And it's going to win you football games. It's a great recipe. It's a championship recipe in my mind, and they're replicating it. But this was a winnable game for Baltimore. Let's not confuse that. Baltimore had their opportunities in this football game, and they did not show that championship medal. They whiffed at an opportunity here where, yes, they gave up two quick touchdowns. Not quick, but two touchdowns on the first two drives. But they only gave up 3 points the rest of the way defensively. And the 3 points they gave up right before the half were their own fault. They gave up 30 yards in personal fouls to allow Harrison Butker to kick a field goal before the half. That was if you're, this is not like a John Harbaugh team. 2 15-yard penalties. They give you 30 yards because again, if you go back and watch the beginning of that drive, the Chiefs were ready to go to halftime.
They were going
to run the ball.
They were satisfied with what they had done.
It was 14-7.
Yeah.
They knew they were getting the ball coming out of half, and 2 15-yard penalties, put it out towards midfield, and then it just took one completion to get you into field goal range to Kelsey, of course. And next thing you know, they've got 17 on the board. But that's all they scored. And in the second half, the opportunities were there for the Ravens, and they couldn't take advantage of them. And as I said earlier, between those two quick touchdowns and then the 25-yard pass to clinch it, the Chiefs only gained 38 yards more than they gave up in penalty yardage. Mm-hmm. They were so undisciplined yesterday. It was very un-John Harbaugh-like for a team. And you take 95 penalty yards, 8 penalties for 95 yards on top of 2 red zone turnovers, Rod, and you whiff at an opportunity to go to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, like I said, those essentially the interception late by Lamar Jackson, that cost them points. The Zay Flowers fumble on the goal line, that's your points. And then I think you're right, the unraveling of they really, you can tell, you really could tell that the Ravens hadn't been that deep in the playoffs as a team overall. Their inexperience just showed. I mean, it was
Zay Flowers in particular.
Yeah, Zay Flowers. I mean, all the guys, right? It's crazy that Van Noy, because Van Noy actually has playoff experience. He was with the Patriots for years. But, that early penalty by him and Travis Kelce laughing because he had drawn a penalty, an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty, because he knew. And I think in that moment, and I bet it'll come out later when the Chiefs talk about it, I think in that moment they knew, oh, man, these guys are way too emotional. These guys are overly emotional, and it worked against them. And I think they were playing off of the emotion of the crowd. That was they hadn't hosted a AFC title game in that stadium. They were on an emotional high, and I think it worked against them. And it was something that the Chiefs used, because the Chiefs were poised, and in those big moments, you can tell their experience showed. The fact that they had been there already, they did not panic. That was a team that did not let the pressure of the moment get to them. The pressure got to the Ravens. It's pretty obvious.
Yeah,
they folded under the pressure.
And that Kyle Van Noy play you're just talking about happened right before half. That was one of those 15-yard penalties that allowed the kick. Because it was 14-7. I mean, because Lamar Jackson did respond to the opening touchdown with a touchdown to Zay Flowers of his own. It was a good ball game. And that's to the point of the worst offense in the Mahomes era, and that this Chiefs team was right to be beat. I mean, it really was. They were there, and the Ravens couldn't go take it from them. The fumble at the goal line, the inexplicable Lamar Jackson, interception into triple coverage, a throw you just can't make in a playoff game. You can't make that game. They can't make the throw in a regular season game.
I don't know
much as a playoff game. Those are just things you can't do. And it again. This was a Chiefs team that was resilient and tough and poised, but they were there to be beaten. But kind of like the Bills had their chances to go beat that team and couldn't. That's what's Rudy Tomjanovich. You never underestimate the heart of a champion. You got to beat the champ. And they were unable to do that, and give the Chiefs a ton of credit.
Great game plan by Andy Reid. Great game plan by Spagnuolo. Great execution by Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce. I mean, and Chris Jones. Their big time players show up though. They don't have a lot of them in terms of the big time elite players. They just got a few, but they always make plays. Chris Jones is making plays all over the field. And they, I will say this about the Chiefs. They have a different blueprint. It looks very different than it did when they started this dynastic run. But they just reinvented themselves, and they found a way. Now they're kind of built off Spags' defense that keeps them in the games, like you said. And then the offense, it's really about converting for them. They went from, remember, they used to be an offense that had more deep passes down the field than anybody else, with Tyreek Hill and all the speed on the field with Travis Kelce. And now they're an offense that's really just about putting together sustained drives and ball control.
Yeah.
Well,
I do think, really well. Well, I do think the scary part for teams like the Ravens and the Bills and everybody in the AFC is they will add more offensive weaponry this offseason. They will add more, and this will be, and then they'll have more weaponry to go with that defense, which is very young in the secondary.
You got to figure out the Chris Jones thing.
Chris Jones, he needs to be
there.
He needs to get paid.
They need to pay him.
But they've drafted guys like George Karlaftis and, of course, Charles Omenihu with a strip sack fumble yesterday that was critical before he got hurt in that game. So they're a well-built team, and this was the year to get him, I guess would be my point. This would have been the year, especially for a team like the Ravens, who had him in their building with the opportunity. And they couldn't do it. They weren't up to it with Lamar Jackson. And meanwhile, over in the NFC, you had Brock Purdy and the 49ers rallying. Let's get to the quick headlines, get you caught up on the news of the morning. Then Rod's going to have a rant. We've got you all your conversations covered this morning. Obviously, the Super Bowl is set. Top stories brought to you by Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment. And, it was NFC and AFC Championship Sunday. Over in the NFC last night, how about the Detroit Lions? They roared out to a 24-7 halftime lead over top-seeded San Francisco, but Kyle Shanahan's 49ers responded. Great adjustments at the half, and they scored 27 straight points in the second half to erase the deficit and then held on for a 34-31 win. Niners quarterback Brock Purdy led 5 second-half scoring drives, 3 went for touchdowns. He finished with 267 yards through the air, also rushed for 48 yards, which were crucial, and send San Francisco to the Super Bowl for the 8th time in franchise history. As we've talked about, their opponent there will be Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs, who held on for a 17-10 win on the road in Baltimore. Kansas City scored on their first 2 touchdowns. To put 14 points on the board. They kicked a field goal just before half, and the stingy Chiefs defense did the rest. They held Lamar Jackson and the Ravens to its lowest offensive output of the year, forced 2 huge fourth-quarter turnovers to preserve the win. Super Bowl 54, 2 weeks from yesterday in Las Vegas. Also from football over the weekend, plenty of news from that coaching carousel, which is spinning quickly. How about the Philadelphia Eagles? After tabbing Vic Fangio to coordinate their defense, they have added former Cowboys and Chargers offensive coordinator Kellen Moore to take control of the offensive side. 35-year-old was blocked from all interviews until the Chargers hired Jim Harbaugh late last week. New Falcons head coach Raheem Morris, meanwhile, has hired L.A. Rams quarterback coach and passing game coordinator Zach Robinson to be his new OC. In Buffalo, the Bills removed the interim tag from their offensive coordinator Joe Brady, gave him the full-time role. Of course, Brady took over for the Bills on offense when Ken Dorsey was fired on November 14th. Buffalo won 6 of their last 7 games to claim the AFC East title. Ken Dorsey, meanwhile, was hired by the Cleveland Browns to be their new offensive coordinator. In college football, Michigan officially promoted offensive coordinator and offensive line coach Sharon Moore to replace Jim Harbaugh as head coach. The school announced on Saturday, 37-year-old agrees to a 5-year contract. And how about from the high school coaching ranks? After retiring as the head coach at Westlake 2 years ago, the Hall of Famer Todd Dodge has announced he is coming back to coaching. He's accepted the head coaching position at Lucas Lovejoy High School up in the DFW Metroplex north of Plano. 61-year-old will start his new position today. Texas basketball, after their loss at BYU on Saturday, quick turnaround for Rodney Terry and the Longhorns. They will host Houston tonight at 8 o'clock. That game tips fourth-ranked Houston, the fourth consecutive ranked opponent the Longhorns will have faced. They've gone 2-1 so far. Texas women, meanwhile, rebounded from their midweek loss last week to Oklahoma. They took down Cincinnati 67-50.
Such a great game plan by Steve Spagnuolo, the defensive coordinator for Kansas City. I mean, Lamar Jackson just was – they never got in a rhythm. Even that big play they had to Zay Flowers, I mean, he kept that play alive for, 7.5 seconds, something like that, almost 8 seconds. And that was an off-schedule play, but they were never in a rhythm. They never were able to consistently find success with any concept. Right? Nothing really worked. For the Chiefs, Travis Kelce, right? Finding the soft spots in his zone, worked consistently. I mean, never had an incompletion throwing to Travis Kelce, finding the soft spots in the zone. The Ravens never had that. They never had anything on offense that they could rely on, that they could go back to, and just getting to the point where Steve Spagnuolo kept them guessing. Lamar Jackson, even the quarterback running game never really worked. They did not give themselves a chance. You talked about the stats about the running game overall. But then the passing game, they thought they'd be able to throw. And I think they thought they'd be able to throw kind of quick, high percentage passes against the Chiefs. And they never did. I mean, nothing ever really worked for them. And then they shot themselves in the foot a lot. Obviously, they've been their own worst enemy. But you got to give Spagnuolo a lot of credit. And he was fantastic. That was a great game. That was one of the best. That's probably the best game plan against Lamar Jackson all season long.
Yep, I mean, as good as the Ravens' defense was this year, number one in all those categories, but the Chiefs were right there behind them, and they've really rebuilt this defense, and they are so good in coverage. That's, again, why it's confusing to me with the Ravens. A lot of things confusing. Dan Campbell shouldn't be confused, but not taking field goals when they're there. But for the Ravens to only hand the ball to running back 6 times in the whole game, I mean, I said this last week, how am I going to try to beat this team that covers so well? My receivers are good, but this group in Kansas City has covered even better wide receiver cores than yours. But you got to run the ball. I mean, you got to control the ground. You got to keep your team on schedule. They handed the ball to a running back 6 times in the entire game. It was a 1-score game for a majority of the game. Yeah. It's like, what are we doing? Yeah. I mean, that's a fail on Baltimore's side, and it plays right into Steve Spagnuolo's game plan. It really did. Because they're able to keep them off schedule, and then the pass rush can get home on 2nd and 3rd and longs, and the coverage. I mean, there weren't a lot of open receivers, and that's what Kansas City specializes in. With McDuffie and LJ Sneed and all these guys are really good in that back secondary. All right, so good stuff with Baltimore and Kansas City, San Francisco. Rod, your guy Kyle Shanahan's. They're calling them the Shanahorns. The Shanahorns.
I like that.
Beat Dan Campbell and the Aggies, and that was for a lot of Longhorns. That was the rooting interest in that game last night. Longhorn at head coach versus an Aggie at head coach, and the Longhorn gets the win in a great game, 34-31. Can we get to Rod's first rant of this Monday morning?
Rod's rant of the day is.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore!
Find out what happens when people stop being polite
and start getting real.
You ain't keeping it real.
My God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
Oh, you've done it now. It's time for Rod's Rant of the Day.
Hold on to your butts.
All right, I just want to keep talking about the championship games, obviously, since we're segueing to the NFC title game between the 49ers and the Detroit Lions. I want to stay there. Talk about Brock Purdy a little bit. I mean, so the last 2 games, he's basically been mediocre to pedestrian for that first half or even the first 3 quarters of that game versus Green Bay. He was mediocre to average to below average versus Detroit in the first half. But then the last 7 minutes against Green Bay, after they were down 21-17, Purdy completed 6 of 7 passes for 49 yards. Niners went 69 yards in 12 plays, beat the Packers 24-21, got the game-winning drive touchdown. First win for Shano in that situation where you're down 5 to 8 points in the fourth quarter, having to go win it because the 49ers famously, under Shano, they have built that team to get a lead and choke you out. So not really meant to come from behind, and yet Purdy did it against Green Bay. And then the second half against Detroit, he's very average to below average, pedestrian in the first half. In the second half, while they're down 24-7, 17 points, Purdy accounted for 223 yards and led San Fran to 24 second half margin over the first 27 minutes of the half. After the break, he completed 13 of 16 for 174 yards and a touchdown. He had 4 rushes for 49 yards. So in 2 playoff games in that stretch, all right, after the basically the last 7 minutes against Green Bay and the second half against Detroit when he's down 17 points to Detroit, and he is down 21-17 to Green Bay. You're talking about him being 19 of 23 in that stretch for 284 passing / rushing yards, combine them, and season on the line, game-winning drive opportunities, and in a clutch moments. So I don't know how you feel about Purdy. I know some people really, they think Purdy is very limited, and that Purdy he will be exposed at one point, and maybe he will be, and maybe he's being exposed right now, because against these high-level, really good teams, you haven't seen them put together, a consistent, complete game. But, man, there's something about Purdy in clutch time that's pretty freaky. And he's doing stuff for the 49ers that really Shano hasn't been able to solve, which is when you're down in the fourth quarter, and have to have a manufacture a game-winning drive or a clutch moment. He hasn't really been able to do that prior to this postseason. And when he's down double digits, this is the first win, I believe, for my man Shano when he's been down more than 14 points and been able to come back and win it. And it just doesn't happen a lot with his system. It's because the 49ers are just not constructed that way. But Purdy gives you that ability. So that is it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, that's if he continues. I don't like the fact that they get down because I think for the 49ers, that's a dangerous place to be. But now it's not as troublesome because before Purdy, they hadn't been able to come back in those situations. But now with Purdy, for whatever reason, he allows them to have that clutch gene to be able to come back, even if it's down double digits against good teams. That is not something that the 49ers, even with Shano, have been able to do. The 49ers, that was the largest deficit overcome, the 17-point halftime deficit, the largest in conference championship history. So, I mean, nobody really overcomes a deficit like that.
No, it's hard. I mean, it's hard to criticize Purdy at this point because of the clutch gene. I mean, that's really what it's about. And look, they've got great individual players on that team. We know that. I mean, Christian McCaffrey's an elite player, maybe the best running back in the game. The play Brandon Ayuk made on the tip drill, 51-yard catch was just a remarkable individual effort and play. Debo's, a great player. Kittle's a great player. We know this, but, it's the quarterback that stirs the drink. The quarterback has to make the plays. And if you compare, the Brock Purdy versus who's the guy who's going to be the MVP and Lamar Jackson yesterday, I don't think it's even close of which quarterback rose up and made plays for his team when they need him and need him most. Lamar Jackson made critical mistakes in the biggest of moments, which prevented it, or helped prevent his team from winning. Brock Purdy made plays.
He did.
Whether it was scrambling for 48 big yards, making big throws, converting, and leading the comeback. I mean, I think the Lions helped a lot with Dan Campbell's coaching decisions, but at the same time, Brock Purdy rose up, and whatever draft pick he was, wherever he was, whatever the doubt is, I think it's not going to be eliminated for everybody. But man, these last 2 weeks in clutch time, he's been huge.
He will, and
he kind of saved his team.
He did. That is the first win in the last 2 years for the 49ers when they were down at least 14 points. In Shadow's career, he's now 3-30 straight up when down at least 14 points as a head coach. He was 2-29 going into that moment. So, he's not over, but man, it's usually when the 49ers are down double digits under Shadow, that's all she wrote. They are evolving with Purdy right now.
Yeah, because you can trust him. I mean, think about it. You could argue that Kyle Shanahan's team has been outplayed the last 2 weeks.
They have
still
been.
Won because of Brock Purdy.
That's the scary thing.
Yeah.
Because it's because of Purdy they've been outplayed, but also because of Purdy they won.
Yep.
He's both. The
Yep.
reason they were outplayed and the reason they won. So I'm not really sure. Some people are saying he's being exposed, and maybe he is, but he's still finding a way to win in clutch time.
Yeah.
So I will admit he has not played great the entire game, but when the game's on the line, he's played his best football. So I'm sure Shano's a little stressed out about it. But like I said, it's showing that he may have the clutch gene. He may not be a great player overall, but he's got the clutch gene, and that's important.
Yeah,
it's important, man.
Well, I mean, again, not to make everything about the Cowboys here, but we are in Texas. I mean,
No.
if Dak Prescott had the clutch gene each of the last 2 years, they probably would have beaten the 49ers, right? With the ball and a chance to go down and put something in the end zone. Brock Purdy's already shown it on 2 occasions this playoff run because, of course, last year he got them to the NFC Championship game, then got hurt very early in the Eagles game, so we didn't get to see any clutch gene from him last year with the Eagles on their way to the Super Bowl. But this year it's been on full display and very impressive for sure, because those are the moments you have to rise up. And that's why I feel bad for Lions fans today, because I feel like their coach, who I like a lot, and Dan Campbell, hurt his football team yesterday. Being himself, I get it. But, it wasn't like Jared Goff and the Lions were terrible in the second half. They moved the ball on several occasions. They had the big fumble. They had the 1-3 and out where they didn't move the ball at all. But Jared Goff was still moving his team. They were and, you just need to take those field goals, take those points, give your team a chance. And I get it. This is what you do. But, in the anatomy of a comeback or a collapse, typically the offense and the defense collapse. In this case, I didn't think the Lions' offense was terrible in the second half. It wasn't as good as it was in the first half, but they were still moving the football. Their coach, didn't take field goals when they were presented to him, and they ended up losing this game. But the Niners, went and took it. That was really impressive the way they, turned it on in the third quarter, and then to outscore a team at one point, in a playoff game, in the final 4 teams, to go on a 27-0 spurt. That's really impressive.
Yeah, no, it is. Like I said, I'm not a huge Purdy fan. I respect Purdy, but everybody's got to respect that he may have the clutch gene, and like you said, Dak doesn't have it. People are questioning Lamar Jackson's clutch gene right now.
Josh Allen.
So I'm not saying he's a better. Those guys are better players than him overall, but man, not all of them can perform at their best and be clutch in critical moments. He's been that.
He's been huge.
He's been that.
This says, guys, another pair of Big 12 quarterbacks in the Super Bowl. That's right. Yeah, well, we have Big 12 quarterbacks and
Patrick Mahomes. That's going to be the case for a while. So, right? I mean, that's because of Patrick Mahomes. That's the case for a while.
Yeah, Iowa State and Texas Tech hooking up in the Super Bowl this time around.
Well, Texas fans, y'all can't be claiming they're the Big 12 no more. I mean, y'all pretty much done with it.
It's SEC now.
Yeah, exactly. You're pretty much done with that. I mean, you can brag about it if you want to, I guess. But
we still got a baseball season to run through the Big 12.
I guess you got
till
June. I guess you got till June.
July 1st. July 1st.
Okay, you got till July
1st is the official. We are now a member of the SEC date.
Yeah.
All right, we'll come back. Good stuff from Rod's Rant. We'll take your thoughts on Championship Sunday, the games, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Also, that coaching carousel. If you're a Cowboys fan, what say you about Kellen Moore now running the offense in Philadelphia with Vic Fangio on the defensive side? Want Rod's thoughts on that coming up. And yesterday in Baltimore, we heard from Jim Harbaugh for the first time since he accepted the head coaching job of the L.A. Chargers. We'll hear some of that coming up. Also, bullish or BS for the end of the hour. Took him up with Ian Rodby.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers, Hook 'em Up, 1019 AM 1260, The Horn.
Oh, man, what a weekend. Super Bowl 58 is set. It's a rematch of Super Bowl 54. Looking forward to it already. Kyle Shanahan and the Niners against Patrick Mahomes, Andy Reid, and the Chiefs. And a lot of folks weighing in on the the text line, 512-447-3776. Says Dan Campbell went full Dan Gamble. That's true. Dan Campbell's not going to win championships making decisions like that. If he was doing that in Dallas, he'd be hated. Well, he has done that all year in Detroit. It's how he thinks. I mean, if you watch the Lions, when they cross midfield, they feel like they're in four-down territory, and that's the way they've operated. I will say, watching this game yesterday with a lifelong Lions fan, a buddy of mine, I said at half, I go, Matt, if they get into field goal, he's got to kick. If you're up 17 on the road with a chance to go to the Super Bowl, this is where you say, Rod, break tendency.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know what you are, but at the same time, you need points. If you have an opportunity to get points, keep adding points. Don't not add points. And he did it twice. He did it in the third quarter. He did it in the fourth quarter. And, man, ended up in a 3-point game. Obviously, those are critical decisions a coach makes that can help his football team, because you knew the Niners were going to make a push. You knew the Niners weren't going to go down without a fight on their home field. And you just got to keep trying to add points, which they had 2 opportunities to do so after nice drives and came away with nothing in both occasions. He says he doesn't regret it because that's who they are, but at the same time, I think in time, because, who knows? I mean, they look like a young team that can be back here again and again, but it's NFL football. You just never know.
Yeah, you don't. I mean, I'm with you. I think the first one I fully supported. The second one I do think.
Because I would have tied the game back at 27.
Yeah, based on the situation and the circumstance, you probably should have decided to be a little bit more judicious about that decision. But yeah, I mean, Dan Campbell, that's who he is. That is, he coaches with an emotional edge, and we saw that in the Cowboys game too, right? Even after that, he kept being backed up because of penalties.
And he lost.
And he lost, exactly. And so, I mean, I'm not shocked. I watch a lot of Detroit Lions football because that's one of my teams.
Yep. And
he's been like that all year, man. Once they pass the 50, they play 4-down football, and it's worked out for them most of the season. I'm not going to criticize him in the biggest moment for him doubling down on who he is, but I do say in big games, you got to break tendency. You got to find a way to do it. I think in that moment, that was the perfect time to do it, and there's a good chance you'd be playing in the Super Bowl, or at least you had a better chance to. You're giving yourself more life.
Sure. The second one especially. The first one came in the third quarter.
The first one, honestly.
But this is the one after you had given up the lead now. Now it's 27-24.
Yeah, now you know the momentum is not on your side.
Yes, and you have a chance to get the game back tied.
Yes.
Stem some momentum.
Yep.
And instead, when you didn't get it and you allowed the Niners to stop it, it gave them all the momentum. That game was over when you didn't get that first down. And, that's the kind of stuff a head coach can help his team, because you're trying to fight the momentum bug, right? You're trying to because look, think about the Chiefs. I mean, I'm still sitting here thinking, if you tell me before the game starts that the Chiefs in this game are going to score 17 total points and they're not going to score a point in the second half,
you'd be like, they're going to lose.
I'd have told you the Ravens are winning all day.
Yep.
All day. But the Ravens self-destructed. They made dumb mistakes. They fumbled the ball at the goal line. They threw an interception when you can't. I mean, and so credit to the Chiefs defense, but at the same time, I felt like it was, and that's what I didn't see the Lions do. I don't think the Lions cratered like I watched the Ravens do on their home field. The Lions they didn't play as good in the second half as they did in the first. They had a fumble that was critical to the comeback. But then those two decisions, I think, really, the head coach hurt his team. But you said it, Rod. That's what they do. Mm-hmm. Speaking of head coaches, 2 quick stories, Rod. I want your thoughts on it, Ty. Ty, are you surprised that your coach in high school, Todd Dodge, is coming back to coach high school football again at the age of 61? That was announced over the weekend. Lucas Lovejoy, which is a program up there in Collin County, up north of Plano. Todd Dodge is coming back to take over as the athletic director and the head coach. They went 12-2 a year ago, and he's ready to take the reins of another program. Mm-hmm. South Lake Carroll, Marble Falls, Westlake. Are you surprised at all by this, Ty?
I'm not. I know he still had the itch to coach, and I probably just waiting for the perfect opportunity. I probably the initial thought when he left Westlake that he was done, spend some more time with the family, but as we all know, you can't keep a ball coach away from his whistle for too long.
Yeah, and you know what? He even said it to Dave Campbell's Texas Football. The big part of it is, his son Riley coaches at Southlake Carroll now, and they've got grandkids.
Mm-hmm.
And part of his retirement here at Westlake is he wanted to spend more time with his grandkids, and so now he gets to do both. He can coach because that's not super far from Southlake Carroll,
There you go.
right? Both in the Metroplex, so he can coach there, and the Itch, as you say, he's a 7-time state champion. But he takes over a program that's pretty good in a good place. Their head coach departed to become the offensive coordinator at Stephen F. Austin.
There you go.
So he's going to the college level, and Todd Dodge is like, well, this is a good job. It's right where I want to be, and up here in Collin County, and so he can be around his grandkids. Good for Todd. We'll try to talk to him at some point this week. He actually starts today. He said, because they said, when do you start? He said, today.
Wow.
Monday.
We need you right away.
Yeah, he's the AD, and remember, UIL realignment is coming here in early February, where they realign the districts again.
And that's in the
every 2
DFW area too, right?
Yeah, it's everywhere.
Man,
All of those-
that arms race up there.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah, so good for Coach Dodge. Also, Jim Harbaugh is the new head coach of the L.A. Chargers. That came down last week. Of course, Michigan named Sharon Moore his replacement at Michigan. And, he apparently highly recommended the Michigan hire Sharon Moore to take over as he moves on. But this was yesterday, Rod, before the AFC Championship game. Obviously, Jim Harbaugh was in Baltimore to root on his brother and the Ravens. And Bill Cowher asked Jim Harbaugh, was it a tough decision to leave? How tough was the decision to leave your alma mater? And why did you make the move back to the NFL?
It was tough. I was torn. My wife, kids. I love Michigan, but I love the NFL too. And there's no Lombardi Trophy in college football. And I got so many sands left in the hourglass, and I want to take a crack at that. And there's nowhere better to do it than with the Los Angeles Chargers. Susie Spanos, Dean Spanos, Ed McGuire, John Spanos, and this great quarterback.
Oh yeah, so have you talked to him?
I have, and I met him. And Derwin James, I mean, pros, these guys, Keenan Allen. But I was a little starstruck.
Yeah. So
Justin.
So maybe some of the Chargers are out there have not talked to you or met with you yet. What's that first meeting going to be like with Jim Harbaugh? What's the culture you want to build with LA?
I'll tell you what, I'm probably going to reference this right here. We work together, we win together, and it's worth it. I mean, the hard work, the sacrifice, the pressure, all of it. Why would somebody put themselves through that? Because the rewards are just so darn good. And you can see that today. And what a football game we're going to have today.
Hey, so do you have any advice for John Harbaugh? Did your brothers? You talk to your brother today?
They got him ready. I was around the team last night. I mean, it's confident. They're not overconfident. They had a great week of practice. There's an edge. I mean, this is a team that's paid the price. So is Kansas City. I mean, spectacular. Mahomes is going to be Mahomes. Lamar's going to be Lamar today. I mean, it's going to be a whale of a game. This is football weather. Nice tack on the ball, but there's going to be some hitting going on today.
So if you have any ideas when you go down to
Thank you, Ty. There's Jim Harbaugh. He liked that quarterback. The sands of the hourglass for Tisler was the right time. He's 60 now.
Yep.
There's no Lombardi Trophy in college football, which means college football is nice, but the NFL is the mountaintop.
Yes, it is.
And I don't have one of those, and I'd like one.
Okay.
And I have a really good quarterback.
Yeah, and he came close before, so we know he can do it.
Hey,
get him there.
Well, and I would say this:
Got a hell of a division, though. He's got to battle through.
Shanahan, McVay, the McShanahan division.
Yeah,
which also now includes Kyler Murray and the Cardinals. I'll say this: if you go back to his first year in San Francisco as a head coach, Rod, they surprised a lot of people and went 13-3.
Mm-hmm.
That was with Alex Smith.
Yep.
Alex Smith played his best football in that little era before he even went to Kansas City. They went 13-3, then 11-4, then 12-4, and then that was development of Colin Kaepernick.
Yep.
And all of a sudden, they're playing in the Super Bowl. I would say this, Rod. I mean, Ty, you can tell us what when the futures bets come out of over/under win totals for the Chargers next year. I don't know what it is yet, but I would take the over. That team's going to overachieve. That team's going to get a lot better. Quick.
Yeah, no, I agree with you on that. That's actually an interesting bet. What the over/under is going to be, especially in that division. Though,
yeah, that's right.
Where you got to go up against Kansas City and Patrick Mahomes.
The Chargers are at 9.5. Over under 9.5 wins.
I'll take 17 games. I'll take the over on that.
I said McShanahan. I'm talking about Andy Reid and Sean Payton in that division. But yeah, I mean, I was looking at San Francisco. That's where he was when he first was coaching. But you're right. I mean, the expectation when he took over for San Francisco was going to be a bit of a rebuild. And they went 13-3. Jim Harbaugh, that team has a lot of talent. They've got some cap issues that they got to work through. but they've got the fifth pick overall in the draft. So that team will get better real quick. That's just what he does.
It is what he does, and I think
it's a great motivator.
And he wins right away. And yeah, the toughest part is already done for him. And his quarterbacks, you just pointed out, and some people don't even think that Colin Kaepernick is worthy of being a starter in this league. Well, he started at Super Bowl. So what does that say about Jim Harbaugh's ability to develop quarterbacks if nobody believes that guy's a starter? I'm not getting into that conversation. We don't want to talk about it. We're just talk about, like you said, the quarterbacks who seem to be able to achieve under him and within, obviously within his tutelage. And he's a quarterback guy. So I think Justin Herbert probably should be the happiest of anyone that he's coming to LA, is because he as a quarterback has ultimately underachieved. And even though he's shown flashes, the narrative about Justin Herbert is he's just not good enough. But honestly, if you've watched him, most of that is the organization around him. That is really dragging down his talent level. Yeah. And I think you bring in a guy like Jim Harbaugh who can coach up the players around him. He'll make sound draft picks too, but they got a brand of football they're going to play. Everybody knows Jim Harbaugh brings a brand of football and identity. And I couldn't tell you what the hell the Chargers' identity has been the last decade. I don't even know what it's been.
Missing kicks, blowing leads is their identity.
Chargering.
It became a verb. Which they do there. Yeah, I mean, that you're right about Justin Herbert being the happiest guy because he's going to get challenged, though. I mean, he's going to be forced to, asked to play his best football. Yeah. And this is typically what Jim Harbaugh does. And, some would say at Michigan, it never clicked until he had his quarterback, right? And J.J. McCarthy finally emerges, and he goes 27-2 over, the last 30 games. They win the national championship, and we'll see. But that's interesting now that Harbaugh is back in, and he's in the same conference as his brother.
And speaking of the Chargers, so Kellen Moore is ousted because there's a coaching change to the Chargers. 1 year there, a lot of people believe that Justin Herbert had a down year under Kellen Moore. And Dak, after 1 year removed from Kellen Moore's offensive coordinator and play calling, he has an MVP caliber year where he's going to finish potentially, second or third in the MVP or something like that. His best season. And now the Eagles hiring Kellen Moore. Yeah, we got to talk about this.
Yeah,
it's very intriguing.
It is intriguing that this is Howie Roseman and the Eagles' direction, right?
Howie Roseman's great. He's awesome.
Yeah, Vic Fangio. I can't argue with him. But Kellen Moore.
I like Kellen Moore's offense, though. I do
too.
But there's no argument with what's happened to Dak and what's happened to Justin Herbert in the last 2 years. That's a negative reflection on him.
Yeah. Well, we'll take your thoughts on all those things. Todd Dodge is coming back to high school, one of the legends in the high school coaching realm. And Jim Harbaugh back to the NFL. Sharon Moore takes over at Michigan, and now Kellen Moore to the Philadelphia Eagles. And, yes, we have our Super Bowl. The season extends for the Niners and the Chiefs. Season over for the Lions and the Ravens. We're talking about it with you. We'll get some bullish or BS coming back on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B.
Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. My friends at Apple Leasing. Matter of fact, Apple Leasing can make your traffic experience a little bit better because if you're in traffic, well, you're probably miserable in traffic. That's okay. But if you're in traffic in a car that you actually love, in a car that you want to be in a car that brings you a little bit of joy, then maybe your traffic experience is a little bit better. So Apple Leasing can help you out with that. Apple Leasing has the ability to put you in any make or model vehicle that you want. The professionals over at Apple Leasing can help you get the price you want, the payment you want on the car you want. If you're trying to lease a new car, it can be a really stressful process. Navigating the car market can be really a headache, right? It can be time consuming. There's a lot of stress involved with it, and you don't want to have to worry about that. That's where Apple Leasing comes in. You reach out to Apple Leasing, you give them all of the requirements for your new car that you want, right? You give them the color you want, the make, the model. You let them know if you want an SUV or if you want a sedan. You let them know what your price point is, what's your budget. You let them know what kind of lease you're in right now. They can get you in a better lease. You give them all the parameters, and they will do all the heavy lifting. They'll go out, they'll do all the research for you. They'll go out and vet all the dealers for you, and they'll find you the right price on the perfect car for you and your family. That's what Apple Leasing does really well. They've been doing it for almost 40 years here in Austin. All it takes is one phone call from you, and you'll get a quote on any make or model vehicle that you want. They can even give you an estimate on the value of your trade-in right over the phone. They have what they call a simple interest easy lease, and that's exactly as it's described. It's simple and it's easy. It's going to make your life a whole lot easier because it's going to give you a lot more flexibility, which is going to give you more possibilities and options to help you find a vehicle that fits you best, but more importantly, the vehicle that fits your budget best. Everything seems overpriced these days. That's why leasing makes more sense than ever. You're only paying for the part of the car you're actually using. My friends at Apple Leasing, they know that time is money, and they're going to save you both. They're going to save you time, money, and find you tremendous value. So give them a call, 512-346-9977. They get all the same discounts and all the same incentives that the dealers do, except my friends at Apple Leasing, they pass those savings on to you, the customer. So give them a call, 512-346-9977, or visit appleleasing.com. That's appleleasing.com.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers. Hook 'em up. 1019 AM 1260. The Horn.
We are the Bears, shuffling crew, shuffling on down, doing it for you. We're so bad, we know we're good, blowing your mind like we knew we would. You know we're just strutting for fun.
Oh, man, we're playing the Super Bowl Shuffle on a Monday. That's old school.
That is
that
old
Super
school.
Bowl was in New Orleans. This Super Bowl's in Vegas, both party towns. Get ready for a party. Niners and Chiefs. And Rod Bullisher BS time. I got a question on both of these games here coming up, but also
Let's do it.
this. So far in the playoffs, as the Kansas City Chiefs have faced high-powered offenses in Miami, high-powered offense in Buffalo, and a high-powered offense in Baltimore, and they've won all three games. And if you're looking at the point totals, the Dolphins scored 7 points. Bills scored 24. Baltimore scored 10. And the defense has been the key, along with Patrick Mahomes and clutch play by the Chiefs. But pretty impressive. And now they've started the Chiefs have a 1-point underdog in Super Bowl 58 to the San Francisco 49ers. What side of this are you bullish on as we sit here this morning, Rod?
I'm not picking against Patrick Mahomes. I told you that. I'm done. I'm not picking again. He's in that category now. He's, like Tom Brady. I remember when I got to that point about Tom Brady, got to that point about MJ. No matter what the data points tell me and what my analysis tells me, I'm going to go with Patrick Mahomes. He's just that good.
He's just that good.
He is just that. He's at that point now where the advantages that the check, obviously the boxes that are checked for the Ravens. I thought the Ravens had the advantage in this matchup, and I still think they do. I think
After watching the game, I still think they had more advantages.
No, the biggest advantage that Kansas City has is they got the best quarterback on the planet, and it makes that big of a difference. So I'm not picking against him. I remember when I picked against Patrick Mahomes a few times I have, and it's made me look silly. I've only done it like twice, but it makes me look silly every time, and that made me look silly.
Yeah,
he's just that good.
Yeah, but you can't say one without the other at this point. I don't think. You have to say Patrick Mahomes. You also have to say the Chiefs' defense has been huge and have really risen up and allowed this to become.
That's true.
A Super Bowl caliber team, because they did only score 17 points. They didn't score a point in the second half against this Ravens defense, but didn't matter because the defense made huge plays. But so you're early bullish on the Chiefs. I agree with you.
I'm going to take them.
I know, Ty, where you were just the early one. Essentially, it's a pick 'em game. It's a 1-point line either way, over under a 47.5. You have an early bullish lean on Super Bowl 58.
I'm sticking with my Chiefs pick.
Yep, you should. But you know what? Now we got this new storyline because the Chiefs defense has been able to handle Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, and Tua. Now they get Brock Purdy. This should be the easiest of the assignments.
Should be, yes.
But there's something about this kid, man.
It's something about him in clutch time, though. But he's going up against Patrick Mahomes, and I don't think anybody's more clutch than Patrick Mahomes.
You're right about that.
So we're talking about Purdy's clutch gene, which he has shown the last 2 weeks. I'll take Patrick Mahomes' clutch gene over his clutch gene.
I think Patrick Mahomes is going to play well, but this game's going to be about the run game for the Chiefs. I think Isaiah Pacheco is going to thrash that San Francisco front. They've looked abysmal in the past few weeks.
Especially on the edge. I told y'all Detroit was going to hit him on the edge.
Over and over.
Man, they just
pounded
him
in the first half when their Bun Johnson, their young offensive coordinator, it was really cool. They were running. They brought in their backup right tackle, and then they were to play right tackle.
Using Penei Sewell.
And then they're using Penei Sewell as kind of
tight end. H-back.
Golly, and he was leading the gap. That guy's so athletic. But 6-0 line package, but you're doing it with a guy, and you're moving him around like an H-back.
Oh, yeah,
it was like, holy cow.
It's scary.
And Dan Skipper, the guy they bring in, he's 6'10".
Yeah, he's a good player. That's why the second half performance for the Lions was disappointing. They didn't, but then they made some adjustments to it. But this is where Andy Reid, you're bullish on Andy Reid with 2 weeks to prepare. One of the things they've done here, realizing we don't have the weaponry on the outside that we normally would have, and our receivers haven't developed where we need them. They've gone to as you heard Tony Romo talking about a lot, they've gone to this 3 tight end package, Rod. They've gone heavy. They run the ball with Pacheco, and then it's about, Patrick Mahomes, dissecting, keeping drives alive, and making plays. And then it's about this defense. And credit to Patrick Mahomes, who's realized, wait a second, I don't have to win this game. I just have to not make big mistakes and, find my guy Travis Kelce over and over again.
Yeah, I mean they got a 6-game postseason winning streak right now. He hasn't thrown an interception in those 6 games, guys.
Yeah,
he's he's only been sacked. He's been sacked, I believe. I think it's been sacked 5 times in those 6 games, but hasn't thrown an interception at all. During their 6-game postseason win streak, he's playing the best teams in the NFL, guys.
Yeah, no, best defense.
Best defense in the league, best coaches, and he's at his best. So that he does not make many mistakes.
He does not.
It just maybe 1 or 2 a game.
And then when they need a huge throw like he did to Kelce, when that Travis Kelce was covered.
Or the one to Scantling.
To Scantling.
That was bad. It was huge.
Huge throw.
He just put the touch on just enough. He could have, if any other type of touch, he probably would have went too far, or it would have went far enough, and defender would have been there. Perfect amount of touch on it.
Well, and then think about that. If that ball's incomplete, it's the Ravens' ball at midfield.
Oh yeah.
Down 7.
Yeah.
Now they probably would have turned it over.
Unsportsmanlike conduct.
A 15-yard penalty for something.
Yeah. Oh man, but yeah, he's just too good, man. I can't pick against him. He's making sports boring for me. You're making this boring for me, Patrick Mahomes. Okay. I like the analysis. I like to go where the evidence leads me. I can't do that anymore. I just got to pick him.
Well, and it's him with a great coach and a great DC, and it's just a really, really high-level combination that they have going in Kansas City right now. That's what the Niners have to try to beat.
And then Ty's upset because Taylor Swift, she's going to continue to be shown on TV.
Oh, we got 2 weeks of that.
And I believe she's got like a show over in like Japan.
Like Tokyo or something.
Something like that 2 days before the game, like
She'll
that.
Make it.
Oh, yeah, she gonna make it.
She'll make it for her boo thing. Well, Travis Kelce was pretty badass yesterday in that game. What a performance to get back to the Super Bowl again, along with his guy, Patrick Mahomes. We'll take your thoughts. Obviously, Chiefs and Niners fans happy. Lions and Ravens fans left to wonder what could have been if Dan Campbell had taken some field goals, if the Ravens hadn't turned the ball over at the goal line, and Lamar Jackson throwing into triple coverage in the end zone. What are we doing?
Come on,
man. That's what we do on Bullish or BS. We're talking all things Super Bowl and the championship games, plus preview that big Texas-Houston game tonight at Moody Center. It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby.
Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. When you're putting your money on the line, put it on the line with my friends with MyBookie, a trusted sports book that gives you all the tools you need to win. At MyBookie, it doesn't matter if your team is up or down. You can easily cash out or bet the game live to come out on the winning side. There are so many different ways to win at MyBookie and so many ways for you to win big at MyBookie. Use MyBookie for daily odds boosts, same-game parlays, and take advantage of huge prize pool contests. Every single sack, fumble, touchdown is another chance at a huge payday. To get started, it's really easy. Simply go to mybookie.ag right now, register for an account absolutely free, and when you're ready to make your first deposit, just use the promo code HORN, H-O-R-N, to grab a welcome bonus on the house. That's the promo code HORN, H-O-R-N, to claim your deposit bonus and for a limited time, a free chip to use in the MyBookie casino. That's right, free, folks. That is free, 99, best price you're going to get. Try the MyBookie money bag to grab a potential Super Bowl front runner at long shot odds. Have you ever heard of 38,000 plus odds on the 49ers and the Chiefs? You won't find odds like that anywhere else other than MyBookie. You can bet anything, you can bet anytime, and you can bet anywhere as long as you're betting with my friends at MyBookie. You are betting with the best.
We're rolling take A. We're rolling take over 5. Double tap.
Oh, man, what a Sunday. It's always a good one. Championship Sunday in the books. Super Bowl 58 is set, and we're talking about it with you on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. After the Lions lost to the 49ers in the NFC Championship game last night, Dan Campbell said, quote, "I just felt really good about us converting." When asked about his aggressive fourth down calls for his Lions, who went from up 24-7, but didn't score again in the second half, Rod, until they were down 34-24.
Yeah.
That would be not good. To be up 24-7 and then not score again until you're down 10 points, and you had opportunities in that window to at least kick field goals and get some points on the board, I think it hurt his ball club a lot. I know that's who he is, but at the same time, tendency breaking's big at this moment, and needed to kick those field goals. But we'll never know.
Yeah, but what about this guy dropping fourth downs here?
Oh, man.
All right.
That's why you don't go for it, though, because that can happen. You're playing with human beings here.
Yeah, but
and the kicker could miss a kick.
I know, but Dan Campbell don't coach like that. To him, that's coaching scared. Dan Campbell don't coach scared.
Well, you can also coach smart.
Yeah, but you could argue they don't make it here if he doesn't coach that way. They don't make it here. They never even get here if he doesn't coach that way. And then they end up losing somewhere early in the playoffs. This team was built on that. If you watch this team all year long, nobody went for it on fourth down more than the Detroit Lions, especially once they passed midfield. They played four-down football all season long. Lions went for it on fourth down 34% of the time in the regular season, highest rate of any team this century. Lions converted 18 times on 4th and 3 or shorter in the regular season. That was tied for the most of any team. I mean, that's just what they do. That's just who they are. It's part of their DNA. Like I said, Scorpion and the Frog. That's who they are.
Well, now they're one of 4 franchises that have blown a 17-point lead at halftime in a championship game. So welcome to that. So
You're gambling, though. Well, listen, there are a lot of gamblers out there. Ty, you're a gambler. There's going to be one point where, it's going to blow up in your face. That's what gambling is. You know what I mean? You can try to be a smart gambler, but this is about as smart as the Detroit Lions have been all season long. And they probably should have went at least 50% on those fourth down conversions, but they had one guy drop one.
Understood. I just I watched your coach Mac Brown do it over and over again when in close games in championship level games.
I've always said you got to break Tennessee at the right time, but I'm just saying being too critical of him for this one decision. In my opinion, I think it may be a little overcritical considering what they've been all season long. Like, this is who they are.
Well, I mean, you called me overcritical, but I think it's indefensible to not kick that field goal to tie it at 27. I think that's indefensible because at that point you just gave up the ball, and you led the entire game, and all you got to do is kick a field goal. It's 27-all we're going to the wire in this game. We know that. You got to get points in that spot. You can't not get points on that possession because now you're playing the clock. In that moment, you're now behind in the game. Get the game tied. The game tied.
My thing saying overcritical is like that's the only reason they lost the game, and it's not.
No,
they had a 17-point lead, and there were other reasons they allowed the 49ers to come back into that game.
Fair enough.
And for Dan Campbell, Dan Campbell's never been a coordinator, guys. That matters because coordinators are able to separate emotion from the game. He came from being an assistant coach, and he's more of a leader of men and an inspirational leader, and he coaches with emotion. So you could argue, he probably should have separated emotion from that moment and been like, nah, man, we need these 3 points. And that's more of a calculated decision. But I think the Lions lost this game for a lot of different reasons other than Dan Campbell making that moment. Now, could he have stopped the bleeding and stopped the huge kind of avalanche momentum that they were on the downside of? Yes, no doubt. And I agree with you about that. But they had a 17-point lead against the 49ers on the road. That's not the only reason they lost the game.
100%. I'm not saying it's the only reason.
So I think right now the narrative is Dan Campbell's coaching lost them the game. I'm like, well, that's not the only reason they lost the game. Well, Dan Campbell made a questionable decision, but it wasn't like he made 5 or 6 of those questionable decisions. That's why he lost the game.
No, I think it was a critical component, though,
to
the loss.
Yeah, it
I
was.
think the third quarter decision after they came out with the ball and went down and kicked a field goal. You come out, move the ball right back down the field on them like you had the whole first half. You kick the field goal. Now you're halfway through the third quarter, and the lead is right back to where it was. Momentum stays in your sidelines. And then there's the point I just made that, after you collapse a little bit with a fumble and a 3-and-out, and all of a sudden you're trailing, to get that thing back tied with as few minutes as you had left in the games and few possessions as you were going to get in that game, because the Niners at that point, you're playing. The Niners have now gotten hot, and you're not stopping them like you were in the first half.
They were hot.
Now you got to get this game tied.
Yeah.
Have to get this game tied, and then go from there. But I thought both of those were critical. No, by no means were those the only issues in the game, but they were critical to the outcome, because I think 6 points in a 3-point game were critical. But as I just said, it's human beings playing. They could have missed the kicks. We never know. Just like in the Baltimore game, right? It was I can criticize John Harbaugh and his team for not running the ball enough. I thought that was a huge mistake to only hand the ball to running back 6 times against the best secondary in football. I think that's a mistake coaching-wise, but at the same time, it was the players that made the mistake.
That's the one that occurred over the entire game. Like, that was a calculated decision by them over 4 quarters not to run the freaking ball, especially on first down, and now a traditional running game. I agree. That may have lost them the game, and you can be critical of the coaches for that. Dan Campbell made one decision, and that is not the reason they lost a 17-point lead in 9 minutes.
Agreed.
That one decision is not the reason they lost the game. It was a bad decision, and yes, you can criticize for that, but that's why I say it's overcritical, because everybody right now, the narrative is Dan Campbell, that's why he lost the game. Dan Campbell's going like, well, that's not why he lost the game. They had a 17-point lead. They lost in 9 minutes. There are a lot of things that went wrong for them. The fumble, the execution was off for them. They couldn't stop the 49ers offense at that time. So I just think it was more than just Dan Campbell's. I think that we've reflected on that decision more than any other aspect of that game.
100%. But it's my biggest criticism of it.
Yeah.
Whereas in the Ravens game and their loss, look, it's credit to the winning team, because what the 49ers did in the second half was pretty damn incredible, and what Brock Purdy did was historic. You gave these stats earlier in your rant about Brock Purdy and what he did in the second half. It's never been done in 30 years. Complete 80% of his passes, rush for 45 or more yards, throw for 150 or more yards. I mean, it's all credit there. But this is what we do. We break down games, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And I thought those 2 calls for Dan Campbell were ugly, and just my opinion. But it wasn't the sole reason they lost the football game by any stretch.
I think the second call was ugly.
I think the first call was equally ugly in the third quarter, because, again, you get the game back even, you keep momentum, and the game's still a 17-point lead, and you've already drained half the third quarter.
But like I said, the execution, the call wasn't bad. The execution was bad when the guy drops it.
You're right. You're right about that.
So that's not criticizing. Why are you not criticizing the drop? More so than criticizing the call. Let's criticize the drop, because the call was a good call. The guy was wide open.
Yeah.
And the throw was on the money. The call was good. The execution was bad. They can't always be on the coach. I know the buck stops with them, but man, what about the execution? Are we going to blame Todd Monken for the interception that Lamar Jackson threw at the end of the game?
No.
He made a call, but that execution was terrible.
Yeah, you got to execute the play. I'm for taking points when you have points, and especially a lead on the road.
I think it's more about what you your football philosophy is. Take the points. You've been critical of Sark in the same situation.
Absolutely.
Take the points. Take the points. So I just think it's going back to what you believe in, and you just don't really believe in that.
I do not.
Yeah. Okay.
I do not.
There we go. So that's why you've been kind of on harping on that point. And I agree. You're right about it, but I'm just saying, like, you lose a 17-point lead, guys, and before the fourth quarter, the game is already come on. That's not all on one coach making one call. That's a meltdown. That's a wholesale meltdown. All you guys take a little ownership of that. Everybody should. Turnovers, the defense, everyone.
We'll take your thoughts on it. 447-3776 is the text line. We'll get behind the burnt orange curtain coming up. The Longhorns still making moves, adding people, and maybe losing some people, too, as far as coaching staff goes or analysts go. And they also lost out on a big recruit they were after through the portal. We'll get you details on that coming up first. So let's get you the top stories, headlines, as we get you rolling on your Monday. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment bring you the news. Yes, Super Bowl 58 is set 2 weeks from yesterday in Las Vegas. It's a rematch of Super Bowl 54. The Kansas City Chiefs, who beat the Baltimore Ravens yesterday 17-10, scored 0 points in the second half, but it was enough. They held the Ravens to 10 points, their lowest output of the year. Also forced 2 critical turnovers in the fourth quarter to preserve the victory, and they're headed back to the Super Bowl for the second year in a row and the 4th time in 5 years. Meanwhile, the San Francisco 49ers are going to the Super Bowl for the 8th time in that franchise's history, as they rallied from 24-7 down 24-7 at the half to pull ahead and hold on for a 34-31 win over the Detroit Lions. 49ers quarterback Brock Purdy led 5 second-half scoring drives, 3 went for touchdowns. He finished with 267 yards through the air, also rushed for 68 yards to send the Niners to, as we said, the Super Bowl once again, a rematch of 4 years ago coming up in 2 weeks. Also from football over the weekend, after tabbing Vic Fangio to coordinate their defense, Eagles have now added former Cowboys offensive coordinator and Chargers OC Kellen Moore to take control of their offense. In New England, Atlanta Falcons head coach Raheem Morris has hired L.A. Rams quarterback coach and passing game coordinator Zach Robinson to be his OC. In Buffalo, the Bills removed the interim tag from offensive coordinator Joe Brady. He'll take over full-time. Meanwhile, Ken Dorsey, the former offensive coordinator in Buffalo, has been hired by the Cleveland Browns. In college football, Michigan officially promoted offensive coordinator and offensive line coach Sharon Moore to replace Jim Harbaugh as the school's head coach. 37-year-old gets a 5-year contract. Longhorn special assistant to the head coach Joe DeCamillis is reported leaving his role with Texas with their special teams to become the special teams coordinator at South Carolina. And Texas basketball, big game tonight. Longhorns dropped that game at BYU on Saturday, 84-72. The Cougars shot 64% from the field. Longhorns had their 2-game win streak snapped. They'll try to find a win tonight at home against the 4th-ranked team in the country. Houston Cougars coming to town with Kelvin Sampson. That game tips at 8 o'clock tonight. Also over the weekend, if you missed it, Texas women rebounded from their midweek loss last week to OU. They took down Cincinnati 67-50.
And now the Lamar Jackson narrative or his legacy is, I would say it's in jeopardy because, I mean, he's still a great player, but now the negative narrative is that he's a regular season phenomenon, that in the postseason he will fall short, and he's falling short in the postseason, even though he's probably going to win his second MVP before he's 30 years old.
Well, what is he, 27, 28 years old?
Yeah.
I mean, it
Like
falls
20,
into
25, I think, right? He's young.
No, I think he just turned 27.
He's a little bit, but he's still young. Though.
Still a young
really
player.
young. No, he's really young. He's
entering
really
his prime.
Yeah,
well,
really
I mean, it enters, Dak Prescott conversation. Somebody texted us and said he's the NBA comparison is Dominique Wilkins, right? Great player with the Atlanta Hawks, highlight film, highlight reels. I mean, even the
James Harden gets some of that.
Yeah,
great player in the regular season.
Yeah, and obviously like Dominique and then like Charles Barkley and some others, you're running into this guy Michael Jordan.
That's true.
Because Josh Allen has the same tag, but even though he's a really good player, but he can't beat Patrick Mahomes. Who can beat Patrick Mahomes has to be added to the narrative. But yes, I mean yesterday, as we said, if you tell most anybody that follows football that the Chiefs are only going to score 17 points and not score in the second half, that's a game Lamar Jackson at home has to win. I mean, that really is a game Lamar Jackson has to lead his team to a victory. Yes, the defense, first 2 drives, Andy Reid absolutely pantsed Mike McDonald,
yep.
And they had the better game plan to start the game, but still they got control of that. They went to more man defense. They let Kyle Hamilton, the all-pro safety, go crazy and just make play after play. And again, they pitched a shutout in the second half and really gave the offense every opportunity to go win the game. And this is why the narrative at a lot of levels is fair for Lamar Jackson, because this was at home. This is with the best defense in pro football, who didn't play a terrible game. They weren't great early, but they were great for the rest of the way, and you couldn't go get it. And we're having the same conversation about Brock Purdy the other way, which is, that's the fascinating part of the quarterback debate, because Brock Purdy in the last 2 weeks has been tremendous when his team needed him most and was the reason they won the game.
But also his pedestrian play early may have been the reason that his team
which would
was
you rather
down.
have?
No, I'm with you. Exactly. That's a great point. I think I'd rather have the clutch team now.
100%.
Because there's a good chance these games are going to come down to the wire anyway. I need the quarterback that can make the winning plays in clutch time in critical moments. And your point about Lamar Jackson, I think, is astute and on the money. It is fair that he is criticized for postseason play because he's come up short. I mean, he had his lowest completion percentage versus the blitz, and he had been great versus the blitz like the last 6 weeks of the season. Had been amazing versus the blitz. And the Chiefs blitzed the 6th most in the NFL. Spagnuolo loves to blitz, especially with his DBs. And I figured, man, that's matching up. That matches up pretty well because he's been great versus the blitz, and the Chiefs blitz a lot, and they'll be ready for it. And the Chiefs did blitz a lot. Didn't matter. He wasn't ready for it. Whatever Spagnuolo was able to mix up the looks and the pressure packages in such a exotic way, that that basically Lamar Jackson never got in a rhythm. He never looked confident in what he was throwing to, and his receivers. Although there was some big plays, Zay Flowers made some big plays there and now and there. He never had a consistent chemistry with the receiver. I thought Mark Andrews coming back would be a big deal. That really wasn't that big of a deal either.
No, I mean, it's why you have to give a lot of credit to the Chiefs and that defense because it's proven to be great.
He was brilliant, man.
We reminded folks earlier that when Tom Brady had an 18-0 football team in a Super Bowl and one of the greatest offenses ever put on a field, Steve Spagnuolo came up with a defensive game plan to shut that down and win a Super Bowl, right?
Yep.
So he's capable, and he's got the personnel to do it in Kansas City. But, I mean, look, this is why the NFL is so popular because you can have these conversations about quarterbacks. And, you know, the other thing about Lamar Jackson is this is multiple playoff years now, and this will be his second MVP where he doesn't capitalize on and get his team to the Super Bowl, just like Dak Prescott, right? It's not just one time. It's now multiple years where you didn't come up in a big moment where you had the opportunity to do so. Look, I was a little bit critical of Josh Allen last week, even though Josh Allen played really well in that game for a majority of it. He just didn't. In the big moment with 2 minutes to play and a chance to go win it, he didn't.
Clutch time.
That's clutch time. But, you know, how critical can you get? Because he played a really good game. Lamar Jackson was kind of erratic the whole day. He never really was on except for the Zay Flowers touchdown. And, you know, his interception in this fourth quarter was really a bad mistake. Yeah, that was a really bad mistake.
I mean, that guy was covered. He was double covered from the jump, and then that was his third guy over the top.
Yeah.
He was like, come on. Man.
Yeah, so, yeah, those are fair conversations because it's the margins. This is where legacies are made. So, you know, you're going to have a good legacy or you're not a good legacy, right? One or the other. And, you know, we're seeing Brock Purdy rewrite what his legacy is. Patrick Mahomes is a legacy unto himself at this point. But, yeah, everybody in the AFC, that's the guy you got to beat. And to me, I think the Chiefs, you know, we'll see what Travis Kelce does. Is he going to retire or come back? What's your lean on that? Are you feeling like he's empty in the tank?
No, I think he'll come back because I think they want him to mentor whoever the next great tight end is going to be for them.
But so I guess my point would be I do think the Chiefs, having rebuilt this defense, and they've done it. If you go look at their draft picks in the secondary and the acquisitions they've made, the pass rushers they've drafted and brought in, I mean it's how they've gone. They've gone, let's build a great defense to go with this great quarterback. And I think they're going to add more pieces around Mahomes this offseason. I think they're going to add more weaponry. I think if you're Baltimore, kind of like the Dak Prescott narrative, Rod, this was the Todd Monken offense, right? This is Lamar 2.0. This is the offense that suits him better. It's not all on him. He's got other people. And in this game, for them to play that poorly offensively, it's just like Dak Prescott, right? I mean, you build the Tex Coast offense around Dak, and he has a great regular season. He's going to be runner-up for the MVP. But, you know, against the Packers, he had a poor first half, and you were down 27-0, and we know the rest was history. So, yeah, those are narratives. Are they all together fair? You know, we could argue that, but at the same time, they're earned. They're earned with play on the football field.
Yeah, it was a badly called game by Todd Monken, too.
Yeah.
I thought Todd Monken also, there was some shrinkage in that moment, and along with Lamar Jackson, too. So, yeah, bad game plan on top of bad execution by Lamar Jackson ultimately. And, yeah, we got to give some more props to Chris Jones. I mean, Chris Jones was great. I mean, he made so many damn plays. They got to sign him. I don't know what's going to happen with the Chiefs, but they can't let him walk like they did Tyreek Hill. I don't know how you have a great defense without that guy on it. I mean, he's kind of your linchpin.
Oh, and he can move him everywhere. I mean, his knockdown on that big fourth down play.
Oh, it was amazing.
And, you know, if you hear the audio, Nick Bolton is calling out screen. You know, I mean, they're reading this play. And Chris Jones at his size to get out there and knock that ball down to make a play. And because as Tony Romo pointed out, I mean, probably would have been a first down. They had a screen set up with Zay Flowers, and it was going to go.
Oh, it was perfect. Blocking in front.
Perfect blocking and just makes the play. Those are just critical.
Oh, that was right there.
There it was.
Third and 9. This is what you're talking about.
Yeah, they read it. I mean, that was just a really well-coached team. That would be my assessment there. I mean, you know, maybe I'm overly critical of Dan Campbell because I think his team played a really good game, and I don't know that he gave them the best chance, but that's my opinion.
That's true. He didn't give them I would say he gave them no tactical, strategic advantage.
And
nope, he did not.
In the other game, the Chiefs were just the much, much more buttoned up, well-coached, sound team, where the Ravens, just the mistakes. I mean, you just cannot play a game like that, have two critical turnovers in the red zone and all those penalties.
They unraveled, man.
They unraveled, yeah.
They did. They couldn't handle the moment. The moment was too big for them, and you could tell that the Ravens didn't have a lot of experience in pressure-packed moments like that deep in the playoffs because they had so many guys just make dumb mistakes. I mean, they really were. There was this event right before the half, the Van Noy penalty. They had 2 of those unsportsmanlike conduct penalties. The taunting by Zay Flowers when they finally get a big play down that gets them deep in the territory for the Chiefs. They finally get there and they make a mistake, and then Zay Flowers has to fumble on the goal line. And you could argue that. I mean, I know he was trying to stretch out, so it's hard to blame a guy for giving extra effort trying to stretch out to get the touchdown. But, man, you could argue that if he'd have just kind of run through and tucked the ball and just run through it to absorb the contact, been ready for it, that he'd have still scored.
Yeah.
That he'd have been hit hard, but he'd have still scored. And he decided to lay out, and it's a great play by L'Jarius Sneed.
It was a great play.
It was one. That's one of the best plays of the season.
Oh, man, season because he did it on purpose, right? He came.
He punched it. He punched it out.
He punched that ball and knew.
He saw it.
Anticipated that Zay Flowers was about to reach that ball out and make it vulnerable, and he came under there. That was, I mean, that's how great these games are. That's why we knew we'd get 2 really good games, and that's why and we were critical of the losers because it was so disappointing. But we were that close. You're that close, right?
You're close.
And that's what makes this sport so popular. That's what makes the games so compelling. And now, of course, it's a hero's, situation for Pat Mahomes, and it's back on Lamar Jackson that can't get it done in the biggest of spots.
And Zay Flowers, after that, he's so upset with himself after he fumbles. He
cuts his hand
because he's banging on the bench out of frustration that he fumbled the football. But that was also, I think, kind of a microcosm of the entire night for the Ravens. They were close, but they were their own worst enemy in crucial, critical moments. And emotionally, they just couldn't handle it. It was just, that moment was just too big for them emotionally. And you could tell, Chiefs, man, that's just what they do. They had been, all the key players for the Chiefs showed poise in those moments because they had been there before and they had experience deep in the playoffs. Ravens didn't have any, and you could see. You could tell.
Yeah. Well, and okay, I don't want to go back to harp on Dan Campbell too much. I do think Dan Campbell kicking field goals could have helped his team calm down.
That's
calm
true.
down.
That's
because, again, your team's never been here before. Your team's never been this far. It's a young group. I think the coach at that moment could have helped his team take a breath. Guys,
That's
good. We're good. Because the avalanche is happening, but we're good. We're tied. We would have asked any of us. We're tied 27 with 6 minutes to play. We'll take that. We'll take it 100% of the time. But those are that's a the Ravens are a little bit more of a veteran team, but they were new to this. They'd never hosted an AFC Championship game.
No.
And especially against a team that is so battle tested as the Chiefs. And I think the Niners were the more experienced team by a mile in that game, and it showed up throughout the second half. And that's where I think Dan Campbell could have helped his team a little bit.
Yeah. He did not give them a coaching advantage. I'll give you that. And that's what you're saying. You wanted, hey man, that moment, that's what you need. You need a strategic, tactical advantage because you don't have one on the field because that's all been taken away via the momentum kind of avalanche that you're on the downside of. And he did not do that. That's why you got a break tendency. But man, you lost a 17-point lead in 9 minutes. 9
Hard
minutes.
Hard to do.
Right?
But that's that's been the conversation all morning long. It's good stuff for sure. All right, we'll talk about it with you. We got Rod behind the burnt orange curtain. Where is Joe DeCamillis going? What kind of impact can it have? It's an analyst conversation. Also, Longhorns did lose out on a portal prospect that they were after, the cornerback Manny Muhammad's cousin, Jabbar Muhammad. We'll get you details on that coming up for the end of the hour. We'll go off the record with some stories you've missed, but you got to hear them into your work week, final week of January. Hook them up with Ian Rodby.
Hey, what's up, folks? This is your lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers. Austin, Texas is a great city. Well, aside from the traffic, it is a great city. It's one of the reasons people keep moving to Austin, making it one of the fastest growing cities in America. And as our city continues to grow and thrive, so does our Ironworkers Local Union 482. Many of the iconic landmarks we love in this city were created and built by the skilled craftsmanship of Ironworkers Local Union 482, like the Pennybacker Bridge and DeCara Stadium. And the folks at Ironworkers Local Union 482 They don't go to the office, they build it. So if you're looking for employment opportunities, if you're looking for just a refreshing career change, you can become a member of Ironworkers Local Union 482. Right now, they're hiring 3,000 people for a huge project right here in Central Texas, and they're offering competitive wages, competitive benefits, and a pension plan. They even offer training for unskilled labor through their apprenticeship program. Become a member of Ironworkers Local 482, and you'll take pride in the type of teamwork and craftsmanship that helps shape the future of our great city. So maximize your potential and accept the challenge of becoming the best version of yourself by applying online at ironworkers482.org. That's ironworkers482.org.
Yeah, what a weekend it was. We're at the turn, Rod. We were at the turn, meaning halfway through our Monday conversation, 5 hours a day, 5 days a week here on Hook 'em Up. 2.5 hours in at 8:30. We're 9 holes out, 9 to go. And, yeah, on the PGA Tour, remember, they wrapped up on Saturday because CBS was carrying the football game yesterday, so they wanted to go ahead and be done with the PGA Tour. So they went Wednesday to Saturday because of football. NFL.
Smart move. You don't want to compete with the league.
Yeah, well, and, Jim Nance. Jim Nance was calling the golf on Saturday from Baltimore. He was like doing it over television, made it sound like he was at Torrey Pines in San Diego, but he's actually in Baltimore to call yesterday's game with Tony Romo.
Nice.
But Matthew Pavon made an 8-foot putt on a dramatic birdie at 18 on Torrey Pines. He becomes the first Frenchman to win on the PGA Tour. The Frenchman. With all the players leaving to go ahead.
First Frenchman?
First Frenchman.
Ever. That's crazy.
Well, like in the Australian Open in tennis, the first Italian ever won a Grand Slam.
Is it just because they don't play over here? Like what?
Yeah,
I mean, because
it's new. I do think because so many PGA players have gone to the Live Tour that this has opened up some spots on the PGA Tour, so some others, and this guy's been a fixture on the European Tour for a while. Comes over here and played really well. Final round 69. to give him the victory. But Matthew Pavon, first Frenchman. And yeah, and they at the Australian Open, the first tennis Grand Slam of over the weekend, the Italian, their first Italian ever to win at the Australian Open in tennis. So, yeah, some firsts over the weekend. Hey, let me ask you this and at the turn, Rod, because we're going to talk some actual football, but a lot of criticism, and I need to tie in on this too at the bottom of the 8 o'clock hour. A lot of criticism I saw yesterday, and you may have too, for Tony Romo.
Yeah.
That Tony Romo has slipped as a color analyst, that he's no longer – remember when he came in and took the world by storm, he ended up with that big contract and had the great first year. But where are you on what's your temperature on Tony Romo as a color analyst? Has he lost his way with Jim Nantz?
I still enjoy Tony Romo, but I guess maybe some of the shtick is getting a little bit old with people. Maybe that's it. I still think he provides pretty good analysis, but maybe I'm off.
Ty, where are you on T. Romo? That was your quarterback back in the day. Are you in or out?
I'm in. I'm a Romo-sexual for life.
Well, the criticism stems from that a lot of times he doesn't, go deep enough, and I think he's fine. But he has some comments from time to time that left you wondering. Now, I will say on the other side of this, one of the things that I think hurts Tony Romo is then when you watch the Fox game, Greg Olsen is really good.
He is good.
I mean, Greg Olsen.
This is last year, right? He's out.
Yeah, because Tom Brady's taking his job.
Yeah, he'll end up somewhere.
Because he can be elite. He's really, really good.
Great.
He and Kevin Burkhardt are really strong. And it's a lot of times when I'm watching the game, Rod, watching the Greg Olsen game reminds me of when I'm talking to you on the show, because he's really giving you second and third level things that most casual fans don't see. And so I think most casual fans like Romo because it's not as in depth.
Yeah.
Remember when he first started, like Romo was predicting the play calls and telling you where I
remember that.
And people were really taken by that. But I think Greg Olsen, man, he takes you into the game.
He does. I learned stuff when I watch Greg Olsen too. He does. He gives you nice insight.
He does.
You can tell he does his homework. You can tell he watches film. And Tony Romo does that stuff too. I just think Tony Romo's delivery is just very different.
He's a little goofy.
Yeah, he's a little goofy. He's trying to mix in some playful banter. Greg Olsen is pretty business oriented with his approach, which I like. And every now and then he'll crack a joke, but Romo's trying to crack as many jokes or more jokes that he's trying to give you insight, and I don't think people like that.
Yeah.
They want the insight.
Yeah.
Romo. But Romo's got a good personality. He's trying to show it off.
Yeah. Well, it's funny because there's just critics, and I just see more and more where people, and I'm like, I think this might be a little overly critical, but fair enough.
And he and Nance are friends, right?
Yeah, that's the other thing. And actually,
that helps, or maybe doesn't help.
I've actually seen some professional critics, the ones that write for the papers,
yeah,
saying that it doesn't feel like the chemistry with Jim Nantz has grown. That they still sometimes seem a little awkward with their chemistry. But I don't know. I thought Romo was strong yesterday. Now, the one comment that he made that's making the news is that he, after the strip sack fumble, he said the ball in games like this, the ball was more important even in these games. It was almost like the team that scores more points is going to win the game.
A very simple.
Yeah, turnovers in playoff games are big. Turnovers in playoff games are big. Yeah, true. True, Romo.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? Sometimes you got to state the obvious.
Yes.
You got to state the obvious sometimes.
Yeah. And by the way, props to Charles Amenahu for the strip sack fumble. And unfortunately, soon after that, he hurt his knee.
Yeah,
it was a great play. It was a huge play in the game.
He said he's going to play, though, in Super Bowl. He said he's good.
Yeah, that's good.
In the postgame. Well, maybe he's just hyped, but he said, do I look like a guy who's not going to play in the Super Bowl?
Do I look like a guy? So, that was a nice pickup for them, by the way.
Man, he played for the 49ers.
He did.
Yeah.
And, of course, Houston drafted him in the fifth round, and he ended up in San Francisco, and now he's in Kansas City and will play in a Super Bowl.
He can just rush the pass. He's just a natural pass rusher, so he'll always have a job.
Long arms.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so there's some At the Turn. Coming up this week on the PGA Tour, Rod, it is the AT&T Pebble Beach Pro-Am. That's always a fun event on the West Coast out there at Pebble Beach. So they'll get that going this week on the PGA Tour. At the Turn, 9 holes out, 9 holes to go. Brought to you by our great friends at Callahan's General Store.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
All right, several nuggets that we need to hit from the 40 acres. We'll talk about Texas basketball here in a second. But Texas football, they may be rounding out their support staff. They hired an analyst, Brandon Huppert, from Oregon State. He has a history and a background with PK, going back all the way to his Boise State days. Texas, I believe Texas defense coordinator Pete Kwiatkowski was the D-line coach at the time at Boise State when he first coaches Hubbard. And then after Hubbard's playing career, he served as a defensive quality control analyst from 2013-2017 under PK. And then Chris Peterson there at Washington. Then Dan Hawkins hired Hubbard to coach the defensive line at UC Davis in 2017, a group that set the single-season program record, actually 37 sacks at the time, so that's pretty good. And Hubbard returned to Washington in 2020, and at one point was the director of player development, and I believe he had a similar role at Oregon State most recently, and he's coming from Oregon State to Texas. Now, if he's coming as an analyst, which means no on-field coaching and no recruiting for him, but I believe you still can do some of the same things you did as a director of player development if there are certain players that Texas would like for him to evaluate and come up with a kind of a plan of action as to how to develop those guys and what their trajectory should be and what goals they need to meet for them to achieve their ultimate, obviously, success. Essentially, that's what he was doing. You could do that in an analyst role, too. Essentially, it's all about scouting, looking at a player's skill set, then projecting what that player what you want that player to be and how you want to maximize them in your system, and then what are the steps in between to help you achieve that. That's essentially what a player development guy is going to do, and then making those kind of practical connections between diet, nutrition, strength and conditioning, on-field success, on-field training, drills, all of that, all encompassing, and that's what a director of player development, they've got a lot of things they do, but that's part of their role. And I wonder with some of the younger guys if he can help you come up with some of those plans, essentially those scouting evaluation plans for individual player development. So we'll see. But also he works with D-line, and Texas has a new D-line coach in Kenny Baker. So also I'm assuming that he could offer insight on techniques, fundamentals with the Texas defensive line as well. So maybe that's why they're bringing him in, because PK likes him, knows him, and he's a guy that's worked with the D-line, and maybe he could come in and help you be, I don't know, so quasi-assistant to assistant to the defensive line coach, but in an analyst capacity. So there you go. That's and I believe now they have 3 between William Gay, Hubbard, and also Paul Chryst, who reportedly is returning. I haven't seen them confirm that, but they don't really confirm anything about these analysts. We just kind of see them reported. I don't know if the Texas University actually comes out to announce it. I don't think I've ever really seen that. We just get great reporting from a lot of the other sites about these kind of things. So Brandon Hubbard being the latest analyst that is added to the Texas support staff. Also on the recruiting trail, now Longhorn fans were excited that Texas could potentially get Jabbar Muhammad, the corner from Washington, who was in the transfer portal, one of the best I think he was the top corner actually in the transfer portal as of last week, and was an all Pac-12, I think second team all Pac-12 defender. He has decided to stay at least for now, with a former Pac-12 team. He's going to go to Oregon. So I believe the report is that Oregon was able to offer him NIL-wise. I'm sure that Oregon, they got a sugar daddy, so they probably could offer whatever Texas is offering. But I believe from what I heard, shout out to my man CJ Vogel from On Texas Football, he's hinting that maybe it was playing time, and at Texas, a lot of rotation of your corners. You rotate your corners a lot. And you got young ones, Malik Muhammad, you got Terrence Brooks, you got Gavin Holmes, and then maybe he didn't want to end up in a situation where he's rotating and he's trying to go to the NFL.
Sure.
You want as much film as possible.
Well, Longhorn fans would understand. Isaiah Bond, the receiver who committed to Texas, says, this is my draft stock is my corporation. I'm trying to improve my draft stock. And coming to Texas, he has a good chance to be the number 1 wide receiver, the number 1 target. If he develops chemistry quickly with Quinn Ewers, he's that talented, he's that fast. He can replace Xavier Worthy as kind of that go-to big play receiver, which helps your draft stock. And that's what Jabbar Muhammad wants. He wants to line up against the top receivers in the Big Ten this year. He wants that tape. And
the more reps you have, the better. And right now in Texas, a lot of Longhorn fans have been frustrated with that, but they are committed to rotating their defensive players.
Yeah.
And he rotated damn near everybody on their defense, except for the linebackers. Jalen Ford didn't rotate a lot last season. But other than that, I mean, mostly everybody else is in
Sark
rotation.
believes in fresh defenses, and I think if
It's
you
helped him out.
look at Georgia and then Michigan the last 3-4 years, they rotate a lot of players too.
Difficult, but they got a lot of NFL players back there
Yeah.
rotating too.
Well-
I think the argument for Longhorn fans is like, well, you don't have Georgia and Michigan's roster yet, so fewer rotations. Yes, keep guys fresh, but fewer rotations, and maybe be more judicious about when you rotate
Well,
guys.
yeah, and you don't have to take Murphy and Sweat off the field at the same time. You can leave one of them on the field.
On the fourth down?
Yeah, on the fourth down.
On the fourth down?
Yeah. Speaking of Murphy and Sweat, by the way, there are 5 Longhorns are being in Mobile this week, Rod, for the Senior Bowl.
That's gonna
Senior
be
Bowl
big.
practice start this week, and
Yeah,
then the
it's gonna be
game
fun to
on
watch.
Saturday. 5 Longhorns are there. There was going to be 7 Longhorns at this Senior Bowl before Alfred Collins and Jade Barron, decided they were coming back. They were both invited, but Jordan Whittington is there,
Yep.
Jalen Ford, Byron Murphy, Tavondre Sweat, and Christian Jones, all participating at the Senior Bowl this week.
JT Sanders not in there? Is he there?
No, you know where JT Sanders was? He in
I thought he was participating in something postseason. But I may be
East West Shrine.
Oh, East West Shrine.
He and Jonathan Brooks were up in Frisco this weekend for the
Yeah.
East West Shrine practices.
Okay, there you go.
Now, and of course, Jonathan Brooks is there with
He's
an
hurt.
injury. He's
Yeah.
not going to play. He was just there though to meet with whoever and be a part of it. So yeah, that's if you count Jade Barron and Alfred Collins who were invited but decided to come, continue their Texas career. I mean, that's 9 guys who would have been at these All-Star Bowls. That's pretty impressive what the Longhorns are putting into the National Football League
That's
right now.
really impressive. Yeah, and because I saw JT Sanders had measurements, and it was from the Shrine Bowl, as you just mentioned, and he's verified 6'3", basically close. You can round it up, 6'3" and 6 inches. So he's really close.
To being 6'4".
Yeah, to being 6'4", legitimate, and 252 pounds. So
JT Sanders.
Yeah, man, he's looking good out there. Okay, before we get to the break here, I want to play this audio of the BYU coach. Now, Texas lost to BYU, but one of the controversies, I don't know why it was a controversy, was that some of the BYU fans, they wore T-shirts with horns down spelled out across all their shirts. So each shirt had a different letter on it, and it was spelled out horns down on the shirts. And at one point, the students were asked to remove the shirts and change shirts, and a lot of people thought that this was upon Texas's request, that somehow Texas was responsible for that. Here is the BYU head coach in the post game clarifying that it was not the University of Texas necessarily that made that request.
Thanks, guys. Hey, if I can. And Ty's going to be mad at me here, but I don't know. Are you guys reporting on this horns down T-shirt? Are you guys hearing this? Yeah. And just know from our student, they were taken off before the game started, right? And from the Rock and from our players and from our student body, that's just not us. That's not how we roll. And it was just a miscalculation on just a couple eager kids. Which we love the eagerness of these fans, but it's not what we do here. So we love all 18,000 people in this gym. They were incredible tonight, and just so you know, that's not something that we're supporting. Okay.
There you go. So basically, they made the decision to decide that they wanted to, not do the horns down, or at least not have that displayed at their arena. It wasn't Texas, even though I think nationally the narrative is that Texas was a little upset and offended by it. As I've said before, it's just free marketing. It's free media. No need to be upset about it. Everybody knows what it means. And lately, for some reason, I guess some narrative is developing that Longhorn fans are really deeply offended by horns down after the Rodney Terry thing happened, and then now this. And I don't know why it's starting to come up again. I thought we had settled this, but I guess
again,
not.
I saw this, and look, I shame whoever told those kids, told them to take the shirts off. They shouldn't have done that. They should have been able to wear those shirts.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And keep them.
Yeah.
It's not offensive. It's not like I said F off or anything. I mean, it was horns down, and they were written like they painted HO, and they just stood across the front row. They should have been. That's one of the great things about college basketball and home atmospheres and those kind of things. That should not have been. They should have kept them on, I believe.
Yeah.
And at the same time, look, the stuff about Rodney Terry and horns down. Rodney Terry was mad about horns down, but he was also mad about when it happened and it was kind of an in-your-face thing right as you're shaking hands at the layup line, I think that context has to be included. He wasn't just mad about horns down. He was mad that they were doing it kind of as an in-your-face, we just beat you on your home floor thing, which
that's true.
That's as much as anything. But either way, it's a tired thing to talk about, the horns down. It's just like, y'all, it's not a huge deal. But it gets made a huge
nationally
deal.
it is.
I know.
I think locally it's not. But nationally, it's like the Arch Manning thing all over again.
It is.
Nationally, it's a huge story. Locally, we're like, it's not a story at all.
I think early on, Longhorn observers and people who cover Texas were concerned that it was Texas that asked them to take the shirts off. Now, if that had happened, then Texas is open for criticism. Like if somebody at Texas went over there and said, "Hey, can you ask them to take those shirts off?" We don't like that.
I agree.
That didn't happen, and the coach of BYU clearly just told you, "No, we don't do that. We did that." Which they should have.
Also, you went out. That's a mistake. Let the kids, let the kids put the horns down. Well, they're just trying to give you a good home court advantage.
That's about home court, right? I mean,
distracting the Longhorns. That's good.
Dude, if you go to a Texas baseball game, the Occupy Left Field guys are giving the left fielder hell. I'm talking about his sister.
Yeah.
They looking up his family. His girlfriend is on Instagram.
When that Pop Fly heads his way, he's thinking about something else.
Hell yeah. That's what you do, right?
Yeah.
You give them the business.
Yeah, you're right, man. That's a little too cupcake, man. That's snowflake stuff.
That's cupcake, yeah.
That's snowflake stuff.
And I think it's unfortunate for Texas that it got kind of painted by some that they were the ones asking for it, or at least that they requested it. That didn't happen. But either way, bigger picture, kind of like the horns down with Central Florida. The Longhorn defense in that game, that was something to be more concerned about, to allow a team to shoot 64%. That's bad. And they had like 15 dunks or layups, or 18 dunks or layups. It wasn't
pretty.
I will say for BYU, they lead the Big 12 coming into that game in points scored, but also in 3-point attempts per game. They were chunking it up there like 35 times a game. And in this game, they totally flipped their script. I mean, talking about breaking tendency.
Got to the rim, huh?
They changed what they were, and they started going right to the basket. I think that surprised Texas. The frustrating part is there was never an adjustment made to any of it, and they ended up shooting 64% for the ball game because everything was coming right at the rim. And then, they did knock down some threes as the game went on. But instead of shooting 35 like they normally do, they shot 17. So that got cut in half, and they went to the basket like crazy. That was a pretty impressive performance by BYU in that game. Longhorns tonight with Houston, Rod.
H-Town.
Cougars in town. Hey, coming back, we're going to hit some off-the-record conversations. And, yes, for a lot of you folks, the 2 weeks of Taylor Swift has begun. The Chiefs are in the Super Bowl.
It's happening.
Also, I saw a power ranking of all-time cartoon characters, Rod. I got to give you, see where you fall in their power ranking.
Interesting.
Getting to all that coming up off the record coming next. All right, quick off the record, Rod, as we get rolling here into now Super Bowl weeks.
Yes, sir.
Still recapping the games. We'll pick that up on the other side. The good, the bad, and the ugly from two really good football games, compelling football games to say the least, that went to the wire in both cases, AFC and NFC. But here we go, Rod. The MovieWeb.com has created their best cartoon characters of all time and ranked Mickey Mouse as the number one, followed by Bugs Bunny, the entire Simpsons family, SpongeBob SquarePants, Fred Flintstone. Top 5.
Yeah, I mean, I know Mickey Mouse is up there, but I didn't watch a lot of Mickey Mouse cartoons as a child.
I did not. Well, that's Disney. So and of course,
but think about
years and.
Did you watch a lot of Mickey Mouse cartoons?
Nope.
I know. That's the weird thing. I know.
I watched more Bugs Bunny than I did Mickey Mouse.
I did too. Exactly. That's the weird thing about that. Is that yes, I know Mickey Mouse is. I know his achievements as an animated character. I know that he's well known and iconic. But I didn't personally watch a lot of Mickey Mouse cartoons. Watched a ton of Bugs Bunny. Oh man,
I did watch quite a bit.
I watched
Fred
Simpsons.
Flintstone.
I watched Fred Flintstone.
Tom and Jerry.
That's why the Mickey Mouse thing gets weird. It's because he didn't have a lot of cartoons in my day.
Me either.
That were really good, iconic cartoons that I had to watch.
I got to think. All the way down at 9 is Snoopy and Charlie Brown. That seems low.
That seems low because every holiday.
Yes, you watch Snoopy and Charlie Brown.
They got a Christmas special. They got a Thanksgiving special. Even a Halloween one.
Yeah,
I watched way more Charlie Brown than I did
traditional. Yeah. Okay.
That's why that's weird. That's why that's a strange ranking to me.
Also, way down to 13, Wile E. Coyote and Roadrunner. Man, I watched a lot of Wile E. Coyote and Roadrunner. I love that cartoon.
Oh,
Along with Tom and Jerry.
Yeah. Oh, where's Tom and Jerry on there?
6.
Yeah, Tom and Jerry is pretty. That's pretty classic. And you said the Simpsons are number 3.
Entire Simpsons family 3.
Yeah, that's appropriate when you think about how long the Simpsons have been on.
Oh, they're still going, right?
And they're still going.
That one's fine.
Through different generations.
And SpongeBob is generational now. My kids grew up watching SpongeBob.
I know. I have not as
my kids loved SpongeBob.
I was just too old for SpongeBob.
Me too. But your kids aren't there yet. My kids.
Once your kids get into a cartoon, you'll get into
it. And Pokemon. If you be my oldest.
Now I got into Pokemon a little bit. I was into Pokemon Pikachu, and I was into Pokemon a little bit. I got into Pokemon. Remember, I got back into Pokemon. Went to Pokemon Go app. Remember, I was going crazy.
Yeah.
People breaking their legs and separating shoulders because they are walking and looking at their phones and falling.
I still have a Game Boy. I still have a Game Boy in my car that I bust out on road trip and stuff. My first Game Boy I got when I was like 4 years old, and and I play Pokemon.
What are you playing?
Pokemon.
Oh yeah, Pokemon.
Wasn't as big on the Pokemon Go. I just don't really like iPhone games that much. But any original Pokemon game, yeah, I played it for hours on end.
Did you watch the Pokemon cartoon?
I did. I wasn't as big into when I was little, I watched more like Nick at Night with like George Lopez, Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. I never really liked cartoons very much, if I'm being honest.
That's true. Well,
okay. All right. Well,
I got into cartoons as a kid. It's fun.
Yeah, Saturday morning cartoons. And after school cartoons. All right. Well, we'll take your power.
SpongeBob is my number 1 though. If I had to
4
rank.
on this. If you had to rank it, SpongeBob.
That's because he's your kid's age.
I'm trying to think who would be my number 1 if I had to. Like, I'm trying to think of the hours logged watching cartoons.
That's a great question.
I think Scooby-Doo would be pretty high for me because I liked watching Scooby-Doo and Shaggy and
cartoon I watched
the Mystery Machine.
A sleeper for me would be Courage the Cowardly Dog. If y'all have heard of him before.
I don't know if I've heard of him. Honestly, I would have to combine the Flintstones and the Jetsons because they used to come on back to back.
Jetsons aren't even on here.
They used to come on back to back where I was like the Jetsons and the Flintstones. And I would love Jetsons and the Flintstones. I watched a ton of that.
The Jetsons don't even make it. Where's George Jetson? It's Boy Elroy.
Where's and his daughter Judy?
All right, we'll be back. Hook 'em up with Ian Rodby. debates this morning for sure, talking Championship Sunday, AFC and NFC.
Oh, man.
Big conversations about legacies and narratives and coaching
miscues, miscalculations. Yeah, that was some of those.
And I will say, Rod, in the for the two losing teams, I mean, I think I'm probably haven't been as vocal, but I think I'm more critical of Jim Harbaugh because his team just didn't appear prepared to play.
I agree with you. They got out coached and out schemed.
They got pantsed.
Yep.
And then once they fell behind, they panicked.
Your stat about the rushing numbers for running backs, I think, points that out.
Yeah, 6 carries for total for the two running backs. I mean, you didn't even try to establish a run game against a team. If you watch I'm sure they did, the game against Buffalo the week before, Buffalo was able to run the ball.
They did.
They generated a lot of running yards with James Cook and Josh Allen, and they went heavy personnel.
They did with heavy. And you're in Baltimore, you can go heavy.
Yeah, especially when Patrick Mahomes is moving the ball up and down the field in those first couple of drives. But, yeah, so big picture, more critical of John Harbaugh, and his team just didn't feel ready to play.
Yep.
My criticism of Dan Campbell is just more pointed. I think his team was absolutely ready to play, and for a half played the NFC's best team off their feet. And played maybe as good a first half as you can play. What they did to go up 24-7, and that's I found some sound. I heard something from George Kittle a little bit ago, or he was talking about it. You know, for people who don't think momentum is a real thing, I think they're 100% wrong, especially on the road. And that's my sense with Dan Campbell is at any moment where you can stop some momentum, I think you have to try to do it. And I understand he would say, well, that's why we went for it on fourth down. We were trying to steal some momentum. But just getting 3 points can stem momentum and adds points to your scoreboard, which are big when you already got a 17-point lead. But yeah, so bigger picture, I'm more macro critical of John Harbaugh because his team came unraveled.
Yeah,
and that's a sign of him and his coaching and the coaching staff. And at the same time, I'm more micro critical of Dan Campbell for a couple of decisions that I think hurt his team. But big picture, I mean, that's why it's kind of frustrating for Dan Campbell because I really like the guy. I think he coaches a style of football I like a lot. It's just your common theme of break tendency. Sometimes you just have to break who you are to give yourself the best chance to win.
Yeah.
And so if we can go back and forth on the third quarter decision, I think you should have stemmed momentum there. But I get it. That's what he does. Fourth quarter, when you're now down and you're trailing 27-24.
Yeah.
And the crowd's going crazy and you it's 7 minutes to play in the game, and you can tie it. Yeah, I think you kick that right there.
I agree with you on that.
I think
100%.
you kick that. Get the game tied. Let's go for – because then if you're Dan Campbell, you get everybody to the sideline and say, look, if we had whatever has happened to this point, would we have all taken 27-all with 7 minutes to play? Let's go.
Yep.
Let's go, y'all. And
I agree with you.
And then once you don't get it, then there's that place was going crazy. In Sanford in Levi's Stadium. So, those are the big picture conversations. It flips also to the quarterbacks because on Mondays and, after big games, you talk about coaching and quarterbacks. And, what can you not say about Brock Purdy? He was unbelievable. And what the flip side of that is Lamar Jackson.
Yeah. And Goff actually played pretty well. I thought he played pretty well. They just obviously that third quarter and you're talking about Dan Campbell's decisions, and I agree with you. I think, Dan Campbell at the time probably should have made a more calculated decision and maybe, went against his nature and took the points there. But that third quarter for them, man, and that's why your point is astute, that he should have been able – I criticize Sark for this at times. Your feel of the game as a coach, you got to be able to feel – the feel of the game is talking – basically the feel of the momentum shifting. And when that momentum is on your side, when it's at your back, and when that momentum is, an avalanche against you. And at that time, it was because of the way the third quarter worked out. That Brandon Ayuk catch, that was weird and freaky.
That's the football gods telling you, take the points.
That was a weird and freaky catch, the way that thing went down. Then you got the Jahmyr Gibbs fumble also there. That unspeakable drop by Josh Reynolds on 3rd and 10 or whatever it was. That was just wide open. Remember that punt? Remember that 80-yard punt? That ended up basically, it should have been a touchback on the 1 and ended up going into the end zone because the Detroit Lions guys, for some reason, I don't know how they screwed it up, but they were down there in plenty of time to pin San Fran inside the 1, and they screwed it up. Yeah. And it was like an 80-yard punt, probably the best punt of the night by that punter. That's why, and I agree with you, at the end of that, you still got Dan Campbell making questionable decisions and gambling in a questionable way. He should have noticed all those things working against him. He didn't. But to me, that's why they gave up a 17-point lead in like 9 minutes in the third quarter, is because, man, they just had 4 or 5 critical plays not go their way. If any one of those plays goes their way, you can make the argument that they could win the game, potentially.
Yeah. Oh, 100%.
That Brandon Ayuk catch, that long punt had the 49ers pinned. If the 49ers got to go 95 yards or 99 yards,
give your
it could be
team
very
a chance
different.
to make a play on defense. No, I mean, and again,
the
you gotta
fumble.
remember, for me, Rod,
fumble was big.
My analysis of games like this come from a lifelong Houston Oilers, Houston Texans fan. So I consider what the
You assume
possible
the
worst
worst is gonna happen.
scenario. And I unfortunately, I vocalized that to my Detroit Lions buddy at halftime. I was like, man, I'm excited for you, but I'm over here thinking of every possible way they can blow this.
Because you're a Love Your Blue fan and a Texans fan, and we've seen both of those teams in the playoffs have humongous meltdowns and blown leads.
So as a Oiler fan or Texans fan, I'm yelling at Dan Campbell, take the points, kick the field goal.
Your trauma has transformed you as a fan now. Yeah,
kick it. We can't let them get this momentum, because once they do, we'll never get it back. And
you're right.
Because really, and that's, coaches, Rod, most of them are, almost all of them are former players, and there's nothing you can do on the field from the coaching sidelines. What can I do to help my team here?
Yeah.
And in that moment, it's probably to kick the field goal. In both cases, in my opinion.
I don't disagree with that.
Saying that, because I agree with you 100%. When Brandon Ayuk makes that catch, I'm like, y'all, football gods are against us today. When all these things start happening, I'm like, what can I do to stem the football gods?
Yes, that's feel of the game.
Yeah.
And that, I agree with you. You should be critical of Dan Campbell for that. It's like, bro, are you watching the same game I am? Because I would just take them points right there. To hell with trying to gamble, but they've gone for it more on fourth down than any team this century. I mean, they love going for it on fourth down. They play 4-down football, and it blew up in his face. It blew up his face in the worst possible moment.
And I have to be fair, because if this had the exact same thing that played out with the Cowboys, I'd be all over Mike McCarthy this morning. But that's got to be fair. And I would also say that, in back to the John Harbaugh thing, that was really surprising, just how undisciplined his football team was.
Yep.
As I've said, if you run the numbers, the Chiefs went down the field twice, their first 2 drives, and took a 14-7 lead. Right, they scored the first 2 touchdowns, but the Ravens matched one of those with the beautiful by time Zay Flowers touchdown catch. So it was only 14-7, and from that point on, the Chiefs only scored 3 points the rest of the way. And the 3 that they gave before the half were completely given to them by the Baltimore Ravens with 2 15-yard penalties. They were willing to go to halftime at 14-7 and get the ball coming out of half, and instead a personal foul, then a roughing the passer where the defensive line reached out and smacks Patrick Mahomes right in the face. You can't do that. Those were unquestionably 15-yard penalties. So now with 30 yards, you're out to midfield. It took one Patrick Mahomes throw to Travis Kelce to kick a field goal. So you gave them 3 points.
Yeah.
But you didn't let them score again. And as I said, Rod, between that opening 2 drives, where they went 86 yards and then 75 yards, and then the 25-yard pass to Marquez Valdez-Scantling that iced the game, which was an incredible play. The numbers would tell you this. Between those 2 things, between the second drive and that throw, the Chiefs only gained 38 total yards more than the Ravens gave up in penalties. I mean, think about that. You totally put a blanket on their offense, 38 yards more. They weren't moving the ball, yet your undisciplined nature kept giving them yards.
Yep.
In a game that's this tight. I mean, what are you doing? And it was all like self-inflicted
emotional penalties.
Emotional dumbness.
Yeah.
Like, what? Y'all stay in control. You're at home. You're the favored team here. Play within your wits. And that goes directly back to John Harbaugh to me and that coaching staff. You got to keep your team under control at that moment. And
it's about leadership, though. When you think about it, they got a lot of great players, but do they have great leaders?
Yeah,
it doesn't seem like it.
Well, that's the other part, right? I mean, Lamar Jackson throwing his helmet after he throws that interception. Lamar, you just can't throw that interception.
Yeah.
You can't misread it that badly.
That was so bad, though.
Yeah.
It was 3 defenders over there. It was 1 defender underneath. The linebacker was underneath. And then there was a DB over the top of the upfield shoulder. And then there was a backside DB that came over to get the pick. I don't know if it was a DB or a linebacker, whoever it was. But there was a backside defender that got the pick. It's like, I don't even know how Lamar read that as open ever.
Well, and if you
It was never open.
back to the feel of the game conversation in the NFC game, and the feel of the game that had come after the Zay Flowers fumble at the goal line, but they had gotten a stop, they'd gotten the ball back. They were okay. Now we're going to go back down and tie this game. And gosh, you throw that ball. I mean, that is just
it's inexcusable.
Well, it reminded me, unfortunately, for Cowboys fans, of the Dak Prescott pick six before half against the Packers. Like, what are you looking
it's
at?
Like that Jordan Love play is what it was to me. That Jordan Love pick against 49ers, that's what it looked like. It's like, what are you doing?
Well, Dak, before when the Cowboys were down 20 to nothing, and they were driving to try to tie the get back in the game.
The double slant.
The double slant pick six. I'm like, Dak, like, what are you even looking at?
High school quarterback wouldn't throw that.
What are you looking at? And it put 7 points. Now you're 27-0.
That was a hell of a swing.
And that was like the coup de grace, man. It's like, and this is the same with Lamar Jackson. It's like, you watch Patrick Mahomes play. I mean, he doesn't make anything. He never throws a pass that looks anything like that.
In the sixth playoff game, they're on a six playoff game winning streak right now. And he hasn't thrown an interception in any of the 6 games.
I know. It's incredible.
I mean, he just, if he's going to make a mistake, it's going to be 1 or 2 a game that you can capitalize on. And they're not crucial errors either. I mean, find some way to minimize like the bleeding.
And that's why, whether it's true or not, because you can't get inside someone's head or inside their heart, the argument is that Lamar and Dak kind of panic. They kind of panic in those moments, and they don't, for whatever reason. I mean, some guys rise to it, and that's why I think
Purdy does, which is weird.
Yeah, Purdy's
right? Not a great player, but
ice water, man.
In that moment, Purdy he plays his best. It's like, how did this guy play mediocre football for 2 and 3 quarters, and then when the game's on the line, when he's down,
took over the
digits,
game.
That is different. That is different. You're right. Every great player doesn't necessarily have that gene, but just because you have that gene doesn't make you a great player. And I think that may be Purdy. But here at 49ers, maybe that's all you need. Think about the last 7 minutes against Green Bay. They're trailing 21-17. He completes 6 of 7 passes for 49 yards. The Niners went 69 yards in 12 plays, beat the Packers 24-21. Second half against Detroit, they were trailing 24-7. Purdy accounted for 223 yards total, while leading San Fran to a 24 second half margin over the first 27 minutes of the half. And after the break, he completed 13 of 16 for 174 yards and a touchdown, and ran 4 times for 49 yards. Like, he's basically, all of his clutch plays are being made in clutch moments. He's not making any real big plays in the playoffs until his team absolutely desperately needs it.
Well, and that's why, the conversation about Dak and Lamar Jackson are great regular season players, MVP regular seasons, but at the biggest of moments, they come up small. And for Lamar and Dak now, it's multiple times. It's not just once. It's not, because that's excusable. But for Dak, it's 8 years now in this league, and he hasn't taken his team on a long playoff run. For Lamar Jackson, it's now multiple times as he falls to 2 and 4 as a starter in the playoffs is the number. And yeah, that was on your home field with a game that your defense has gotten their hands around this offense and has given you chance after chance to go win this thing. He can't do anything about the Zay Flowers play, but his interception, and then to the point your point of leadership. I mean,
seems that way.
I mean, rally your team. Brock Purdy calmed his team down, it felt like, with some plays he was making. Lamar Jackson seemed just as rattled as his team did. Mm-hmm. It felt like they reflected one another. And this is where John Harbaugh comes back in the conversation of, let's settle this thing down. But it was Andy Reid over there and Steve Spagnuolo who just looked like the bosses. They're totally in control of their team, totally buttoned up, not making big mistakes. And, they had back-to-back holding calls on a guard at one point. But either way, just felt like that's where they belong. That's where they're comfortable in that zone. The Ravens never felt that way.
Yeah, the quarterbacks that Spagnuolo has to neutralize on their way to the Super Bowl. I mean, you're talking about Tua, Josh Allen, now Lamar Jackson. I mean, you can argue, that the Brock Purdy challenge won't be nearly as formidable as the one they've had so far.
Oh, to go through, those quarterbacks, and now you get Purdy, but don't underestimate Purdy.
I won't, but
I know. I'm just saying, they won't, but it's
Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson. That's nightmare fuel for most defensive coordinators, and you've already gone through that. Now Purdy can run a little bit, but he ain't running like those guys.
You're 100% correct. And for the macro conversation about the Cowboys, you're now. Because when Tom Brady retired and Drew Brees retired and Aaron Rodgers was moved to the conferences, the question was, okay, the NFC's wide open. Can Dak Prescott seize it? Well, back-to-back years, Jalen Hurts is taking his team to the quarter-foot Super Bowl. Now Brock Purdy is taking his team
Jared
to the Super Bowl.
Goff surpassed it a little
Jared
bit.
Goff
Jared Goff
is
took
right
a team to an NFC title game,
And
man.
this is where we talk about legacies and hierarchy. This is where Dak slots now, and the window was open. Well, now, he hasn't been able to even get past the division championship level this year, the wild card. All right, can we get to Rod's second rant of the day? Brought to you by our good friends at Apple Leasing.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore.
Find out what happens when people stop being polite and start getting real.
You ain't keeping it right.
My God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
Oh, you've got it now. It's time for Rod's rant of the day.
Hold on to your butts.
I said this earlier in the show. I'm done picking against Patrick Mahomes. I mean, the guy's just too damn good. And we're talking about the greatest start to a career for any pro athlete in American pro sports history. And when he's an underdog, and by the way, he's going to be an underdog because I think technically right now he is an underdog. That could end up by the Super Bowl, by the time the Super Bowl gets here and kickoff. It could end up being a pick 'em, or it could end up flipping totally. But I believe right now Kansas City was a 1-point underdog to a 1.5-point dog to the San Francisco 49ers. And that would make 3 weeks in a row where Patrick Mahomes was an underdog. I don't think that's ever happened in his career. I'll give you some numbers. The last time you go look at it with Patrick Mahomes. So now totally Patrick Mahomes is 9-3 straight up in his career as an underdog after the last win over Lamar Jackson and the Ravens on the road. That's the best record for any QB in the Super Bowl era with a minimum of 10 starts. And it is you go look at it. I believe that Ravens game was the 6th time that Mahomes opened as a underdog of 3 or more. This obviously against the 49ers, just going to be a 1-point dog. But the Chiefs were at least, I think to start, at least a 3-point underdog to Lamar Jackson and the Ravens. And he is now 6-0 in those games. He's 6-0 whenever he's a dog of at least 3 points. And he's 9-3 straight up in his career as an underdog. And if you go look at it, Mahomes is 11 games as an underdog. Now 12 games as an underdog. So he's just been fantastic. Like I said, picking against Patrick Mahomes is just not wise, and I probably shouldn't do it again. But for him to be an underdog in 3 straight weeks, I'll go back and look at it, but there's no way we've seen that happen in Patrick Mahomes' career. And honestly, by the time Super Bowl gets here, I'm not sure if they'll be an underdog. So picking against Patrick Mahomes, not smart. But also, there's something else about, we talked about this about Brock Purdy playing some of his best football in critical moments. You got to give it up for the Kansas City Chiefs because they've been limited in their weapons so far this year. We talked about them having the weakest wide receiving core that Patrick Mahomes has had since he's been there with Andy Reid. They have found a way almost in every matchup to highlight a different player, right? I mean, this past week, it was Travis Kelce, right? Travis Kelce, 11 targets, 11 receptions, 116 yards. That's how they beat Baltimore. But remember that game that Isaiah Pacheco had? and that win over Buffalo, and that win over Miami, those guys. You go look at Isaiah Pacheco now, 254 rushing yards in the playoffs. Travis Kelce, 262 receiving yards. And give it up for Rashee Rice. He has 223 receiving yards in the playoffs. So everything is really concentrated. Like their offensive productivity is really concentrated because they don't have a lot of great weapons. But Andy Reid has found a hell of a way to scheme open Travis Kelce, to scheme things for Isaiah Pacheco in the running game, who just runs like he's mad at the grass, and Rashee Rice. And we talked about how Rashee Rice was trending. Rashee Rice is clearly like if you look at scheme-wise, the number one guy for Andy Reid and for Patrick Mahomes right now. So it's amazing what the Kansas City Chiefs have been able to do, and they did that against the number one defense. And by the way, that Bills defense was a pretty good defense. I mean, that was one of the better defenses in the NFL, and they carved up that defense too. And so Patrick Mahomes right now is just playing on a whole nother level. He's on a different planet, and he got to that point where Tom Brady was at this point too, where yes, Tom Brady had his weapons, but he didn't need many of them. He just needed like one or two of his guys. He needed Gronk, or he needed Edelman. You know what I mean? He didn't need a lot of guys. When he had his best complement of weapons, he didn't even win the Super Bowl, right? You just talked about how Spagnuolo had a great defensive game plan for the Giants, and when he had Randy Moss and Wes Welker and all those really great weapons in 2007, and they went undefeated throughout the regular season, Tom Brady didn't win the Super Bowl. When Tom Brady was winning Super Bowls, his weapons, he often uplifted the play of the weapons around him. He made the receivers around him better, and I think Patrick Mahomes might be venturing into that category now, where he can just able to uplift the play of other players around him. Guys like Marquez Valdes-Scantling, Rashee Rice, they may not have tremendous upside. They may not be guys who are drafted really high in the draft, but Patrick Mahomes is just that good that he can make those guys even better. But what that game came down to with the Baltimore Ravens, and I said this last week, and I should have put more importance on it, but we mentioned so much stuff when we're previewing these matchups, so we're just trying to get in as much of the analysis as we can. I said that Ravens play a lot of zone defense. They play more zone defense and better zone defense than anybody in the league. They're more effective playing zone, and it's a matchup zone, pattern match zone, so all these guys are great at passing routes off in coverage. And I said that pattern match zone they're really good at may not matter if the chemistry between Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce is so good and they're able to find the vulnerabilities in that zone. Well, that's exactly what they did all game long. And finally, the Ravens figured it out, and I think they started to match up more man, play some man concepts on Travis Kelce, and you can zone up the rest of it if you want to. But that was a little bit too late because early on in the game, and when they needed a for sure conversion, they needed a clutch play. I'm watching Patrick Mahomes' 9-second scramble drill to get Travis Kelce a target on third down to keep one of their touchdown drives alive early in the game, and they end up scoring that second touchdown. That kind of chemistry, I don't know if there's anything anybody can do about it. I don't know if there's anything the 49ers can do about that kind of chemistry. Hey, Longhorn fans, we remember watching that kind of bromance between a quarterback and a receiver when we watched Colt McCoy and Jordan Shipley. Now imagine that to the nth degree. Imagine that with the greatest tight end of all time, and maybe, all right, one of the young goats of all time at quarterback too. Chemistry is highly underrated, and that just showed you it didn't matter. They were going up against the number one defense in the league. Number one defense in the league can't stop Kelce and Mahomes. I don't know if there's anybody that can stop Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce. I don't know if that defense exists.
Yeah. Well, and again, I mean, everything you just say is spot on, but and the clutch gene, it's their time of year. Much like it was Tom Brady's time of year, and I think the comparisons are there. And I know it's like early in the year, we talked about, it feels like Brett Veach and the Chiefs are going to try to copy what Belichick and Brady did, which is right. I mean, We've got this all-time quarterback who's all-time clutch, who makes huge plays when we need them. The initial thought would be, well, let's surround him with great offensive players.
Yep.
Or you go to, because in a salary cap league, you can't do everything, right? You can't. So they first rebuilt the offensive line because they got to the Super Bowl and couldn't block anybody because their line all got hurt.
Tampa Bay exposed.
Yeah, and Tampa Bay exposed their protection. So they fixed that. And now it's been about the defense. And to your point about re-signing Chris Jones, they have to do that. But this is the Belichick-Brady model that if we play stingy defense, really well coached with Steve Spagnuolo, who's really underrated, and then we have this guy and this other guy, Travis Kelce, like he had Gronk, we're going to win these games. We're going to win these games because we're going to be the calm team. We're going to be schemed up and ready to go, and we got this guy. And Brady did it for 20 years. And you saw how good he was once that guy left.
Yeah, didn't even matter. He still was good. I think Patrick Mahomes, if Andy Reid decides to retire, I think he'll still be good.
He will. If you that was my suggestion last week, was keep Spagnuolo to run the defense, make him the head coach, and then hire a great young offensive mind to work with Mahomes.
Or bring Bieniemy back.
Or hire Eric Bieniemy.
Bring Bieniemy back. Let him call the plays.
Because it's, defense still wins championships in my mind, and it's an offensive league. But as we saw yesterday, you still have to play high level defense. And you know who else is making a lot of money? This run and the trends of the copycat NFL, Rod? Tight ends. Yep. J.T. Sanders. Mm-hmm. I mean, Sam Laporta is as good as it gets. George Kittle. Obviously, Travis Kelce. Mark Andrews is a really good player trying to work his way back. And that's the only part of the thing, because the Chiefs were great yesterday in those first couple drives. But that game was there to be won. If you tell any Ravens fan we held them to 17 and none in the second, we win that game. We win that game, and they didn't. And that's credit to the defense of the Chiefs, and then just the shrinkage nature of the Ravens right now, because they didn't rise up and take that game when it was there for them. So,
I was just talking about the line, and because Patrick Mahomes is an underdog, third playoff game in a row, he's an underdog, which is just wild. The line, the 49ers started off at a 2.5-point favorite, and now they're just a 1-point favorite.
Oh, so it's come down.
It's come down drastically in just 24 hours. No, actually less than 24 hours. That was overnight. So I think by the time that game kicks off, Kansas City Chiefs may be a favorite.
Maybe. Well, it's funny.
So take it right now, people. Take it.
Well, the best bettors, the sharps, right? They get on it early because that's usually when you're going to get your best line.
Yep.
And gosh, half a point, those are huge swings when the game's going to be this close. It just really is, and to get that, because you won't get that line again.
No.
So if you can get it early, that's where you want to be. But either way, look again. This Chiefs dynamic is remarkable. It's very Brady Belichick like, and Steve Spagnuolo, man, what a stud, absolute stud. What they do, Rod. You are a corner. Their corners are so sticky.
They are.
I mean, they are really, really good. And this guy, Trent McDuffie, who they took in the first round out of Washington, he gives no space, man. That guy is up on you. And I think I first noticed it early in the season when they played Jacksonville. Remember Jacksonville at the time was pretty healthy with Trevor Lawrence. And they got all those real good receivers. And, man, no one was open. Nobody was open. They're really impressive what they do at all three levels, and that's credit to that coaching staff and to the drafting that they've done.
Yeah, credit to Beach, man.
Which is why it'll be a great matchup in the Super Bowl, right? I mean, you got Ayuk and Debo, and you've got it's going to be a fun football game, and it'll probably come down to Mahomes v. Purdy, and we'll see. I got to go Mahomes.
I was going to say, well, that's an easy decision. That's what I said. If we're going Mahomes versus Purdy, that's an easy decision, but we'll see. I mean, Spagnuolo, we just don't give him enough props, and if he can find a way to neutralize that multiplicity and that multiple attack for San Fran, man, we got to start just putting that dude in the Hall of Fame just as a coordinator, because what he's done so far.
Awesome,
right?
Well, and
considering going back to his time with the Giants,
to pair him with Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes, and that's why they're looking to go back to back. And go back to back in Super Bowls, because that's as good as it gets as far as the coaching.
Is he the best? We got to talk about. Is he the best DC in the league? Are we not giving him enough props? Who's the best DC in the league? Who's the best coordinator? Defensive coordinator.
I would right now.
Dan Quinn was in the conversation. Mike McDonald's in the conversation. D'Amico was, but now those guys are head coaches now. So I'm talking about as a coordinator right now, defensive coordinator. Is he the best?
Him or Dan Quinn? I think Dan Quinn's going to come back. I don't think we've talked about this today. I think it's 99% sure that Dan Quinn will be back as DC for the Cowboys.
Oh, you think Mike McDonald's going to get the Seattle job?
I think Dan Quinn would have been hired by now if he was
too. I think they were waiting.
They wanted to interview this other guy too, which I think you're right about.
Well, there was some thought in Seattle. I read a bunch over the weekend that John Schneider's in charge of the hire, and he wasn't going to hire until he could sit face to face with Mike McDougal. He wanted to talk to them. It still may swing back to Dan Quinn when it's all said and done.
If he has a terrible interview.
Yeah, if it doesn't go well, and his defense made great adjustments yesterday again.
Yeah, but Spagnuolo might be the best DC in the league right now.
Well, again,
Dan Quinn's in the conversation, but would you take Spags or Dan Quinn?
I would take Spagnuolo.
I think I'll take Spags right now, and I love me some Dan Quinn.
Well, what you've seen him do the last couple of years and rebuilding this Chiefs defense, but also, again, 2007 Patriots, highest scoring offense of all time. Tom Brady, 50 touchdowns, 8 interceptions. Randy Moss.
Wes Welker.
He beat him.
He did.
He beat them. They were going 19-0, and then he beat them. He was the architect of that defensive game plan that stopped Tom Brady. And he's still doing it. As a head coach, it didn't work for him, but at the same time, as far as scheming up D, I mean, you're a defensive guy, Rod. It's about as good as it gets right there.
I like Lou Anarumo, too, from Cincinnati. He's one of my – he's just great in the playoffs. But, right, I mean, if it's not Spags, I mean, honestly, I don't know who I would take ahead of Spags. I'll say that right now.
Really good.
Yeah.
We hope in time, Rod, it'll be D'Amico Ryans. We'll see.
Well, he's not the coordinator anymore. Now he's the head coach, and he doesn't call – does he call –
You're right.
Does he still call the defensive plays?
And I like that Spagnuolo has settled into this. I want to coach the defense right now.
Yes.
He could be a head coach again, but – he's got a pretty good.
Where was he the head coach? The Rams?
Yeah, I think so.
I think Giants.
He was like,
I'll look at it. All right, we'll come back. When we do, we will pick up this. I want you to hear from some voices. We'll hear from Dan Campbell when asked about his fourth down decisions. Also hear some criticism of Dan Campbell. Also got to hear from Jim Harbaugh. Jim Harbaugh spoke for the first time since he became the new head coach of the LA Chargers, why he left Michigan, back for the NFL. It's all coming, part of a busy Monday on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby.
Hey, what's up, folks? It's your lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers. Austin is a great city aside from the traffic, but that's okay. We can deal with the traffic because Austin is such a fantastic place to live. It's one of the reasons it's one of the fastest growing cities in America. And as our city continues to grow and thrive, so do our friends at Ironworkers Local Union 482. Many of the iconic landmarks we love in this city were created and built by the skilled craftsmanship of Ironworkers Local Union 482, like the Pennybacker Bridge and DKR Stadium. Folks, and Ironworkers Local Union 482 don't go to the office. They're the ones who actually build it. So if you're looking for an exciting new career, or you want new employment opportunities, maybe you want to feel valued by your employer, you want a new challenge, you can become a member of Ironworkers Local Union 482 right now, and they're hiring 3,000 people for a huge project right here in Central Texas, and they're offering competitive wages, competitive benefits, and a pension plan. They even offer training for unskilled labor through their apprenticeship program. So if you want to become a member of Ironworkers Local Union 482, just reach out to them today, and you can take pride in the type of teamwork and craftsmanship that helps shape the future of our great city. So maximize your potential and accept the challenge of becoming the best version of yourself by reaching out online at ironworkers482.org. That's ironworkers482.org.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers. Hook 'em up. 1019 AM 1260. The Horn.
Oh, man, what a Monday. Yesterday and Sundays like it are why we love football. It's also why we start to get sad and depressed this time of year, because the Sundays like that are coming to an end. They're only one more with the Super Bowl, and it should be a doozy. As Rod just said, the Chiefs currently a 1-point favorite. Who's favored right now, Ty? Is it Chiefs or 49ers?
Last I saw was the 49ers by a point.
49ers, yeah, by a point. And as Roger said, it opened up 2.5, and money's come in early. But it's going to be a heck of a Super Bowl. There's a lot of compelling matchups, but probably wise to pick Mahomes. Just the way this is going, they're going to their 4th Super Bowl in 5 years. He's only been a starter for 6 years, and he's going to his fifth Super Bowl. Pretty incredible, to say the least. He was just in another AFC Championship game. They won it 17-10. Largely because of their defense in the second half, but he did enough. And then that throw he made, I mean, it's impossible to underestimate just how big that throw was, how ballsy that throw was to Marquez Valdes-Scantling on that final drive to be able to take the knee. Because obviously an incompletion there, I mean, you're giving the Ravens the ball and a real opportunity where that's a risky move. They gambled and won, unlike Dan Campbell, who gambled and lost a couple of times in the NFC Championship game. And we're talking about it with you here this morning. All right, Ty, so I wanted to play this because we've talked about Dan Campbell. By the way, C.J. Vogel is going to join the show. C.J. Vogel, of course, with Football Brainiacs. He'll join us after the top of the hour after our Who Said That. We're going to preview this Texas basketball game tonight. It's a big Monday game at the Mood. Should be a raucous crowd at 8 o'clock tonight when they play Houston. The Cougars are coming to town, Kelvin Sampson and company, and we'll preview that game. Also look back at what went wrong at BYU on Saturday, and we'll talk to CJ about a little of this football too, because here are the numbers, Ty. Because by the way, Rod Babers had to run home. He had an appointment he had to get to, so he will rejoin us tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Ty and I'll carry it with CJ coming on. But Chiefs going to their 4th Super Bowl in 5 years. Travis Kelce sets the record for the most postseason receptions in NFL history, going past Jerry Rice. He's rewriting the postseason record book. Meanwhile, in the NFC game, it was the Lions up 24-7 at the half. I don't know that you could have called a better game than the Lions or offensive coordinator Ben Johnson did in that first half. It's why he's getting a lot of head coaching love, maybe even in Washington. I mean, that was schemed up. They just torched that San Francisco defense, but the Niners rallied. And here becomes the conversation. We talked about John Harbaugh, more of a macro question at coaching is, was your team ready to play? Why were they so undisciplined? Why so amped up? Why so many unforced errors and mistakes? That goes to coaching and leadership. But for Dan Campbell, there's no doubt that his team was ready to play. I mean, they played great. But in the second half, Ty, and I want your thoughts on this, you had to anticipate, and I'm sure Dan Campbell did, that this home team is going to make a push. They're going to make a run, and it's going to come early. It's going to come early in the half. They got to get back in this game. They're down 24-7, and they haven't been able to stop you at all. They came out with the ball, the Niners, and you knew that was a critical drive. They had to go down and get some points. They did. They kicked a field goal. So now it's 24-10. So you kick back off to the Niners, kick back off to the Lions, and the Lions moved the ball down the field, Ty, and there they are. They're in makeable field goal range. I know their book, analytics, all say go for it. They went for it, and the receiver dropped the ball, and you gave the ball right back to the 49ers without adding any points to the score. If you kick it there, you equal what the Niners did on that first drive of the third quarter, and now you're halfway through the third quarter, because now you're playing the clock too. That if you can get out of here with a win, you want to match scores where you can, in my mind, kind of equal them. Obviously, the Niners get a big boost, and I want to play this for you, Ty. Let's start with George Kittle. Okay, I want to play George Kittle. Here's George Kittle when asked about. Let's hear when asked about the momentum in the game and how important it is to get those stops, to get the crowd involved, and give everybody belief that we can go win this game.
I have a question for you guys. Why does analytics people say that momentum isn't a real thing? Like, what that is? I had a conversation with Pat McAfee. He was like, "Yeah, all these people are telling us that momentum's not real," and that's just the biggest load of horse crap I've ever heard of in my entire life. But we can move on. I digress.
When did you feel?
All right, there we go. There's George. Okay, no, actually, keep that going.
I think our stadium did a fantastic job. Like when Nick said, yes, like for some reason, playoffs and Levi's, it feels like there's crowd noise being pumped in. It's not. Our fan base is just phenomenal. Really, we had a good opening drive out of the second half, and that fourth down stop, you could just kind of feel an energy. We go down and score. all right, this is huge. Turnover. I was like, oh, man, all bets are off now. Like, bang, bang.
All right, so that would be my point to Rod's argument about this is what they've been all year. What George Kittle just said, Ty, is, in that moment, they got a field goal. If you match it with a field goal, the crowd is, kind of bumming. Like, they want to build some momentum. Kittle just said it. We got to stop, which gave us the momentum. Our crowd got behind us. We went down and scored. Then it's the fumble. Then the avalanche is on. We'll never know this, but I believe you kick that field goal, you go to a TV timeout because then you're kicking off, right? And you're just trying to match scores. I really was in favor of Dan Campbell kicking a field goal there. Your side of that there, Ty?
I mean, I if you look at my Twitter right now, you'll see that I had a 7-leg parlay that kind of hinged on the 49ers covering 3.5. So I was happy with Dan Campbell's decision to keep going for it on fourth down because it kept me alive. But yeah, I mean, if I was the coach, I would have taken the points. You like Rod and you've been saying, like you need to zag from what you usually do, and it was clear that they were just going to keep going for it every single time.
Yeah, I know that's what he does, and Rod would point out the Cowboys game. Well, they lost the Cowboys game too because he went for 2 when he didn't have to. Sometimes, better part of valor, and you go ahead and get those points, especially on the road, up 17 with a cushion. All you want to do is keep the crowd out of it. As George Kittle just said, momentum is a big thing, especially on the road. Don't give the home team belief. Match scores and the avalanche can be prevented. Instead, the opposite happened. And then for sure, now look, by the time they get back to where Dan Campbell's got to make another decision on this, it's the fourth quarter and they're trailing in the game. They've given up the lead. Now it's 27-24. I mean, gosh, this is the one where even Rod was in agreement that you got to kick the field goal. Once you've given up the lead and the crowd is going frenzy, and you move the ball down into field goal range, and it's 4th and 3. Now you got to kick. You got to get this game tied with 7 minutes to play and see where we go from there. But didn't, and obviously, they end up, next thing you know, they're down 10. Now it's 34-24, and what was a 17-point lead is now a 10-point hole, and you're going to run out of time here. And then it's the 20, even though you and I think a lot of people were telling him to take the points in real time, now you're down 10. Now it's, we told you so kind of thing. Like, because now you're 2 possessions down. If you kick those field goals, you're right where you want to be in a close game at the end of the NFC Championship game. I wanted you to hear from Dan Campbell himself on this. Dan Campbell was certainly asked about his decisions, and here's how that sounded after the game.
It's tough. There's questions.
Dan, you had 2 fourth down decisions that were critical in the second half, and neither one was.
They were what?
2 fourth down decisions that were critical in the second half. Neither one was converted. Particularly the second one. Why not take a field goal there and maybe stem the bleeding a little bit?
Yeah, I just felt really good about us converting and getting our momentum and not letting them play long ball. They were bleeding the clock out. That's what they do. And I wanted to get the upper hand back. And it's easy hindsight, and I get it, I get that. But I don't regret those decisions, and that's hard. It's hard because, we didn't come through. It wasn't able to work out, but I don't. And I understand the scrutiny I'll get. That's part of the gig, man. But, we just didn't work out.
Just didn't work out. Hate it for Dan Campbell, but same time, I think those are easy choices in my opinion, but that's not his way. And as Rod pointed out over and over, that's why they're here. You could argue they wouldn't be where they are if that's not how they played all year. When they cross midfield and get into plus territory, they feel like it's 4-down territory, and it's hard to stop that offense 4 times is the argument. But man, time and place, game awareness, situational football. This is the most important. This is to go to the Super Bowl. Franchise has never been to one, and 6 big points that you didn't take cost your opportunity to get to a Super Bowl. Coming back, Ty, we'll play some Who Said That because I got another piece of sound from someone who is on my side of this argument and pretty adamantly. But by the way, you mentioned your 6 leg. You did not win the parlay, did you? You lost it because of that late backdoor cover touchdown by the Lions, correct?
Yeah, the last 2 things I had, going into that last drive were I needed Jahmyr Gibbs to get a catch, which he did on the first play of that drive. So I started celebrating at that point, and then I realized that the Lions were kind of dicing down the field. So. It was very disappointing, but it's that's the life of a man who bets parlays, weekly. So I'll be back. I'll be back for the Super Bowl.
Man who bets parlays weekly. Oh, man. I love it. The other thing that you can criticize Dan Campbell for, too, Rod, or Ty, is at the end of the drive that ended up in the touchdown, the running play that he allowed Ben Johnson to call, the running play that got stuff that forced him to take a timeout. That timeout, those 3 timeouts were critical to the end of game. I don't know that they made enough of it with Greg Olsen and Kevin Burkhardt on the call. That has to be 3 straight throws. You have to throw the ball into the end zone there. You can't let the clock stop. Jared Goff has to know I'm throwing, and everything goes to the end zone from the goal line here, and I'm not taking a sack.
And once David Montgomery came in, everybody in the stadium and everyone watching knew it was going to be a run. You had Jahmyr Gibbs in there the entire drive because he's obviously more of a threat out of the backfield passing wise. That was stupid. That was honestly worse to me than some of those fourth down or going for it on fourth down.
Well, because you just wanted to kick the field goal.
Well, yeah,
there were people
that too.
Because there was a strategic idea of just go ahead and kick the field goal, save time, and then if you don't get the onside kick, then you still have 3 timeouts to stop the clock and get the ball back. But then you need a touchdown. I understood it. What you couldn't do is what they did, which is hand the ball off. When you hand the ball off and get stuffed in the backfield, you got to use that timeout now. And now your season relies on an onside kick, which, we know that it's almost impossible these days. So, yes, obviously coaching questions for Dan Campbell. I still think he's a coach I root for. Frustrating that they couldn't finish that, but it was all too, as a Houston fan, it was all too Oiler Texan-like for me. Just to collapse in the second half and did as we pointed out, every break the Niners needed, they got, from the Brandon Ayuk catch to the the ball, the punt that was on the goal line to the drop by Josh Reynolds. I mean, all these things were just adding up, and in the end, it was the Niners who were into the Super Bowl for the 8th time in their franchise's history to meet the Chiefs, who were there for the 4th time in 5 years. Should be a heck of a Super Bowl, but you do feel bad for the Lions on this Monday morning. We'll come back. We'll play some Who Said That. CJ Vogel talks some Texas basketball with us at the top of the hour. It's a busy Monday on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby. Certainly is. Let me tell you about a friend, Dr. Greg Eckert. Dr. Greg Eckert, he's my friend, a really good friend of mine, but he's also my dentist, and that's where it began. We've grown into being good friends, but you don't usually think about your dentist and of a place you love to be. That's not the case with Dr. Eckert and his team. Once you start doing general dentistry with Dr. Eckert and you're looking at your overall oral hygiene, what you'll find is he has the best team in town. The group there at Dr. Eckert, if you go to the website, dreckert.com, you can meet them all and see them all. But it's everything you want, especially as we age here and you want maybe some advanced dentistry. You're thinking about restoring some teeth. I've talked to ever since I've done my restoration last fall with Dr. Eckert. I get a lot of questions. Hey, how did it go? What did you think? Because they see my smile and they see my teeth, and they're like, man, that looks great. And then they start thinking about it, and it percolates around their head. Maybe it does for you, too. All you got to do is take the first step and call Dr. Eckert at 512-345-3166. That's 345-3166. And just start the process. Start the conversation. That's how I did it with Dr. Eckert. Of course, he told me when I first started going there that I was a teeth grinder. I didn't really realize this. At night, I would grind my teeth down, chipped teeth, and they were just smaller than they should have been, because I kind of filed them down over time. He immediately fitted me for a guard that I wear at night now, but the damage had been done. But boy, over time, it's like, hey, when do you want to? When we can rebuild these teeth, we can restore that smile to get it back to where you want it to be as you age. And over time, we kind of built a game plan. Never pressure. Just when it was time to do it, we did it. And now here I am with this great smile that I have and I'll have for the rest of my life. And Dr. Eckert's team, so amazing. One trip in, once the plan was laid down, had to go in for the fittings and everything. But once it was time to do the new smile, and restoration took one afternoon. and I walked out with the smile that I have now and absolutely love it. You can too, whether it's a restoration or the permanently secured dental implants. It also is a new smile in a day. It's Dr. Greg Eckert, 512-345-3166, online at dreckert.com. Remember, it's Eckert with a U, U-E-C-K-E-R-T. All right, before we play a little Who Said That with some sound, I wanted to read this text on the text line, 512-447-3776. Gus from the Bronx says, guys, being a data analyst, I don't think they have been able to quantify the effects on momentum into data. If they have, they probably have discovered that it's not enough to override the analysis of going for it on fourth down. Still, I don't think you can quantify the human emotions in sport, and that is a huge factor in the game. Thank you, Gus. That's a really, really good point. And this kind of goes to Dan Campbell. I mean, Ty, we know this, right? These are the most pressure-packed moments for any of these players, right? I mean, this isn't just a regular season game that everybody wants to win. This is to go to the Super Bowl. And when you're trying to stem momentum and help your team not get on the wrong side of it, and you have an ability to do that, I mean, you have to take into effect that these are humans, and the pressure. Which players on your team handle the pressure? Well, obviously Josh Reynolds did not, and dropped a couple of passes last night. I mean, those are the kind of things. I mean, pressure cracks pipes, and these are the highest stakes that these players will play in their careers, arguably. And that's where I think Dan Campbell probably should have erred on the side of caution in that point. But, that's not his style. I also want to play this, though. Here, we've been all over this morning talking about it in addition to the Ravens and Chiefs game. Let me let you hear Rex Ryan this morning. Usually on Who Said That, we play some sound, we try to guess it, but Rod had to run out of here to go to an appointment. Let's hear from Rex Ryan, though, on ESPN this morning, talking about the decisions that Dan Campbell made.
And I'm going to tell you something. This is the most devastating loss, of all time, because I've lost 3 championship games. You know what you get when you lose a championship game?
Not a dang thing?
Not a dang thing. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. This will haunt you for the rest of your life. And I'm telling you, because I get it. I can remember every damn one of those losses. Everything about plays. That's what it means to this football team. To Dan Campbell, to all his coaches, to every one of the players. They're going to be with them forever. And that's what you're going to react 2 different ways. You're going to let it just kill you. Or are you going to sit back and say, I'll be damned if that happens again?
Every guy.
Really well.
All right, so there's from his perspective, Rex Ryan. Thoughts there, Ty? I mean, that's because you can't guarantee you ever get back to this right here, and you had the chance, you had the lead, and I understand what Dan Campbell is, but at the same time, could you make 20/20 hindsight decisions?
Yeah, I mean, this one that kind of hits on a personal level. It's not as big of a deal, but I played in a state championship game, or I was hurt. I did not even play, but I still think about that game all the time. The high school hero in me, like what could have gone differently, and I'm sure Coach Dodge thinks about it all the time. So I can't imagine on the highest level what you must be thinking. But when it comes to Dan Campbell, it's like today it could have been a completely different narrative if one or two of those fourth downs go differently.
You're right about that.
He could have been known as having balls of
argument.
steel, and I don't know. I don't blame him for going for it. He should expect the criticism he's getting today, though.
And he did. He said it. That's part of the gig, and that's fair. And he's going to be back doing great next year. I think he's up for Coach of the Year along with the others, and rightfully deserves it. By the way, speaking of pressure, breaking pipes, Ty, there's no one more clutch than Patrick Mahomes. You realize that last year in the Super Bowl, the Eagles had led the NFL with 70 sacks on the season. They sacked Patrick Mahomes 0 times. Coming into the game yesterday, the Ravens led the NFL with 31 takeaways this season. They also led in sacks. They had 0 turnovers forced to Patrick Mahomes yesterday. They also only had 1 sack in the game, if memory serves. So
the Chiefs turn it up when it's time to play big games.
He's a different level, man. He is a different level. Oh man, he just that's why Rod was giving you those stats all last week. Is how often, when Patrick Mahomes goes up against the best defenses, he's fine. He's fine. I mean, we saw Lamar Jackson go up against he's got the best defense in his Ravens. The other second best defense were the Chiefs, and he couldn't manage more than 10 points and had critical turnovers, made critical mistakes, and that's the separator. When you get to this point, you're going to have to be able to beat really, really good defenses. Nobody better than Patrick Mahomes. Tom Brady was pretty damn good at it before him, and that's who he looks like, just cool as he can be in these moments, rising to the occasion over and over again. Coming back, we'll talk more about it. Also talk some Texas basketball, preview the big Monday matchup with the 4th-ranked Houston Cougars. CJ Vogel from the Football Brainiacs will join us to talk some Texas hoops and NFL. Talk about with Ian Rod B.
your dinner order, visit the
Shotgun Willie sits around in his underwear.
Oh, man. Monday after Championship Sunday, two very compelling football games yesterday. Different styles of games. One was a bare-knuckle brawl and a low-scoring defensive struggle, won by the Kansas City Chiefs. The other, a high-scoring shootout that swung multiple times momentum-wise. The Lions dominated the first half. The Niners going a 27-0 spurt in the second half to take a 17-point deficit and make it a 10-point lead, and then held on for a 34-31 win. Really fun football games, and a lot to dissect, obviously. The bouquets for the winners, and then the autopsy for the losers of what went wrong for Dan Campbell's team and John Harbaugh's team. As we talk about it this morning, the Super Bowl is set. Super Bowl 58 in Las Vegas will be a rematch of Super Bowl 54, which the Chiefs and the 49ers. And so now we have 2 weeks to prepare for that. But between now and the Super Bowl, we've also got a lot of college basketball to talk about. And we've got the Senior Bowl starting today. If you're paying attention online, the Senior Bowl game is coming up on Saturday. At about, I think it's on NFL Network on Saturday, and you can check that out. But really the important part are the practices leading up to the Senior Bowl game. Those start today in Mobile, Alabama, and this kind of tells you the trajectory of the Longhorns right now. Longhorns have 5 members of their team from this year at the Senior Bowl, and as their brand says at the Senior Bowl, the draft starts here. That's where really you start the draft process, because every general manager and scouts and coaches from all over the NFL are there to watch these practices, see the best go against the best, and line drills and coverage drills and things of that nature. So you can really open some eyes and show some stuff outside of the tape you put on the field for 3 or 4 years. But the Longhorns have 5 players there. Byron Murphy and Tavondre Sweat up front, Jalen Ford, Christian Jones, and Jordan Whittington are all in Mobile. And so they're tied for the third most players there. Michigan has 8 members of the Wolverines there, and Georgia has 7, but Texas has 5, and Texas would have had 7 if Jahdae Barron and Alfred Collins had decided to move on to the NFL. They both decided to come back for another year at Texas, but they were both invited. So Texas could have had as many as 7 there, which kind of tells you the overall talent improvement the Longhorns have made, and not just in the acquisition realm, but also in the development realm. Because the NFL wants to see these guys, right? They want to get up close with Tavondre Sweat and Byron Murphy, and these players. And Rod mentioned that over the weekend they had the East-West Shrine practices, and J.T. Sanders was there along with Jonathan Brooks. Now Jonathan Brooks was there as a non-participating injured player, but he was there to do some measurables and those kind of things. So, Steve Sarkisian and the staff, kudos, putting Sunday talent on the field that moves forward. And we'll follow that process, obviously, between now and the draft in late April. Combine will come up at the end of this month and early into March. So with that in mind, let's go to the Vaqueros hotline and talk to a good friend of our show. He's also a colleague over at On Texas Football, the On Texas Football channel, where we talk a lot of Texas football on the YouTube side. He is our man, CJ Vogel, also from the Football Brainiacs. He joins us on the Vaqueros hotline. CJ, how are you, man? Happy Monday.
Yeah, happy Monday. A lot going on in the sports world. I'm happy for it. I'm ready to go.
Ready to go. Before we get some basketball and talk a little Senior Bowl and Longhorns, your snapshot takeaways of what you saw yesterday with Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce doing it again, Lamar Jackson again coming up small in a big spot, and of course that classic from San Francisco last night.
Yeah, my biggest takeaway is one. Patrick Mahomes, it feels inevitable. You give him what on paper is the worst, group of weapons he's had to deal with at Kansas City, and it just doesn't matter. Travis Kelce came up big. I was surprised at how little Baltimore ran the football. That was kind of their strength the entire season, and even in those conditions, it felt like it would have lent itself a little bit more to see, the Ravens pound the ground a little bit more, and they just never really established it. I was a little surprised by that. And then, obviously, heartbreak for Detroit. Nothing but heartbreak for that franchise. It was a great run, but to lose that game the way that they did in that second half, brutal.
Brutal is right. And, CJ, you covered both of these quarterbacks that are going to the Super Bowl when they were Big 12 quarterbacks, Iowa State for Brock Purdy, Texas Tech for Patrick Mahomes. both at some levels are well, Mahomes has already established his legacy at this point, his greatness. But was this predictable for either of these quarterbacks when they were playing in the Big 12 back when you were covering them?
I wouldn't say that. I mean, I thought you knew Patrick Mahomes could piece together a pretty nice NFL career. He had all the physical tools specifically, but he never had a season in Lubbock in which he finished over 500. He never had what I would say the sustained success on the field that would have probably lent itself to a lot of folks thinking he would be a successful big-time NFL quarterback. That is something that is worth a conversation about, in terms of how much do you look into wins and losses when evaluating quarterbacks. I think it's unfair to do, and Patrick Mahomes is probably obviously the greatest example of that. Brock Purdy, he was a guy who kind of played himself out of being a first-round talent. After his sophomore season at Iowa State, he was in those early mock drafts of being, hey, we could see this guy's name being called very early next year, and he played his way out of it. His junior year played down into the third or fourth range, and obviously he ended up being Mr. Irrelevant in the seventh round after a slow senior year as well. So quite a turnaround for both guys.
It's amazing. They'll square off in the Super Bowl coming up. Matt Campbell and Cliff Kingsbury going like, wow, I knew that was coming, huh? He is C.J. Fogle. He's a college football insider, recruiting analyst covering the University of Texas for On Texas Football and the Football Brainiacs. Doing a great job. Before we get into some hoops, I want to preview this basketball game tonight, but I mentioned the 5 Longhorns that are in Mobile. I mean, the Longhorns, I've seen projections already of the Longhorns having, 6 players drafted in the first 2 rounds, if not the first 2 rounds, but maybe the first, 100 picks of this draft. This is a lot of talent that is moving on from Texas, but it'll be fun to watch their progress here through the draft process.
Absolutely. I mean, it's going to be the most exciting draft for a Texas program in Lord knows how long, maybe 20 years, 15 years since 2009. So this is really exciting. You're probably looking at the highest grouping of picks in quite a while. So 6 guys potentially in the top 100. If you add Jonathan Brooks, maybe Jalen Ford shocks everybody at the Combine as well, has a great week at the All-Star games too. So that would be huge. You can certainly use this if you're Steve Sarkisian and his staff as a building point to say, hey, we can develop you now. That hasn't always been the case at Texas. And when the on-field success comes, good things happen as a result, and this is one of the benefits of winning a lot of football games is you get to start sending a lot of talent to the NFL, and that's something that will continually be used by this staff to recruit down in not only the portal but the high school ranks as well.
Yeah, it's interesting with the Longhorns that are there. Tavondre Sweat and Jalen Ford are both seen as maybe top 30, top 35 kind of players. I've seen the Byron Murphy projection is maybe even the top 20 draft picks. I think there's one mock draft has him number 11 as maybe the number 1 defensive tackle off the board. Sweat, of course, just a space eater and a run flogger, but he's got great feet. Jalen Ford. Christian Jones is an interesting name because there are some that think maybe he's played his way into a day 2 kind of draft pick potentially, 2nd, 3rd, 4th round kind of thing for Christian Jones at right tackle, and then Jordan Whittington, everyone's favorite Longhorn. Be fun to watch these guys get after it up there at the Senior Bowl, which gets going. And again, the game was on Saturday, but the practices of more import, and I'm sure there'll be coverage of those all over the place. Hey, CJ, when you give us some news from the Longhorns this weekend, I know they did not land the cornerback Jabbar Muhammad, right? Jabbar Muhammad was in the portal from Washington, and the Longhorns saw him in that national championship semifinal game, played a really good football game, but he is committed to Oregon over Alabama and Texas, despite having a couple of cousins on this Longhorn roster. Any surprise there that Jabbar Muhammad ends up a Duck?
No, not necessarily. I think the family ties are something that Texas fans could look at and say, it would make a lot of sense for him to come to his home state of Texas, return back to, about 3 hours from where he grew up in South Dallas, and obviously play with a couple guys that he has blood relation to. But it just didn't make a whole lot of sense for him to come to Texas. He's a guy who's looking to hear his name and draft conversations and circles next year. And what good is that going to do for him if he's not on the field in his last year as a college athlete? Texas is going to offer the opportunity for him to come in, compete for a starting spot. And obviously Texas likes to rotate their defensive backs pretty often. We saw last year with Ryan Watts, Terrence Brooks, Malik Muhammad. Gavin Holmes was in that mix as well. Well, right now we're looking at it where it looks like it was going to be Terrence Brooks and Malik Muhammad really taking that next step up into being the true, two dominant cornerbacks that we expect them to be. Where did Jabbar fit in that? I think for Oregon, it was a pretty simple pitch of a recruitment. Come to Eugene and you can have one of your starting cornerback spots right away. There won't be a competition. We can pencil you into that starting spot, and it won't be a conversation. I think that was the biggest difference in both recruiting approaches from both schools, and obviously the Ducks went out.
No question about that. And Jabbar Muhammad going to Oregon. Longhorns still feel pretty comfortable with their corners. What'd you make of the hire, the reported hire late last week for the Longhorns filling their defensive line coach with Kenny Baker from the Miami Dolphins? He only spent 1 year in the NFL, but climbed the ladder. And as Rod talked about with us, that to get to an NFL spot from smaller schools in a short amount of time the way he did, just kind of tells you what type of rising coach he is. What do you make of Steve Sarkisian? Because, hiring this guy, what some would say the resume is kind of thin, but at the same time, what he has done would tell you that Sark was looking for a specific type of coach to come in and coach his defensive tackles.
Yeah, I think it's a fair critique of the hiring. You'd like to have seen a guy at a Power 5 program who has been able to, go out and recruit those big-time blue-chip guys and obviously send them into the NFL. Not necessarily what you've seen so far with the resume of Kenny Baker, but you have seen development. He had 3 guys at UT Chattanooga that received all-conference honors in 2021. And then his best player, D'Angelo Malone at Western Kentucky, actually ended up winning the conference's Defensive Player of the Year. So there has been signs of development each spot that he's been recently, and I think that's encouraging. Can he do that with the guys that he, goes out and recruits now? That's the biggest question. How easily is he going to be able to adapt to recruiting at and for a school like Texas? I think that's worth, questioning. That year with the Dolphins, I think, really helped solidify and justify the hiring. Otherwise it'd be, surely there's other options available for Sarkisian at Texas than a guy who had just previous stops at Mercer, UT Chattanooga, and Western Kentucky. Well, that NFL stop certainly adds a little bit of a wrinkle. And anytime you can kind of pluck a prodigy from under Vic Fangio in the NFL, I'm for it. So I see that as a pretty strong addition to the Texas staff. And I really hope he's able to hit the ground running on the recruiting side of things, because that's going to be the biggest factor for which Texas is going to need to continue to recruit at a very high level. Now heading into the SEC on that defensive line, it's going to be crucial to maintain a very high level of impact there.
No question about it. Losing Tavondre Sweat and Byron Murphy, it's good to get Alfred Collins back. They also got the Arizona transfer coming in, some developing players. But, yeah, you've got to continue to add pieces through that. And it does feel like he is a relentless worker and likes to recruit, too, which is an important part of this for Steve Sarkisian. He wants someone who loves to be out there and build relationships and recruit. Kenny Baker seems to bring a lot of those things, checks a lot of boxes. So we'll see where that goes. With that in mind, CJ, before we talk hoops, and I do want to talk Texas basketball, but I got some football questions to get through first. The late signing window is next Wednesday, right? February the 7th. It's always the first Wednesday of the second month. Are the Longhorns in or working on anything from the high school ranks, or are they done as far as that goes for 2024?
No, Texas is all wrapped up. They've completed their 2024 high school recruiting signings. In the first window, they obviously were waiting on Ryan Williams this past week to make a decision. He ended up at Alabama. No Bo Davis, so Texas could not continue the pursuit of Alex Foster, who's committed to Baylor. So right now it looks like Texas is completely done. I don't expect that to change in the next week. They will be busy and active again later on in the portal when that window reopens in April. But for now, I think Texas is completely done. It's on to 2025.
All right, there's some football, and because it never ends. Football season's year round here on the Horn on Hook 'em Up. Hey, CJ Vogel is with us. What about this game tonight? Before we talk Texas and Houston, let's go back to Saturday. the game at BYU. The Longhorns had won back-to-back games over ranked teams, beat Baylor last Saturday, beat Oklahoma in Norman, and looked like they were trending. And then they got to BYU and ran into a buzzsaw, a BYU team that normally relies on three-point shooting but really attacked the Longhorns and exposed Texas and their on-ball defense. They ended up shooting 64% from the field. Max Asmus had a tough day and an off day in Provo. What were your takeaways from what we saw Saturday afternoon in the mountains?
Yeah, it was a tough one. You know, it was one where Texas had a little bit of momentum. You mentioned the 2 ranked wins leading up to that trip to Provo. I didn't see a lot of adjustments. I thought that, you know, BYU was very quick to say this is how we're going to score on you, and that seemingly continued the entire duration of the game. And Texas really didn't have an answer. There wasn't any attempt to go to a zone. There was an attempt to, you know, kind of short squeeze that paint area. Everything that was falling for BYU was in the paint or the mid-range. And, you know, credit to some of those BYU shooters because there were some tough shots that they made in the mid-range, but it was after they were able to get to their spot and be comfortable in a range in which they knew that they could be a more efficient shooting from that spot. So I'd like to see a little bit more, you know, aggressive defense in the sense that, you know, things aren't working right here. Let's switch it up a little bit. Let's be quick to adjust and throw a new look at the opponents. I'd also like for tonight to be a game in which we see an identity formed for Texas. You know, you play Oklahoma on the road and you have one of the best defensive performances of your season, just to come out and allow 64% shooting to BYU on the road in Provo. It didn't feel like there's been a consistent theme with this basketball team right now, and I think that's something that is certainly something that's working against the team, and it's as we've seen these struggles continue.
No question about it. And tonight you face a team that absolutely has an identity in Kelvin Sampson's 18-2 Houston Cougars. Their 2 losses were their first 2 Big 12 games on the road at Iowa State and at TCU, but they've won all the rest of them, including a game on Saturday against K-State, after which Jerome Tang, the head coach of K-State, was quoted as saying that that's the best defensive team he may have ever seen that they went up against Houston. So they hang their hat on the defense. And, you know, when I was watching the game against BYU, CJ, on Saturday, and I thought the announcers were doing a really good job talking about Texas. Chris Spatola, I believe, was doing the game, and he kept saying the Longhorns were soft at the rim, right? And you just mentioned 64%. Guys would get in the lane, and no one would close them off. They were soft near the rim. You cannot play soft against Houston. I mean, they will devour you if you try to bring anything soft in their way tonight. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, 100%. The physicality and the defensive presence of this Houston team is really impressive. That's when you talk about having an identity to your team. I mean, you hit the nail on the head. That's what this Houston team is known for. They lead most of they're top of the leaderboard in most of the meaningful statistical categories defensively. They're number 1 in the country in points allowed per game, right over 51. So top 10 in turnovers forced. It's really impressive what they're able to do. That's a true identity, and it's a tall task for the Longhorns this upcoming evening.
Yeah, they're a 6-point underdog on their home floor, a home floor in which they beat Baylor. But, man, when you say find an identity tonight, I mean, you're going to have to match the defensive intensity. And to the Longhorns' credit, last week in Norman, they held Oklahoma to 60 points. And you know, we know what they followed that up with, but can they play the defense? But my biggest concern in this game, CJ, is the guard play, because the one thing, when you see Houston, if you haven't seen them up close, I mean, they look like a football team. I mean, they are so physical and so big. I mean, so built. They're sturdy. I mean, every guy looks like he could don a football uniform and get out there and play. And the Longhorns are smallish, right? They're not very big in the backcourt. Max Asmus is a really good scorer, but he's small. Tyrese Hunter's not the biggest guy. I mean, they're going to have a hard time matching up physically wise for me for Houston. I'll be interested to see how Rodney Terry and this staff try to attack that.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. You know, can they get into the paint, kind of play inside out? I would like to see that a little bit. They wanted to feed Dylan Disu against BYU, but when BYU brought a second and a third guy over to deter him from the basket, you know, there was a lot of questions with where Disu was going to go with the ball. Was Texas going to sit back and fall into that trap of just hucking up threes like we've seen in a few games this season? That's kind of been an Achilles heel while also being a strength. It's been a weird deal because I feel like they start out games very strong in the first half. You know, we saw it against Baylor at home. they couldn't miss. You know, they saw it a little bit against Oklahoma as well. Early on, I feel like Texas is shooting the ball very well, and then for whatever reason, as the second half progresses, it just doesn't continue. So if Texas is able to start by getting into the paint early, I think that lends itself to leading to more shooting opportunities in the second half, something that I think we'd like to see a little bit more consistently in terms of the making of shots. So I'm eager to see it. You know, how are they able to start is going to be very key when this Houston team comes to town. Again, they're right atop the Big 12, so it's going to be just as important a game for them as it will be for Texas.
No question about it. CJ Vogel with us from on Texas football, of course, and the football brainiacs covering the Longhorns. Let me, 18-2. They're 12-0 at home, but the 2 losses they've taken, they're only 2-2 away from home this year. So you do have them on your home floor. Can they get the crowd involved? We saw that in the Baylor game. That was big. And that was an 11 o'clock tip. This one tonight is 8 o'clock. So a good chance to get revved up and get everybody fired up. But the Longhorns have to do things on the court to fire this crowd up. I think that's fair to say because as a 6-point underdog, pretty large hill to climb. Hey, let me ask you this, CJ, from Big 12 basketball. How surprised are you at the start for Texas Tech? I mean, is there a way to put a number? I mean, they're now 5-1 atop the Big 12 for Grant McCasland, the first-year head coach who came in from North Texas. They got a huge win at Oklahoma this past Saturday. That's as big a surprise as I can find in the Big 12 and maybe all around college football or college basketball.
Yeah, 100%. They added Pop Isaacs back to that group a couple of weeks ago, and by all means, he's been able to elevate this team to a range in which I didn't think many expected to occur. I thought, coming into the season, we'd see Houston right atop the conference with Baylor, kind of in the mix. BYU's been really impressive to me as well, and so is TCU. So, you talk about who's going to be the big dogs and what is, I think many would consider the toughest conference in the country. I thought that was who you would expect to see. Obviously, Kansas, I didn't even mention them, adding Hunter Dickinson and a few other pieces this offseason. That was going to be the team that you would sit and expect to be up there with Houston. But Texas Tech, BYU, TCU making things very difficult. Obviously, Iowa State been winning basketball games pretty easily as well. Iowa State's actually one of the teams that knocked off Houston earlier this year. So, I mean, you could go on and on about the depth of this conference. And right now, Texas, it feels like, is just kind of treading water, trying to stay alive, trying to stay in the conversation for this conference. Every win's going to help this team's resume. And right now, there's no easy ones left on the schedule.
Yeah, that's right, and that's why tonight's so big. I mean, you look at the standings. Texas Tech's 5-1. Houston and Iowa State are 5-2. So if Houston were able to come in here and get a win tonight, they'd get to 6-2 and a win over Texas on the road. Texas, of course, sitting at 3-4 down there with the BYU and Oklahoma and BYU, Oklahoma, and Cincinnati. The surprise team is really Iowa State. You mentioned they beat this Houston squad the Longhorns will see tonight, and Kansas sitting there along with TCU at 4-3. But if the Longhorns could find a way to get a win tonight at home, would be huge for their conference standings, and also it would have them going 3-1 in this stretch of matchups with ranked teams, Baylor, Oklahoma, and Houston. If you could win tonight, and then the BYU game not as impactful if you can go 3 out of 4 in that 4-game stretch. But obviously it's a huge if. They got to find a way tonight in a game that matches up against the best defense in all of college basketball against this Longhorn team that sometimes struggles to find exactly what they want to be offensively, and certainly can struggle on the defensive end as well. All right, CJ, good stuff, man. We appreciate that on a Monday, jumping in, talking some Longhorn football, the Senior Bowl, and some hoops. Are you going to attend this game tonight? Are you planning to be down at the Moody Center, or are you going to watch it like the rest of us?
I'll be watching it like the rest of us. I'm sticking at home tonight. Got some good food already ready to be made, and I'm ready to grab some chips and dip and sit on that couch and watch a good game.
Amen, brother. Amen. All right, man. Appreciate it. Good stuff.
All right. Appreciate you. Thanks for having me on.
All right, there's CJ Vogel on Texas football, bringing it. Hey, Ty, are you at all optimistic about tonight's matchup with the Houston Cougars? I know when they were playing Baylor a week ago Saturday, I was not real optimistic. And what do you know? They up and won that basketball game against a very good Baylor team. But this Houston team seems like a different group. What's your level of optimism for the Horns tonight?
I just cooked up a parlay for tonight. I'm including Houston Cougars money line, so that should tell you everything. I think that Texas might cover to keep it close, maybe at least in the first half. But I think the physicality that you mentioned that the Cougars have will eventually, kind of push them past this Longhorns group.
Yeah, I mean, again, you see this team, man. Whoever the strength and conditioning guy for Houston is, they don't miss weight day. I mean, they do not miss the gym. They are physical, they are tough, and they play with that exact mindset that Kelvin Sampson brings. And but they have lost a couple times on the road in Big 12 play. See if the Longhorns, because the Longhorns can get going. I mean, they can shoot the basketball. They just got to match that physicality, which is going to be a challenge. But what happened against BYU? There was a hard practice yesterday. You cannot allow a Big 12 team, any team, to shoot 64% from the floor, get that many open layups and dunks, and not contest them. I'm sure they were challenged, and we'll see if they can rise up tonight, 8 o'clock. From the Mood. We'll come back. When we do, we'll go behind the burnt orange curtain. We will also hear from Jim Harbaugh, because this pertains to Texas. Jim Harbaugh explaining why he decided to jump to the NFL, and we'll also tell you why it pertains to Texas and the football team next year. Details coming on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby. Oh, man, let me tell you about Callahan's General Store. I'm looking out the window right now here from our South Congress Onion Creek, or South Austin Onion Creek compound, and it's beautiful. Sun's out, blue skies, and we're trying to figure out this weather, right? We've gone from freezing to all week of rain to windy, and now it's just nice and sunny. Give me almost 70 degrees today, and that's why I always tell you, get to know the people at Callahan's General Store. If you want your yard and your greenery around your home, your flowers, your flower beds, your gardens, all those things. If you want them to look like a golf course year round, you can have that at Callahan's General Store. It's absolutely there. They want that to be your goal. That's why we partner with Callahan's and present the golf course of the month. Great Hills Country Club is our golf course of the month this month here in the month of January. We'll have a new one coming up next month. But Callahan's partners with us because they love the game of golf, but they also love helping you keep your yard golf course ready. They want you to be yard of the month quality, right? You want to get those signs in your yard because your yard is so on point. And, this kind of weather where it's up and down and freezing and rain, how do you know? I mean, how do you know best how to maintain it? Go to Callahan's General Store and meet the great people there at 501 Bastrop Highway. Not only do they have the products you need for whatever the time of year is for all of your greenery, they also have the people. And I always say that's what separates Callahan's, because they're 45 years locally owned and family operated. Most of the folks who work at Callahan's have worked there for a long, long time. They love their job, and that's what it's about, helping people not just buy the right products, organic and conventional fertilizers and pre-emergence and everything you need. They help you apply it, how to do it properly, when to do it, what the amount, what with the areas of your yard that are maybe shady and not, and which ones get the most sun. All those things to be able to get home and do it right and do it properly. And you go back each month and to get your supplies, and Callahan's will help you. And what do you know? You make that a consistent thing, your yard will look like a golf course. It'll look phenomenal. The nicest yard in the neighborhood. And you can do that with our friends at Callahan's General Store. In addition to that, they've got the Western wares and the pet food and the hardware section at Callahan's since 1978. Great people, a great spot right there between downtown and the airport. Online at Callahan'sGeneralStore.com. And remember, it's always a good day to make it a Callahan's Day.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers. Hook 'em up. 1019 AM 1260. The Horn.
All right, appreciate CJ Vogel. E. Hogan, Rod Babers. Rod Babers had to run off to an appointment, so he will be back with us tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. for 5 hours of a Tuesday conversation. Ty Henderson and I will take it to the top of the hour, talking all things NFL Championship Sunday, the championship games in the AFC and NFC. I was reading some quotes here from the Ravens on why they did not commit to the run yesterday. That was a question for a lot of people. When you look back on it, the Baltimore Ravens in that AFC Championship game with Baltimore, how about this, Ty? They handed the ball to running backs 6 times the whole game. 6 times. 3 to Gus Edwards, 3 to Justice Hill. This is a team that it almost feels like with Todd Monken, and the conversations parallel with me with the Cowboys, right? That similarly to what the Cowboys did with Dak Prescott and building the Dak-friendly offense, the Tex Coast offense, with Mike McCarthy taking over play calling, and Kellen Moore being jettisoned. The Ravens have done a similar thing, right? They jettisoned Greg Roman. They let Lamar Jackson get very involved with who the offensive coordinator was going to be and what type of offense it would be, and they hired Todd Monken from Georgia. And obviously, just like Dak Prescott, during the regular season, the results were overwhelmingly good. Lamar Jackson's going to win the MVP. I mean, that's a regular season award. The votes are in right after Week 17. He's going to win that award. Dak Prescott might very well finish second in that award, but both players, did not come up in big spots in the postseason, that's why the changes were made offensively, right? That's why they tired Todd Monken and moved on from Greg Roman, because the argument was Greg Roman, when we got to the playoffs, left it all on Lamar Jackson, and they didn't have enough weapons and these things. It's the same conversation. Does it sound familiar to you, Ty, with what we talk about with Dak Prescott?
I don't think it's as bad. I'm perplexed on why they didn't run the ball more yesterday. I know they've lost a few running backs this year, but Gus Edwards is definitely capable of getting 10 to 15 carries at least. So I don't know. That confused me.
What do you mean? And they only ran the ball on first down 3 times the whole game. Which,
and that's part of the. I realize they changed offense coordinators, but that's running the ball and being tough on the line of scrimmage on offense is kind of part of the Baltimore Ravens' identity.
100%. But again, this is Todd Monken, right? And as Rod told us, they've gone to more of an offense based in spread offense to get Lamar Jackson with weapons. But yeah, in the biggest moments, much like Dak Prescott, in the biggest moment, this is what you do it for, right? It's not about 12 wins in the regular season or winning your division. Those are nice, but it's about performing in these moments. So what offense are you going to be most comfortable in? Both the Cowboys and the Ravens kind of went away from the power running game idea and put the game more in their quarterback's hands, and it didn't work, right? The results weren't there. I know the Cowboys' defense completely collapsed in that game too, but at the same time, before Dak Prescott got going, it was 27-0. Let's not forget that. And 2 of those interceptions that he threw, his 2 picks, led to 14 of those points. So he was a big part of the problems and how you dug that 27-point hole. In the Ravens' case, it was a game that was there to be won. I mean, the Chiefs, as much as we, applaud Patrick Mahomes, and we should, they scored on their first 2 drives, and then they didn't score a touchdown again, and they didn't score it all in the second half. So the game was there to be won, unlike the Cowboys, who had to dig out of a 30-point hole. The Ravens were right there, and when they needed him most, it didn't feel like Lamar Jackson was going to rise to the occasion. And obviously, much like Dak with the interceptions in the first half, Lamar threw the inexcusable interception into triple coverage and their last best chance to win that football game. So to me, the narratives for both quarterbacks are very similar. We're at this point, until proven otherwise, they're regular season quarterbacks. And when they rise up and have to play the best, which is what you're going to see in the playoffs year in, year out, you're going to see the best defenses, the best coaches, the best opposition. You have to be able to rise above it. To this point in their careers, Dak Prescott and or Lamar Jackson have not been able to. And yesterday, it was on full display. To your point about not running the ball, Ty, and I think you're right, that's the question, right? And this is they do scouting. We all watch the games. The Chiefs have the best pass defense in pro football, right? I mean, their coverage is elite. Their secondary is the best. So why would your game plan be to run the ball 6 times and try to pass against the best, pass defense in the AFC and not pound the rock with Gus Edwards and with your running backs? I don't get it. I still don't get why the Cowboys have gone away from a power running game too, even though their offensive line is pretty good. And I guess they both believe that their best way to win playoff games are through their quarterbacks. I would disagree with that. That would be, you look in San Francisco where Brock Purdy is got, star players around him everywhere. It's about getting them to the stars. But you still have to have your quarterback rise up when the biggest moments are there. And we saw Brock Purdy do it again in back-to-back weeks. That clutch gene, as we call it, Ty, it does not appear that Lamar Jackson and or Dak Prescott have it.
I think Lamar Jackson is a far better player than Dak Prescott.
Do you really?
I mean, he won a playoff game. He seems to have more command over the offense than Dak does. I feel like, and he's younger, and I don't know. I just have a hard time believing Dak can get anything done in the playoffs at this point. And I thought that going into this year, this year only confirmed that to me. I still think Lamar Jackson has plenty of time to shift the narrative and win a Super Bowl eventually. I think he's that good of a quarterback, and he can do more than Dak. He can run for 100 yards.
Certainly he can, and he did, but and he has, and he made, again, just like yesterday, he made plays no one else can make, right? The pass to himself that gained 13 yards and almost went for more. The throw he made to Zay Flowers, buying time and making that happen. That's elite stuff, but man, it's just not enough. And
well, like you said, I think yesterday was more on the coaching staff and their game plan for the Ravens, and the reason why they failed. With the Cowboys, you can't throw back-to-back interceptions and a pick six in the playoffs and expect to win a game.
Well, but again, they go back to the management and the coaches. The coaches have built offenses around the quarterback.
But they're not the ones throwing the ball.
I know, I understand that. But the judgment is what I'm questioning of management and the coaching to say we should build our offense around this quarterback. That's what we should do. I think both come with limitations. I guess I don't totally I guess I do understand the allure of Lamar Jackson and his dual threat capabilities. But again, when you get up against Steve Spagnuolo and the best defenses, when you get up against the teams you have to beat to get to the Super Bowl, Lou Anarumo and Cincinnati, and some of these guys, you've got to have more than just your quarterback. And the quarterback has to raise his level, but you cannot, I don't know, there's a shrinkage level that comes up, a come up small situation in these moments that Lamar Jackson and Dak Prescott both are put on full display.
To give the coaches the benefit of the doubt here, when's the last time there's been a team that's gone to the Super Bowl that the offense isn't built around the quarterback?
Obviously, we
like
remove Patrick Mahomes.
Like with Rex Grossman? I can't think of a team that doesn't have a star quarterback. I know, but they play every team that's gone to the Super Bowl in the last 5 years plays their quarterback on offense.
Well, yes, it's the most important position in sports. No one's debating that, right?
But like the Tennessee Titans were the number 1 seed 3 years ago with Derrick Henry, running their offense through him, and we saw how that worked out in the playoffs.
Everything. I'm not saying don't run it through the quarterback. I'm saying you have to hand the ball to a running back more than 6 times in a football game.
I agree.
The Cowboys neglected their run game the whole year. The 49ers run the football. They're the best running team. They're the best red zone team in pro football. Yes, Brock Purdy is the straw that stirs it, but man, they've got really good players and they're committed to the run game. The Detroit Lions, same thing, right? They've got one of the best offensive lines. They went up and down the field with David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs. They still run the football, and they don't make it all about Jared Goff, right? They don't make it all about that player. He's got to be good. He's got to make throws, but it feels like with the Tex Coast offense and Dak and what we saw this year, and Lamar Jackson, it's all built around that player. I don't know that that's wise.
I guess San Francisco would probably be the most recent example with Brock Purdy.
Sure, when I think Detroit, I think Jared Goff's a really important cog to their offense, but it's not built through him, right? He's got to make great throws, but they got to run the ball. He's got to be off play action to be his most effective, which means you do have to run the football. There's only one Patrick Mahomes. There really is. There's only one guy who you can rely on in those cases. But it's a Dak and Lamar parallel that it's just, people compare it to Dominique Wilkins, James Harden, and other sports, right? The names come up. Clayton Kershaw in baseball, great in the regular season, but just not going to get it done in the postseason. And that's the concerning part for the Cowboys and for the Ravens is that in this playoffs, Brock Purdy has shown that he has that clutch gene. He may not be the talent level of those two players. He doesn't possess, close to what Lamar Jackson has as far as, speed and talent and all the things that come to being a quarterback. But in 2 games, despite being pretty average for a good majority of it, in 2 games now in the playoffs against the Rams and the Packers and now the Detroit Lions, when it mattered most, he became the best player on his team. in that moment, in both the Green Bay and the Detroit game for the fourth quarter, and in that third quarter run, he elevated everybody around him and became their best player. Whether he was taking off and running for 48 yards or completing 80% of his passes, finding the right man, making the right decision, getting the ball in the end zone, that was Brock Purdy. In both cases with the Cowboys and with the Ravens, Lamar Jackson and Dak Prescott don't do that, or they haven't done that in their careers. That's why Lamar Jackson is now 2-4 career in the postseason. Dak Prescott is 2-5 career in the postseason, and neither have been to a Super Bowl to this point. Brock Purdy is now going because he elevated his play, and it was on display yesterday. All right, good stuff, good conversations. We'll pick it up. We come back, we'll do What's Poppin'. Also let you hear from Jim Harbaugh on his decision to leave his alma mater after winning the national championship and jump back into the NFL. He spoke with the NFL group guys on CBS yesterday. He was there rooting on his brother and the Baltimore Ravens. We'll hear that coming back. Also, what's popping tonight in addition to the Longhorn basketball game? It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby. Hook 'em up as we get to the final segment of our Monday. Appreciate all the conversation, opinions, messages as well. Thanks to CJ Vogel also for jumping in. Rod Babers, of course, returns tomorrow. Ty Henderson there. This says, how do you tie everything into Dak Prescott? Well, that would be like me trying to tie you into everything that happens at your radio station. Well, listen, let me just say this. Everything ties into quarterbacks in the NFL. I mean, that's not that's really what the position is judged upon. And I'll read a quote that I saw this morning from Ryan Clark. Ty, you know Ryan Clark from NFL coverage on ESPN?
Former Pittsburgh Steelers safety, right? Former
Steeler, rising. He's got a great podcast. And he said it this morning as good as it can be said. He said what Brock Purdy did yesterday was separate himself from Tua, Dak, Justin Herbert, Kirk Cousins. The only thing that will echo in the eternity of football is what you do at this time of year. And that is absolutely the fact, right? If you want to be an NFL starting quarterback, and you're going to get the big paycheck for it. And, the position, especially with America's team for crying out loud, is going to come with, the high praise when you're successful. Much like Dak was praised by me and a lot of people throughout the year for, his MVP caliber season in the regular season and 12 wins, a third straight 12-win season. All of those things are to be applauded. But as Ryan Clark said, the things you do at this time of the year are going to be what echo into eternity. And right now what echoes for Dak Prescott and Lamar Jackson is coming up small. There's enough body of evidence where Lamar Jackson has now played in 6 playoff games. Dak has played in 7, and they've only each won 2 times. That's whether you like that or not, that's just the fact. Yes, there are a lot more factors playing into it for Dak Prescott, right? I mean, gosh, how many conversations we've had about Jerry Jones being the general manager in the last 25 years. I mean, that's a huge part of this and a huge component. Just like at our radio station, the ownership, I mean, it all goes together. But at the end of the day, the quarterback's going to get the praise and the blame. It just is, especially when you play as poorly as Lamar Jackson did yesterday, and especially as you play as poorly as Dak Prescott played in the first half of their loss to the Packers. It's just going to come. It's not just those 2 guys. I mean, Tua is in that conversation now, Justin Herbert, Kirk Cousins, as he mentioned. You're either, one of those guys or you're one of those guys, which now Brock Purdy has elevated himself. And whether Jalen Hurts took a dip this past season, and they're changing offensive coordinators, he's already taken his team to a Super Bowl and was really close to beating Patrick Mahomes in that Super Bowl last year. So he's got an it status that the others do not have. And that's, whether that's fair or not, that's the name of the game in football. It's the most popular sport and TV show in our country, and those are the biggest characters. Those are the lead characters, and how they perform in these moments are what we remember and what we talk about. Don't act like it's a surprise that we're talking about Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, Brock Purdy, and Jared Goff this morning. Also, the coaches take a lot of spotlight, like Mike McCarthy and now Dan Campbell, for the decisions he made, and John Harbaugh for not having his team ready to play, it didn't feel like, and have a great game plan installed to go beat the Chiefs. So that's what we talk about on these Mondays. And really the entire offseason, because all of the entire offseason last year for the Cowboys was built around building an offense that was Dak Prescott friendly, Dak friendly, Lamar Jackson friendly was the mantra out of Baltimore. And once again, both, even with the new offenses that were built, did not perform to the Brock Purdy level when it became time to win a big playoff game. So those conversations will not end. Other conversations that won't end is, Jim Harbaugh. I wanted to play this for you. This was interesting. Jim Harbaugh, of course, we know to the surprise of no one, I should say, left his alma mater at Michigan after winning the national championship and accepted the job with the LA Chargers. On Sunday, ahead of the Ravens-Chiefs game, he visited with Bill Cowher and the CBS Today crew. Here's how this sounded of why he made the move from Michigan to LA.
It was tough. I was torn. My wife, kids. I love Michigan, but I love the NFL too. And there's no Lombardi Trophy in college football. And I got so many sands left in the hourglass, and I want to take a crack at that. And there's nowhere better to do it than with the Los Angeles Chargers. Susie Spanos, Dean Spanos, Ed McGuire, John Spanos, and this great quarterback.
Oh yeah. So have you talked to him?
I have, and I met him. And Derwin James, I mean, pros, these guys, Keenan Allen. But I was a little starstruck.
So maybe some of the Chargers are out there have not talked to you or met with you yet. What's that first meeting going to be like with Jim Harbaugh? What's the culture you want to build with LA?
I'll tell you what, I'm probably going to reference this right here. We work together, we win together, and it's worth it. I mean, the hard work, the sacrifice, the pressure, all of it. Why would somebody put themselves through that? Because the rewards are just so darn good. And you can see that today. And what a football game we're going to have today.
Hey, so you have any advice to John?
There's Jim Harbaugh. Then they went and talked about the Ravens in the game that we all got to watch after that interview. But, the reasons we talked about, Jim Harbaugh just echoed. He's 60 years old now. So the sand in the hourglass and timing would say if you're going to make a run back to the NFL, now would be the time. You're leaving Michigan on top. You're helping to appoint essentially or hand off the job to your assistant coach, Sharon Moore, who he highly recommended. So it's similar to Bob Stoops handing it to Lincoln Riley, similar to Ryan Day taking it from Urban Meyer. Keep the winning and the culture together, and we'll see how that goes. As for Michigan, or as for the LA Chargers, for Justin Herbert to get this gig and have this coach roll in. Remember, when he took over the San Francisco 49ers, Ty, back, 2011, there wasn't a huge expectation. They kind of built it as a rebuilding year. They had Alex Smith as their quarterback, and they went 13-3 that first year. I mean, they overachieved. And then, Alex Smith handed it off to Colin Kaepernick, and they ended up in the Super Bowl by year 3. I mean, this guy can coach. Whatever we think of him and his personality and all the allegations, he elevates the play of his team. And they play, especially at quarterback. But then he's got a brand of football he plays. Excited to see, or interested to see how the Chargers, who have been underwhelming, of course, in the last decade plus, how quickly they can rise in that very difficult AFC West. That'll be interesting. And, of course, the Longhorns play at Michigan September the 7th in Ann Arbor. We now know Sharon Moore will be the head coach, and be a whole new look to the Michigan sidelines and team. They've got a ton of guys moving on to the NFL draft. But Sharon Moore will be the head coach of the Longhorns. Go in there with more coaching continuity, and we'll feel pretty good about their trip into Ann Arbor next September. Ty, good stuff. Appreciate it. What's your parlay tonight outside of Cougars money line?
I like Duke minus 3.5 against Virginia Tech as well.
Duke is Duke. All right, some college hoops tonight. Big Monday hoops. As CJ Vogel said earlier, load up the chips and dips and get yourself some food ready. It's an 8 o'clock tip tonight, so be ready for a late start. But Longhorns and Cougars, will be talking about it tomorrow. And, starting to preview Super Bowl 58. Have a wonderful Tuesday. Jim Rome next, then it's Rich Eisen, then it's the Sports Complex with Patrick and the crew. Have a great Monday.